Okay, we're starting stream simultaneously to the Skype call, and want to thank Aristides so much for being there. Let's check if you're receiving. So if you would be
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, it looks like the microphone
Good.
recognizes you. And so
Good.
let's take a look at the studio. And we thank everyone for their feedback, letting us know if we're coming through at all. Says we have an excellent connection, so that's a good start. And all right then. So, dear Aristides, if you would be so kind, I suppose we might as well get the blurb out of the way, and then you can get towards adding people immediately, and we'll take it from there. And my tea is still steeping, and I'll take a break later just to make certain I get my dose of vitamins in for the night. Supplements now that I've come home and I'm returned to the crypt, which of course I'm never happy about. And we're going to ask everyone to, of course, be grateful that we're coming through it all. The funny thing is, all the viewers were piling up the last time when Skype wasn't working at all. Okay, so T-Tank Barry says, good evening and God bless Team Dietrich. God bless you, T-Tank Barry. We love you dearly. And so let me enter that into the chat while our dear Aristides begins the blurb for tonight. Okay? Yeah.
Yes, I will now blurb. Okay, I'm just getting to the YouTube window myself, and the very first thing I did was hit the upvote, thumbs up little icon. You should do that right away. That is especially important. All things internet, such as this, are governed by the all-powerful algorithm in many ways, and such is the case with upvotes and downvotes. However, there are those that put downvotes against Douglas, perhaps sometimes in numbers with some type of bot right away to kind of get them buried in the algorithm. You can't see the downvotes. YouTube hides them. That is typical these days. I can't remember the last time I saw counted downvotes because everybody's feelings get so hurt these days. But in this case, it's a little different because it's done not to express dislike, but to hurt him, his ability to be searched and suggested, etc. So please hit that right away. And if you're very ambitious, for that to work, you have to have some type of Google or YouTube account. And since you do, you can, if you would actually go under your settings and create sub channels under your account without any additional password or anything. They're just kind of subdivisions under your main account. But the cool thing is each one of them is its own personality, can do its own upvoting. So you can do multiple upvotes like that. I'm going to switch right now to a different one and upvote again. So I'm one person. I did more than one upvote.
Excellent.
And remember to switch back to your primary profile. It's easy to kind of forget. And also make sure you hit the subscribe button. Even if you have before, make sure it is still indicating subscribed, and because it may become undone for reasons suspicious or otherwise. And also turn on the notification bell, which is very handy. Makes a little pop-up on your device that the program is starting. You know when we start, but hey, you can get busy, forget, or there could be scenarios where the stream is cut off for whatever reasons, and Douglas has to reboot everything, restart. It could take half an hour to do so. So it's a good.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, good to have that on. It is helpful. So please do all that. Also, please find the PayPal link that's going to be dropped in the YouTube chat right now. Oh, speaking of upvotes, once the program converts to a fixed program after live, the comments underneath the window are enabled. Douglas will put a pinned comment there always. Please upvote that also if you can. Or if you're here now and able to jump back to previous ones, or if you're listening after the live, please do that now. Find the PayPal link there. Please consider contributing to Douglas, anything that you can. If you're not seeing the chat, if you're just hearing audio, it is just go to PayPal, go in their little search bar, and if you just type all one word, Douglas D. Dietrich, it should find him. you'll see his picture, and then you can send him money. So please do that. Please, you can also share the YouTube link right out of the browser bar. That will stay the same, both from now to and after the program's live. It's the same link, as far as I know. So you can copy that out, share it somewhere. Surprise people or help get them informed, or use your judgment, or just do it without judgment. Heck, just spam it out there.
Excellent. Thank you.
What do we have to lose at this point?
That's you don't know the half of it.
Well, maybe you can tell us.
At any rate, I love you, Aristides. That was beautiful. That was one of the most thorough and comprehensive blurbs, and you're developing a real professional pace for this, and that's great. That's just what we need to start the night, and so that's in the perfect spirit to set the tone for the rest of the night. Also, many people jumped onto the bandwidth, or by that I mean at least jumped into the audience, into the chat, or into the numbers where I could see them while you were saying your blurb, while you were announcing. So that serves us well. And okay. Right now, it's just Aristides and myself on the call, but he's going to tend to that now and make it a group call. We are, of course, going to explain as soon as we can exactly what misadventure we've been through lately, and we are going to bring everyone's attention to the fact that this was a holiday weekend for myself, and of course it's a cultural holiday of Taiwan. Throughout the weekend, it was the god of medicine's birthday, the ancient god of medicine and healing in Asia, in Taiwan, is celebrated, but it was once a classical Chinese holiday celebrated on both sides of the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. We are, of course, in the middle of the San Francisco Cherry Blossom Festival, which is always referenced, for whatever reason, as the annual Northern California Sakura or Cherry Blossom Festival, because they want to be more inclusive of people outside of simply San Francisco. It's some merchants association promotional trip. I think it's stupid, and I think they should simply say San Francisco Cherry Blossom Festival. But that was going on this weekend in terms of the celebration thereof, and next weekend. So people are welcome to come to San Francisco. Eric Cradle joins us, says good evening, Team Dietrich. So let's provide him a hug, and we're going to thank the Austrian lady whose name, Kokos Schreijveld, actually has a real name. I have opened her emails and read them. What a wonderful lady. So hopefully she hears this later. I will repeat that. She sent 3 incredible emails. She's been through a lot, but things seem stable enough now, and certainly she seems to be doing okay. And I want to thank her just for being her, and we're really glad to have her on Team Dietrich as far as I'm concerned. So I'll try and encourage her to basically join us in Skype, and that way we have an ability to communicate with her as we change venue from Skype to whatever we're going to change to, because our latest experiment was such a spectacular failure, as I knew it would be, because there was a logic to why we tried what we did. Let me see if I can get the images uploaded here into the call, and I should be able to do that. And of course, the first thing that hits me whenever I open up my files is a load of porn. I try not to let that distract me, and I will basically scroll down, because that way I can capture 2 screenshots at once. And then the people on Team Dietrich will be able to see this. At some point, we will, on whatever venue we choose, try and figure out a way to get this to everybody. Whatever I show Team Dietrich, we'll try and be able to show it to everybody. Alphabetical order: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, E, F, G. Multitasking is not. It's not for men. We have a penis, and it prevents us from multitasking because we monofocus. Facebook, trying to get to the Facebook screenshots so that we can show everybody the horror of what we experienced. Here we are. There we are. Okay. Now I can open those. Okay, we may have somebody else on the call with us, or it sounded like that for a minute. No, it did not. Okay, this is John. It's T-Take Barry entering some stuff. Okay, I'm going to press the entry button. Let's see if this works and see if the screenshots upload. T-Take Barry is out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Okay, good evening from Shasta County. We love you, T-Take. We certainly respect your lifestyle. Oh my God, he registers all of the all the boxes on the man form. They're all checked with T-Take Barry. Chicks love him because he's got a fleet of vehicles, and he rents construction utility vehicles, or what would you call them? Well, like when you're renting a Caterpillar type tractor vehicle to move earth on recreational property that you own. It doesn't get more masculine than that. He's something else. Okay, that's a lifestyle I was never meant for. So you will notice two screenshots here, and we will bring out the gory, ugly details whenever Brendan manages to come on tonight. It will be a little while before Brendan manages to come on. It'll be around that time. I presume I'll take my break. I'll actually take a short one as soon as anyone else comes on, so that I can grab my fucking tea. Actually, I might leave our dear man T-Take and Aristides talking while I do that. It would only take me moments. And so Excavator, he says Excavator is what this guy had T-Take. I know his real name, but I'm not going to give it. T-Take Barry, of course. By the way, we are a smart team. I've begun to credit everyone for their credentials. So I do want people to know that for the past several text boxes in our uploads, our published episodes, not only note Aristides as simply the executive producer, but as a material science engineer, whereas our man George Knight is a field systems engineer with fiberglass specialty. So I wrote him as a field fiberglass systems engineer. And as for our man T-Take Barry, he is a Silicon Valley water safety systems engineer. So we have 3 engineers on Team Dietrich, believe it or not. Out of 3 of them, one of them, George, is very chatty, but the other 2 are more the strong, silent type. Well, T-Take Barry definitely is. And Aristides kind of bridges the gap in between. So these wonderful men, if you take a look at the screenshots right now, you will notice that there's a Facebook notification in one screenshot that says, "Urgent, your Facebook account has been restricted from advertising for security reasons." As Brendan Zogit and I will explain, has nothing to do with my personal security, because we were on Facebook for a matter of literally minutes trying to open a new account for myself under, shall we say, a assumed alias. And it was only within minutes we got suspended, as in, like, terminated in effect. It's effectively terminated. So the other one says, "We suspended your account because your very account," you notice that there is a comma and then "or activity" on it, meaning that since there was no activity, it was the account itself, doesn't follow our community standards on account integrity. So in other words, you're the son of Adolf Hitler. You're not allowed on Mark Zuckerberg's forum, even though Mark Zuckerberg allowed Holocaust deniers for literally a decade or more, and is now back to allowing neo-Nazis and muskrat types onto his account all over again. The son of Adolf Hitler is simply too much, because I truly am the most dangerous man. I used to say on both sides of the Pacific as a promotional, shall we say, stunt, or what would you call it? Just the it's not a blurb, it's soundbite, it's a promotional bite. You could do away with that. I'm the most dangerous man in the fucking world, obviously. So when again the gory details would be provided when Brendan and I are both here to discuss them together. We have a good number of people now. They were all building up while our man Aristides was performing his blurb. Let's beg somebody to come on with us. Mr. T. Berry, if you would be so kind to join our man Aristides for a few moments, that would be great. He'll have somebody to bounce off of so I can just run and get my tea, and that'll keep me occupied until I can finally take my break and then run and just, take all my supplements. And I'll be at a later time whenever Brendan shows up. And that poor bastard, they're putting him through the ringer with this stupid meeting tomorrow where there we are. John Doe has joined us. Hugs and to both these brothers, Aristides and T. Berry. Someday I'd love to use T. Berry's real name. Then again, someday I'd love to use Aristides' real surname. At the same time, that probably, if anyone mispronounces it, it sends them all the way into combat flashback. So we don't want that. So, all right. T-Take, how are you, sir? You look like things are going well out there at the, what would you call that? A burn pit? It's not a burn pit. It is it's not a barbecue grill either. What the fuck is that?
Let's call it a legal warming fire here on the east side. I think that's what we'll call it. And God bless you, brother, and God bless you, Aristides, as well.
Yes, hey. God bless you in turn. Hugs to both you brothers. How about a short, before I run and get that tea, how about a short status update, a situational report in general about whatever you feel comfortable sharing about yourself? Did I get your specialization right? You are essentially a Silicon Valley water safety systems engineer, correct?
Yeah, I guess I did slip and let that one out of the bag. I guess I just won't give up my occupational title for the meantime for security purposes. But yeah, the cat's out of the bag at this point. As far as the agencies that matter that are...
they always knew, but they always knew. They always knew.
Well, of course they know. They definitely know. I'm affiliated with the people I've come across in my life. And obviously, you being the number one canceled person in the nation, if not the surface world as we speak, right?
Yes. Yes. So
yeah, I'm still breathing and doing really well. And
you are.
So undisclosed location here in eastern Shasta County, as you know. Yes. I can bounce to all four corners if I'd like at any given time and stay moving, as they say.
Well, yeah, that's right. Well, definitely, as I said, you ought to be the one who's giving courses on how to get the girls, as opposed to some loser like Andrew Tate. You're someone who actually lives the manly lifestyle, actually lives it, and you do that by staying on the move in your fleet of vehicles and kind of transferring from place to place with retreat property in California. Obviously, we'll leave it at that. Though in truth, in all fairness, I don't have your address, but I'm sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say women are to be respected, and the Andrew Tates. I don't know if we'll have to start with the pedophiles, the rapists, or Andrew Tate first.
Yeah,
but yeah, we'll definitely have to be knocking them off in mass.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Yeah, let's put it this way. And Andrew Tate's. There's no need to disambiguate him from the other child predators. That's all he is as well. I was going to say I don't have T. Berry's address, but in all fairness, if I did and I were dumb enough to let it slip out, there's practically no one in the fucking world other than professional types who'd even make it to his home anyway. It's out in the middle of nowhere, or shall I say, it's not home per se, but recreational property. It is a hard place to get to, and we'll leave it at that. So, but I can't help tripping off it, because it is beautiful country, and you do. Oh God! And there's other things out there. There's cryptids out there. There really are. It's no bullshit. T-Take has had his encounters, and that's up to him as to how much he's willing to share there. But T-Take has almost a psychic affinity with his environment, so he's not threatened. He's not threatened, and that shows a level of almost Buddhistic enlightenment. I would say you're pretty much an enlightened being, T-Take. So I want to thank you for being with us, and And I want to thank Aristides as well for his incredible contributions, including the computer that, just so people understand, they are forcing me out of Windows 10, and so I have to start using Aristides' computer because it's got Windows 11 baked into it. Its system is got Windows 11, so I have to, because they're doing away with Windows 10 and any tech support for it and any updates in October. So by October, I am, per force of circumstances, going to be switching over to Aristides' computer. Aristides purchased a computer for me. It's sitting in a place of honor. It's incredibly small. I could pick it up and take it places with me. Not that I have any intention of doing that. But so Holly has joined us, so that makes it easier on both these wonderful gentlemen. So Holly, dear lady, before I go grab that tea, how about a little status report, a little situational update on whatever you feel comfortable sharing about yourself?
Sorry, my speaker.
You're doing okay. You just louder, shout. Yeah, put your mouth where it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Got it. Better. Go.
Okay. From down by my crotch.
Yes. That's what we got to get over. We got to get over doing that.
Right.
Crotch talking.
Can't be doing that.
We all crotch talk when we do this over the cell phone, which most people do this over their cell phone. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
I don't know at the moment. I've been trying to think.
Oh, don't do that. That's dangerous. Yeah. Trump's government says that's bad for you.
He likes dumb people.
Yeah. Okay.
Last time, I don't think it came up. The freak that rode out and left the forbidden Andaman Island population a Diet Coke.
Oh, right, that son of a bitch.
Hey.
Those people.
He got away, but they jailed him up in Italy, I think, or something. Like
God, yes. You're welcome to follow up on that. Honestly,
that's all I know. He didn't get speared.
Yeah. Well, too bad for that. But all I can say is that there's a positive and a negative to everything. When they spear you and you die, they tend to bury you, or at least that's what we saw them do with that one idiot, ethnically Chinese, but United States citizen all the fucking way. This guy was totally acculturated American. He was an ABC, American-born Chinaman. There's nothing Chinese about that son of a bitch. And he went to the island and got speared. So what we're talking about is this one of the last uncontacted tribes in the world that we know of. Okay, there are other uncontacted tribes. This is one that is pronouncedly accessible because they're on an island, and once the word gets out, then everyone wants to go there. The one dumbass American who happened to be ethnically Chinese was raised in America by an adoptive father who was white and fell prey to an online missionary recruiting scam where they convinced him to throw his life away, and he went to the islands and got speared, and we know that the natives buried his body. The danger with something like that is that they get exposed to all of his shit diseases that he's been exposed to all his life, and it could potentially, theoretically, wipe out that entire tribe. But they seem to be still going strong. So,
shockingly, nobody comes and rounds them all up and puts them in a gulag.
No, it's
for defending their island.
Well, let's put it this way: don't think there haven't been attempts, honey. That's a long history you're not aware of with that. But the tribe has held off all comers, and they just finally realized it was more trouble than it's worth. Just cordon the place off and leave them alone for anthropological study. So in that sense, thank God we've entered more enlightened times. Now the biggest problem is keeping away all the weirdos and idiots that want to disrupt their lifestyle. And
give them a Diet fucking Coke of all things.
But they're not going to drink that. They'll spit that out.
I know. It's just so...
there's no worry of addiction
It's
because
random.
there's no.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at the
The
ridiculousness.
stupid. So yeah, it's not like they're gonna get resupplied. So it's
One sip and they'll be rowing to town.
Oh no! It's not
Get
like
a
that.
couple cases.
Oh God, no. Yeah,
Yeah.
for one thing, yeah, it is an island out in the middle of nowhere. It's very difficult to reach. So the advantage they have is that you really have to work to get there. So the people who get there, they're like bribing sailors and shit to go out of their way to navigate and get to that point. So it's it is what it is. So all that being said, Holly, anything else before I go grab that tea that you think should be brought up or it comes to your mind?
No, you go to get your thing.
Okay.
Who's here?
It's both.
ษ์hědí?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Hi.
Dietrich there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very good. Very
excellent. So I'll leave you with these two wonderful gentlemen, and I'm going to go mute in just one moment, taking one last check into the gave thanks to Vril earlier, and will now give thanks to Vril again. And so he's, of course, Aristides himself. We got great numbers, and I'll be right back. So everybody, you're in the best of hands. I'm just grabbing my tea, pulling some other crap, and maybe I'll even take the time to take my vitamins. I mean, or some of them. All right, that would make it 10-ish minutes instead of just a few. But all right, I'll be right back. I gotta go mute.
Okay. All right.
Hi, y'all.
All right. Hey, how are you?
I had a wacky story I could tell on the subject of uncontacted tribes.
Yeah.
You want to hear it?
How can there even
Alright.
be these things? Yeah.
Right. Well, this maybe is quasi, and this didn't happen to me. It happened to a very close friend who wouldn't have made it up, doesn't have the imagination for it, right? But he, you could see in his face telling it. It kind of shook him. So he's down, expatriate, runs to Costa Rica. And he's down there and he gets a job for a very wealthy American couple who have this big estate out in the jungle. And it's, manicured, beautiful, tropical, up against jungle, right? So it's early in the morning and he's looking in the bathroom mirror shaving. So while he's doing it, he glances out the window to his left. And he's just kind of dazed and staring out there. And all of a sudden, his eyes focus on a figure in the leaves. And it's this tiny little man with a bow as tall as he is, all the way back and notched, with an arrow pointing straight in his face. My friends. So they lock eyes. And they hold eye contact. And a couple minutes goes by and the little guy drifts back into the woods. Okay? Problem. So, a day or two later, my friend's taking a walk through the more manicured areas of the garden, and he comes upon this fountain. It's a bronze statue of exactly the figure he saw. Little man, big bow, tiny backpack on, and he's holding out a bowl. Friend's like, holy shit. So he goes and talks to the Lord and Lady of the manor, and they say, oh yeah, they're there. We leave fruit and liquor and stuff in the bowl of the statue, but what they really want is money. And that's the story. Tiny little men. Yeah. I believe it. I think it's true. So somehow they got a middleman that gets them whatever they need down the corner jungle store.
Yeah.
And don't bother anybody.
Yeah.
And at least they didn't shoot my friend with an arrow in the chops. I don't know why they would. That'd just make trouble.
Be a harsh way to go.
But they locked eyes. Yeah. So that's my little story.
If you don't mind, Holly, I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
My question would be, Douglas had a story, I believe, of yourself and Laura Lee Solomon and a travel down to Arizona. Could you
Yeah.
kind of recap on that story? He had a interesting view of it. I'd like to kind of hear
Well,
your.
I know his view is deadly. My view, I thought the thing all in all went pretty good. It was a film shoot. It was rigorous. It was, sleep deprivation and lousy food and crazy people. And I got a big chunk of my heart buried in Tucson, and I hadn't been back for decades. And so it was all a trip for me to have a chance to go back to Tucson, and a reason. And the irony of it is that we left out the day Trump got elected. So that put a whole shade over the whole thing in a sort of weird way. And I mean, it was wild and wacky. The material and the shows were absolutely amazing. And none of it got preserved, which is tragic. Tragic. I mean, amazing 4 hours on Roswell and the Rising Sun, mostly Japanese history and stuff. It was rocking. And that was a terrible loss. And the sponsors were questionable, and he knew Laura Lee at that point better than he knew me, although we had met before. But he says we were all weeping and emotional and tried to kill him and shit. But you know, I didn't see it that way. But it was emotional, and it was
That's
on
the
many
juicy part
levels.
right there.
You know,
Yeah, that's the juicy part right
say
there. That's a
again.
good one. The part
Oh
where you
yeah, yeah. No,
tried to
I
kill him,
cried at one point.
tried to kill
Oh yeah,
Douglas. Oh, okay.
yeah. I missed that. I
Okay, yeah.
must have been some pre-programmed zombie or something. No,
Now,
I mean
Douglas
there was some.
fallout
It was
with the guy you went and saw at the restaurant, right? Is this where this was supposedly taking place? All the lecture that Douglas was giving and was supposedly filmed, but then it ended. And then, could you describe what
yeah. It
happened?
was an old
That
bar. It was a bar.
the
It
Tropicana or
was
the
an
Tropic?
old venerable Tucson bar. I forget the name of it. It had been there a long time. And it was, good old Tucson, kind of run down, kind of sleazy, kind of cool. It was open carry. So, there was a box at the door where you put your guns and knives when you walked in. That was true in the 80s in Tucson. I don't know that it was at that point, but Tucson's wild and crazy.
Did you have to unload your knives and your guns when you got in there?
No, no. I might be conflating that with the 80s when I did live down there. And it was very true. Little old 5 foot tall Mexicans with pistols knocking on their knees, giant guns and shit. It was wild. But it was an old bar, and Ben Estenius had been a supporter for a long time. And he was a Tucson unique kind of guy. And so he got Douglas down there, him and another guy who I forget his name, but he was really a freak. I liked Ben.
Did you ever get to
I
try to
guess I
go on
liked
his true crime tour that Douglas was
No, I did
advertising
not.
for a long time when he was, I
I
guess, in
did
good
not.
standing? But I don't think he's in good standings with Ben Estenius. Is that right?
I don't know if he's even still running the tour. Um, I don't know what happened to Ben, but I don't know. I mean, so many people have been around Douglas that I thought were okay until they weren't. So, I mean, some were you kind of knew were stinkers right out the gate, but not all of them. So, Ben, I guess, finally wore out somehow. Something wore out with them. And I did not get to go to the day where I don't know what I was doing that day, but I didn't get to go to Ben Estenius's house/camp on a gold claim in the desert. And I guess that was quite colorful with the homeless guy buried in the backyard and shit like that. I didn't get to go on that excursion. But
It's a good thing to get a tax exemption, right? If you bury somebody on your property, it becomes a graveyard and you don't have to pay taxes anymore.
it's a regional thing, and it's a real sticky thing. And I I heard that you could make an income that way, you know, $5,000 a pop, depending on how many you could fit. But I never heard of any kind of tax exemption
Stacking,
for it. But
stacking bodies.
you may be right. Well, you know, say you got 20 acres and 10 people want to be buried, or you know, pay up front. It's a nice little bit of change to get you through that year. But this was all below board for sure. And some places it's still, you know, most places it's completely illegal, and it's very badly handled. You know that it's a racket. The whole funeral industry is such a racket.
They don't like you
So
burying people without certification. Fair
yeah,
to say.
and there are water table issues and stuff like that. You know, like getting in the groundwater with cholera or whatever it gives you. So that's understandable. Did I drop?
No, you're coming. You can hear
Okay,
me. I
good,
think.
good. It does that. Yeah, I can hear you.
The next thing I was
So
going to
I
ask.
don't know. Yeah.
Laura Lee Solomon. When was the last time you spoke with her, or remember seeing her?
A long time. I would say about 6 months after that trip, and that trip happened. It would have happened in 2016. And she was an unusual lady. I enjoy cultivating difficult people when I can. And we did okay. We were fine. She was interesting and had an interesting point of view and a lot of knowledge in some various areas. So I definitely enjoyed the time I spent with her on that trip. And Douglas was, you know, he doesn't travel real well, but he was 90% delightful. And we were out there in this desert palace of a motel, you know, right next to this ungodly giant military air base. So there's all kinds of weird shit flying in and out of there all night and day, horrendous sounds and shaking the building. So that gave a cast on it. But I mean, Tucson's a mysterious, spooky ass place in many regards. If you've been there, the terrain and the mountains and the lore and everything that's gone on in that town, it's just a madhouse. But hey, in the 80s, I just loved it. And I'll always love it, but it's a horrible, horrible environmental mess of endless sprawl and desecration of gorgeous, stunning areas. And now with the temperature all up in the air, you know, I mean, it's like it's getting unbearable. I mean, it didn't used to be 120 for a week time. It's like,
Hello, guys.
you know, Saudi desert temperatures over there now.
Good evening, Sammy.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey, Sammy. Good to hear you.
Hey, I have a question, guys. For Holly, did you and Doug and I believe the other lady, what's her name? I forget.
Laura Lee
Lee.
Solomon.
Yeah, I get her in never mind.
Okay, I'm back. I'm glad to return to see that Samuel Romero has joined us, and welcome aboard. How about a status report or a situational update on whatever you feel comfortable sharing, Sammy?
Sure.
By the way, I see what you've entered here. Kon-Tiki Bar. Yes, I believe it was the sponsor, Ben Estenius, also known as Man of the Soil. You've got it right. Whatever we were discussing, I presume we were discussing that catastrophic trip, which, of course, Holly Kiefer was the savior of. I mean, without her, we would not have gotten down there at all. And, of course, nor would we have gotten back. It was just an absolute... It was horrible. It was that, like I said, I've had worst experience. It was one of the worst experiences of my life, having nothing to do with Holly, but definitely worse than combat. And yeah, continue. So,
if I may add, Doug, I think what happened is you weren't accommodated well.
No.
If they would have had maybe an attractive professional companion with you, obviously, to accommodate you, loosen you up,
Wouldn't hurt a peep out of him.
Well, you know, I would have gone over it and he probably wouldn't care, but you know, it is what it is. But,
I mean, and Tucson's full of hot chicks. Oh my God.
there you go. You know,
Oh my
Doug
God.
is very as
And they all wear lingerie around at night, in bars and everything.
yeah, you know, there you go. It's
Totally.
just it kind of that's kind of boggles my mind. Like you if you know what he likes, just accommodate him, right? But I've been doing fine. I've been enjoying you know, my new location. But the one thing I have noticed is the area that I'm in Red California, obviously now.
Yeah.
There is a lot of acreage, agriculture acreage for sale.
Yeah.
They've been putting up a lot of parcels up for sale, which is not good.
No.
And I've been seeing a lot of citrus, a lot of very valuable agriculture is just not being harvested. At least what I've been noticing.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but it's just I see a lot of for sale signs up for these.
It's already hitting. The depression is hitting.
It is already hitting in the sense of you know, we're playing chicken with China, and now we got to pay the piper, as in Trump has to kiss the ring.
Yeah.
And it's not even an actual ring; it's probably the anus of China, because you know we're for him to pull out. I mean, not that it matters. They knew he was full of shit. It's just for him consenting to, you know, exceptions now of tariffs. We were weak already. I think what Trump, no one ever told Trump about soft power. I don't think they ever mentioned that to him as far as the U.S. having soft power, like we did prior to him.
He could comprehend the concept.
Right. No, it's almost like, you know, I kind of picture it as an attractive woman using what she has to get what she wants, right?
Yes. Yeah.
You have to do what you have to do, create the illusion of, you know, companionship, at least for that moment, right?
Yes.
So as far as the U.S., we're terrible as far as that soft power that we once had.
Yes.
And now, you know, we're going to pay the piper. And I've talked about the big blunder. I think this is probably part of it, that if we thought China was not going to, you know, strike, they smell blood in the water now, and we're fucked. Sorry to say that, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not trying to be a downer, but I saw a lot of acreage, a lot of parcels of oranges.
Jesus.
Avocados, peaches.
Jesus.
As far as I can see, with the for sale sign.
Jesus.
Because, you know, the tax on all this that is being imposed, and all of it's going to Asia. I was going to China when I used to work where, you know, for Cathay Pacific, we would get pallets and pallets of this going to China.
Yes.
And this is not good. As far as, you know, what I hear from some of my friends at the airline, Air China and China Eastern, all these airlines, they're circumventing their logistics, well, around the United States. Meaning they're pretty much what China is already doing is going through, you know, Central America, Mexico, South America, and pretty much bypassing the United States.
Yes.
They're creating their own logistics network to circumvent the United States. So, you know, the communists knew this was coming, and they're not playing.
That's right.
They don't take very well to threats. As far as it's almost like, I hate to put it this way, obviously my background being, you know, I try to, you know, I'm a Christian, but I can't help to say it. It's almost like showing up to, an orgy, talking a lot of shit, and you can't get it up.
Ah, yes, beautiful, beautiful. I think that's perfect.
We want to make concessions for it. We want to, just we really look very just flaccid. I hate to say it, and I hate to use these narratives, but I'm a man. It's just the best way I can put it. We just look very weak because we're not understanding. We did not realize we don't have the economic power that we think we do. We're more of a distribution. We don't manufacture anything, but our soft power that we had with aiding other countries, aiding Europe, helping them in the sense of distribution, and so on and so forth. When we have an orangutan, an orange orangutan right here, we're gonna pay the price. And obviously, I know I might sound like a broken record, but from what I saw, our agricultural landscape is pretty much up for foreclosure. Yeah. These farmers are really up shit's creek because this is what they voted for.
Yeah.
And
true.
We're seeing this. And unfortunately, it's going to get worse. This is just the beginning, and China really hasn't ramped up, what they are. And I get the feeling they want to make an example. They really want they want Trump, and Trump really is feeling the pressure now.
Yes. Yes.
The pressure in the sense of his advisors, whoever the hell's advising, is pretty much telling them, we're the people that quote unquote matter are losing money.
Yes. And
they, even though, he did the market manipulation,
right.
It's almost like, well, I lost, $1,000 and I only gained $200 back. I'm still down $800.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not breaking even. I'm still owing.
Yeah.
So this is, and we're seeing this with the agriculture, and obviously we live in the state. I live in the state of California, and our agriculture is our backbone.
Yes.
By
the way, T-Tank Barry and Holly and myself are all in California with Sammy. So I just want our listeners to know that Aristides is actually the only person on the call right now who does not live in California. So we're all Californian. A little other perspective is that Sammy, who mentioned the fact that he lives in Red, California, which I consider to be a very valid and legitimate observation. Holly would argue that almost all of California is going red under Gavin Newsom, but back to Sammy with that. I just thought I'd throw that out there
Look, with Gavin Newsom, really, he's a big disappointment.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, to say the least. Yes.
He's a big disappointment in the sense of between us colored people
yes.
of color,
yes,
or people that are melanated.
Yes.
Okay. He couldn't help but to pander to these European rejects.
Thank you. These white supremacist Americans who, are just Euro rejects. Yes, go on. Thank you.
Well, exactly. He could not help but to pander to them to feel that it's almost like it's still in him that he's also a European American.
Right.
Part of the rejected. He wasn't good enough to be in Europe. Mm-hmm. So he has to, he literally rimmed them. Yeah. In that debate. He was literally rimming whoever the hell, the other guy was. I know he's from Florida. I just don't.
I'm beginning to block them all from my. I had it before when I was really ripping into him, but I bleached it from that point. But go on. Yes,
exactly.
Yeah.
In a sense too, though, he has no self-awareness of what state he represents.
That's
he
right.
represents. California is a mecca of Western culture. This is diversity as it gets.
That's right. And
And
just
I
to reinforce and validate what Sammy says to our listeners, I do want people to understand that I still feel, unlike Holly, who's very, very cynical, she feels that we're going red under Gavin, but we're still a very deep blue state. We obviously have a very red crescent, as I call it, which traces along the northern coastline all the way along the border that we share with Nevada. But when it comes to California itself, otherwise, I do want people to understand that my father said it best. He was a sailor. And he said that once you get into California, when he moved us here out of New York to get us as far away from his family as possible, he took us to California because he said it's the only way to be in North America but get out of the United States as a culture. Because once you're in California, you're no longer in the Western European descendant cultural matrix. California, you're now in something truly new. It's more Pacific. It's more hybrid Asian and Latino, and it's definitely, it's just a better place to be for anyone who is a refugee from that white European descendant cultural matrix that dominates so much of America even still today, which our governor unfortunately is trying to assimilate himself into. But back to Sammy with that. So just got that out there for some context. Yeah.
Right. And it's just pathetic because this state represents, our global empire that we have.
Yes.
And it's just he's not aware of that. I don't think he understands. And really, I think if he would have took that approach, would it be very shell shock as far as the people in Florida? Yes, but that's what you need now. As far as he should have took a page out of our boy Donnie. Yeah. The one thing I have to give Donald Trump is he's proud of being an orange orangutan.
Yes.
He's not ashamed of it. His ignorance, you have to give him credit. He is not ashamed to be the orange orangutan. He's not afraid to mispronounce.
But by the way, it was Ron DeSantis. How could I forget that? Ron DeSantis. I did some really good drugs this weekend. That's the floor.
Shame on you for remembering.
Touche.
He's a nobody, but what I'm trying to really is Trump was not ashamed to be that orange orangutan.
Yes.
And the thing with Newsom, he doesn't understand really the power of California as an influence, as an economy as itself, the fourth largest economy in the world, and you're rimming DeSantis, who's Florida? What's Florida? Florida's bunch of retired Jews and orange trees.
Yeah, which it doesn't have the orange trees anymore because of the green blight that has taken down their orange industry. So they don't even have that. And DeSantis took down what they did have. DeSantis took down what they did have, which was Disneyland. But I'm sorry, Holly, what was that? Before we go back to Sam.
Unless you're a mega corporation, you can't make real money on farming anywhere.
That's true. Yeah.
And that was the whole USAID blow up in the Midwest. They're terrified because, I think even Big Ag is worried, but the farmers on the ground doing that work, their produce was all meant for overseas, like Sammy's saying. Vast acreages.
Yeah, but in California...
So one day to the next.
Yeah, in California, though, you still had the semblance of private family-owned industries in agriculture because they stole all that land from the Japanese, of course. And as far as I'm concerned, in the future, it all needs to be given back. But all such being said, for the moment...
But look at Irvine. That was one giant orange grove.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But developers make the money. These people now can't wait to sell out and get good money so people can make huge money building houses, tract houses.
Well, such being said, that's when it comes to the agricultural industry in California, we were one of the few remnants of not necessarily enormous agribusiness or the mega corporates, but rather a more family-oriented, dynastic kind of. But all that's changing, and as Sammy is observing, Trump is killing it. Trump is killing it, and or has killed it. We might as well say, put a fork in it. It's dead, and hopefully Trump is too. But back to Sammy with the thoughts on the. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Ollie, for that.
But
input.
I'm saying it is the small family farms that want to sell up because they've been doomed for decades.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, like in the case of an Irvine, where it was child's play to take those people's money and kick them out of there.
Still,
they're
not sympathetic characters. They stole it all from the Japanese in World War II.
I agree. They're awful, and they're all red as hell.
Yes, they are. Sammy says, "Be right back." He's got daddy duties, and but such being said, what I will point out to, I should have pointed it out while he was here, but hopefully he returns soon enough. So if you will take a look in the text box, dear Holly, of this group call, is that possible for you to do that? I know that you're working on a cell phone and it's almost impossible to see what's on the screen. But if you were to click on the three dots in the lower corner of your screen of your Skype call, you should be able to open the text box. Well, it's text box.
Open the chat.
Yeah, the chat is for the. That's how we refer to the show. If it's a different thing from the text box on the call. So the chat is what I call. What's implicated with the transmission, or what the listeners can interact with. Whereas what you can interact with you can interact with both, but you have an access to the call that they do not have. And so if you open up the text box to the call and scroll up, you will notice two screenshots. One of them is what I saw you bring to my attention when I got home, and that was indeed me. It was myself. And so you will notice the other screenshot. You'll have to look for it, but there's a Facebook notification on the other screenshot. And it says, urgent, your Facebook account has been restricted from advertising for security reasons. Now, it doesn't get more plain than that. Such being said, what happened was that Brendan Zogit felt that, and he will be joining us later tonight, but it'll be a little later than usual because he's got a friend whose birthday is today, and the friend's dropping by to celebrate with him. And then he's got a meeting tomorrow at 7 a.m. because they command staff, if you will, are the I don't know what you'd call them. It's a school. So the people who are in charge of employment, I don't think it'd be the principal or the dean because they're involved with academics, but whoever's in charge of employment wants everyone to show up just so that they can fuck over the night shift workers. But at any rate, Heather Holman has joined us, and so she gets to see this as well. So, dear Heather, before I dive into what Brendan and I did, which I thought was ridiculous and forlorn from the get-go, produced the expected results. But such having been said, first a little status report or situational update from yourself, dear Heather, whatever you're comfortable sharing about yourself and Vin and that wonderful community that you've managed to reestablish yourself in. I'm so envious of you. How I wish I lived in a nice, quiet community like that instead of a place where there's fucking construction on my street going on all too often. We've got what they call street preservation. Anyhow, it's just stupid. It's some process that's going on. It's just harassment. So, dear Heather, tell us what's up.
Oh, nothing. I don't really fit in out here.
Who the hell would fit in that community? It's a necropolis. It's a city of the dead, and they if you don't mind my so saying, and generally speaking, the dying. It's a city of the dead and the dying. I mean, who would?
Yeah,
fit in?
It's definitely a eye opener.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's just a constant reminder of how much longer I've got to live.
Yeah. You still got a long way to go, and I know that fucking sucks.
Screw that. I mean, I went to my aunt's 90th birthday party today, and I'm just like, God, people live so long in my family. I just have nothing You know, I don't want to live that long.
That's cute. That's adorable. I want you to live that long. Maybe, don't take that the wrong way. It sounds like I hate
It's
you.
not affordable.
Yeah.
It's not affordable.
It's not affordable. Oh.
Well, not just that, but I don't have the skills and the life lessons to like make it on my own. You know.
Well, I mean, why do you? I mean, look. I mean, it's like Vinny's not that old. He's younger than I am, so it's not necessarily that he's going to die all that soon and leave you alone. So
no, but I've just found I've had so much death in my life. That's all. People that love me just all die, so it's like I'm kind of ruined from that. I don't have any hope.
Don't look at it that way. That's absurd. I mean, you know, Holly will move in to fill in the vacuum. You'll be fine. You're both care providers. You can take care of each other. Jesus Christ. It's yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Holly, but yeah, it's lonely.
Yeah. Well, Holly's a care provider like you. You're both care providers. And so yeah, Holly's got a lot going down. She's like an outdoors nature person. She's the female version of T. Tank Berry. Holly missed it earlier where I was lauding T. Tank Berry on his rural lifestyle, his extremely rugged, masculine, private recreational property, fleet of vehicles lifestyle. But Holly's kind of like the female version of that, just a little less well-equipped.
Yeah.
Bag. Cool.
Yeah, hippie chick. She's a hippie chick.
Yeah, I talked to a girl today. She's actually at Woodstock. A lady attended Woodstock when it was Woodstock in 1960. What?
I said hefty bag.
Not
hefty
hippie
bag raincoat camping.
Yeah, hefty bag raincoat. That's not camping, honey. That's homelessness.
There's crossover.
Yeah, I couldn't make it through that. I don't have the wherewithal.
Well, stand in line, Heather, because I couldn't make it at that either. Somehow Amy Como and Holly have, and it's weird how Amy and Holly relate like on the weirdest shit and the most obscure, obtuse crap imaginable, yet they both know every detail about it. But then again, Holly and yourself, Heather, also relate in a different dimensional level than the rest of us in many ways.
Yeah, it's a lonely existence.
It is. Yeah, it is. But I think you're doing pretty fucking well considering the advantages you started out with. Yeah.
Yeah.
The disadvantages.
You must have some good karma.
Yeah. Yes. There you go, honey. That's right. You're a good person. That's right. Yes. But you had some terrible disadvantages. It's your life is pretty unbelievable. Not that I don't believe it. It's just most people would be impressed by how extraordinarily bad it was as a story.
Yeah, I don't think many people could be thriving at this point.
That's right. But you made out pretty good considering. So you're doing all right. Mm-hmm. And as for Holly, have a few words with Heather while I, before I dive back into what happened with Facebook.
Okay.
I thought you couldn't get Facebook.
I am banned from Facebook for life. But the point is that what happened was our man Brendan Zogit said, well, it's different now. Trump's in power. And basically, Jew boy Zuckerberg is kissing Nazi ass. So Zuckerberg is like the equivalent of a Nazi concentration camp collaborator among the Jews who kind of like helps to shovel everyone else up in the ovens until it's his turn. And but at any rate, when it comes to Zuckerberg, he is now allowing all the neo-Nazis and muskrats and the losers back online. And Holocaust deniers were a big were a big thing that he was supporting for years, for decades. But one could always argue that the reason Zuckerberg was doing that was to help the FBI just entrap these people. So that would make sense, is that Zuckerberg was simply turning Facebook into a giant neo-Nazi trap by allowing Holocaust denial discourse for a decade. But now that,
being as he's Jewish, you'd think, oh, maybe, right?
you would hope.
Isn't that what's so crazy?
You would hope, just for the sake of there being
crazy thing.
yeah, you would hope just for the sake of there being some logical motivation.
Yeah.
But such being said, now Trump's in power and he's letting it all go muskrat X for reasons that are obvious. He doesn't care. He doesn't think of himself obviously as Jewish. He thinks of himself as some kind of superhuman. He has always said he identifies more as a Roman Caesar, his words, not mine, than as anybody Jewish or American. He feels of himself as this Roman Caesar, this heir to the Roman Empire. So that's his sick fantasy of
Delusions of grandeur.
Yes, thank you. It's kind. It's too kind to say that. It's yeah, it's a good start. It's a good start. But at any rate, the point is that
I did read that he ensnared 1/3 of humanity in his.
Yeah.
Became a necessity.
Yeah.
For 1/3 of the population. That's some Alexander.
Yeah,
You know?
that's why he can afford these delusions of grandeur, but they're still delusions of grandeur.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it's not like he's not doing damage. He's done plenty of damage. He's responsible for some.
And the massive reach.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, kind of.
Yeah, well, he's responsible for some massacres and some genuine, shall we say, massacres partial to larger genocides, where he's triggered them in effect because he allows people to spread disinformation about vulnerable minority groups that are targeted for persecution, and their actions to kill thousands, literally tens of thousands of people, were coordinated through Facebook in places like Myanmar, in case people are unaware of this, or Bangladesh, or various other horror stories. So this individual is already on the level of a Stalin. Well, that's giving him too much credit. He's on the level of an aspirant Pol Pot. So that's probably better. Pol Pot's bad, though. For people who don't get it, Pol Pot's no slouch. Pol Pot murdered half his fucking population. So, like I said, it would be the equivalent if what Pol Pot did in Cambodia were to happen in the United States, that would be the equivalent of every single individual with a firearm in the United States going out and blowing away their neighbors. Just taking their firearm and blowing the head off the person closest to them. Literally half the population getting wiped out. That's an accomplishment, but of the most negative sort. But with Zuckerberg, he's an inspiring Pol Pot. And I use that as probably the most fitting because Stalin or Mao, they're just too big for him. So, but such being said, so Brendan said, let's get on Facebook because this would be the viable alternative to Microsoft Teams. He said that use the Facebook Messenger the logic was everybody in Team Dietrich is on Facebook in general. Everybody in Team Dietrich is generally on Facebook. So all we need to do is connect with my new account on Facebook. Then we could all talk to each other over the Messenger system, which is like a Skype call, and it's free, and there's unlimited hours. And we would just make that our call instead of the Skype. So obviously,
and that would work. That would hook all up into the.
It would work if I were allowed on Facebook, yeah. But I told him it was a stupid idea. It wasn't going to go anywhere. And I said, you really, and it's not. How do I say this? It's not offensive, but it goes to show Brendan did not truly understand the gravity of my situation, which is odd. Of all people he should know. look, I'm the son of Hitler, dude. It's not like you're talking to a normal neo-Nazi, kind of Holocaust denying idiot here. You're talking to the son of Hitler, who is like the most dangerous man in the world. So we get on there, and we're on there for just minutes, friending Holly and Aristides and a few other people. And as soon as I'm sending out these friend requests, the one that Brooke got denied, you do not know this person. That's the funny part. Yet he kept throwing me up these friend recommendations of all these assholes that I knew. But, the reason that this is bizarre in its own way is because, first off, we used my own name because there are literally thousands of Douglas Dietrichs. Believe it or not, there's at the very least hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs, if not thousands. And it's a common enough name where it shouldn't be a factor. I gave a different birthday, but my phone number was probably recognizable. My IP address might be different at this point, but my phone number is definitely recognizable, and through that, they just shut down the account within minutes.
They did?
Yes. Well, if you go into the text box here on the call, honey, please do so, and scroll up, you'll find the screenshots. So you'll see two screenshots. One of them is a notification that your account's been shut down for security reasons, obviously implying national security, since it's not my personal security. The other one is, your account or your activities violate our community standards. Since it's not my activities, since there were no activities other than friending people that I already knew, then
they shut you down that fast. They
within minutes. Yes. I mean, personally, I
Douglas Dietrich out of all of them.
Yeah. What's that, honey? What's that?
One little Douglas
Dietrich out of all of them. Yes.
One little Douglas Dietrich out of all of them.
Thank you.
They flagged you.
Yes.
Weird.
Yeah. And so it's there you go. So that's the basics of that story. But the whatever other gory details there are, and there's a few more. We'll go over it when Brendan shows up. Again, to our Austrian lady out there again, who appears as Coco Schreijvel inside of the chat. If she shows up tonight, just want you to know, honey, I've opened up all of your emails, and thank you so very much. And we'll try and get you on Skype with us, just so that we can change you over to whatever venue we do transfer to, and we'll see if we can.
What about Zoom? Will Zoom work?
Zoom is communist Chinese. We're going to try and avoid Zoom at all costs. My experiences with Zoom have been catastrophic. There is, I wouldn't touch Zoom with a 10-foot fucking pole. So yeah, Zoom is out. So Coco.
No, they don't give us many options.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of options. It's just we got to decide which one to use and then get everybody on Team Dietrich onto it. And so definitely shout out to Coco. She's with us. And so I opened all three of your emails. I want to thank you so much. We'll try and get you. Let me give her my Skype ID, and then we can at least try and get her on the show sometimes if she wants to come on. Otherwise, just make certain that we can keep communications with her. So here we are. My Skype ID is, and while I'm doing this, so dear Holly, what were you speaking about? Were you the one who brought up the debate between? What was it that all of you were talking? Oh, how did the subject arrive about my going down to Arizona that time? Holly, was that you bringing that up? Or
Barry wanted to hear about us trying to kill you and stuff.
Tell me about that. Oh, God.
Yeah, he wanted to know all about it.
Oh,
and I kind of disappointed him in that regard.
Oh, that's just the way she retells it, T-Take. Don't believe her for a second. Don't believe her for a second. I can't believe I made it home alive. Anyhow, go on.
I know. At the final gas station. Ooh, boy.
The
gas station, remember?
Oh, yes, that's right. No, horrific. The whole experience.
In the fog. Oh, that was crazy.
No, yes, it's just no, all of it's awful. Just horrible.
Anyway,
yes, go ahead.
There was something past that. So the wrap up is that text came from you guys.
Yes.
That messenger. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it did. But have you seen the screenshot that's in the text box? And please do look at that. And Holly. So I don't know if you've...
My phone, I swear to God, it should be coming up automatically, number one. It's
Okay.
not doing that.
Okay.
And there's no way to get to this text box from the three dots.
Okay.
There's a long list of stuff,
Okay.
but no text box. So I don't know what my problem is.
Okay.
But always before, when you put stuff on your screen, it comes up automatically on mine. It should.
Interesting. So let me try and
You've
enter
got
it
that
again.
way of slipping it in.
Well, so while
Everybody can see it.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
then cursor works and everything.
So, okay, what I can do is do a screen share. So what I'll do is a screen share. So let's try this out. And okay, first gonna get this loaded up here. Start sharing. And so, can you see the cursor moving? Can you see the cursor moving?
It's still loading. Okay.
Okay, great. So here we are.
Okay.
Here's the screenshot.
It is tiny, but I'm gonna try and blow it up. Oh
Okay.
shit.
Yeah, this should be a dark screen. Like, okay, what happened? You're not seeing.
I am seeing a dark screen, but my phone is whacking out.
Okay.
Okay.
So it says in that little
I see
corner.
a black Firefox.
Yes. So what it says is in the right-hand corner, there's a little Facebook urgent. Your Facebook account has been restricted from advertising for security reasons. And then this is much more visible. You should recognize this. You recognize the image. And do you see that? We suspended your account.
I do.
Yeah, and it says why this happened. Your account or activity on it, and there was no activity, so it's simply the account itself. Your account doesn't follow our community standards or on account integrity. So there you are. There's Douglas Dietrich.
Now it does say something about an appeal up here.
It's a joke because when you go back to the other image, it says right here, the urgent says your
funny.
Facebook account has been restricted from advertising for security reasons. Now everything is advertising because you're advertising yourself. That's the whole purpose of Facebook, is you're branding yourself. So it means everything. It means I'm restricted from being on Facebook for security reasons because everything.
It's not illegal to ask for money on fucking Facebook.
No, it's not. But you don't understand. It's basically
that's the problem.
All
in terms of you being an advertiser.
Yeah. But beyond that,
I mean? Everyone
on Facebook is marketing now. They're all selling furniture, if not themselves as a brand. So, you know what I mean? They're selling like the cats and dogs to each other and shit. So it's it's Facebook is now. So Coco Schreisel says, thanks, we'll load it down to follow up. Okay, excellent. And aside from that, so I take it, Aristides, that you received your friend request or not, like from Facebook, or did it ever show up at all with you? Just curious, because if it
I just went and looked, and I don't think I saw it. Now I may not have seen it. Honestly, I don't get any notifications until I actually open it, which is rarely.
Okay, got it.
It does not send a notification. I looked and I don't think I saw it. I will look again.
Okay, no worries. I'm sure it's scrubbed at this point. It's totally scrubbed. But all such being said, what we'll do is get on to a bit of monologue where everyone, of course, is more than encouraged to interject. I do want people again to know that this was a Taiwanese and Japanese holiday weekend. Basically, it was the god of medicine's birthday, and this happened on the same weekend, or coincided this year with the same weekend that Japantown in San Francisco, or Nihonmachi to use the correct name, was holding the 58th annual Northern California Sakura, or Cherry Blossom Festival, which will be held again next weekend. But on this weekend, it coincided with Baosheng Dadi Danchen, or Emperor Baosheng's birthday. Emperor Baosheng is not a normal emperor. He's a heavenly emperor. So it's a god. It's a god's birthday. And yeah, in Asia, gods have birthdays. So such being said, the event, if people want to find out more, just open up the text box within the episode. So when the episode uploads and publishes, you should be able to actually see it now even. Actually, with the text, or the summary of our show is available while we're live streaming. So you should be able to open up the text box and read more about the holiday. And again, thanks to Coco Schwejvelt, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing her name, for her 3 incredible emails, and we'll get more public about things like that as time goes on. And yes, Sepp Dietrich is a relation to my legal father, and that would be George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who was related to both Marlene Dietrich and Sepp Dietrich, who were both on different sides of the war. Also, there was Otto Dietrich, who was Hitler's press chief. Yes, it's all related to my legal father. And of course, that's not necessarily a family that's biologically connected to myself because of my own lineage through my mother's, shall we say, just eyedropper fertilization. So it's not an eyedropper, but it's a dropper. It's not turkey baster, so yeah, just large dropper, typical dropper size dropper. At any rate, in a sense, I came out of a dropper. So there you go with that. All such being said, it's a long story. I've gone over it many times before. Happy to go over it again to whoever wants me to do so. And if Coco is unfamiliar with the story, then let me know. I'll be happy to repeat myself. All such being said, President Donald Trump's volatile trade war, which threatens higher inflation, has significantly weighed on Americans' moods these past few months. That malaise worsened leading up to Trump's announcement last week of sweeping tariffs. There has been an ongoing debate since the re-election of Donald Trump. One side thinks Trump is mad and chaotic, while the other insists that he is playing 4D or four-dimensional chess with the world. The initiation of a trade war left the media logically penning headlines asserting the former. That was eagerly countered late on Friday afternoon when the position of that 4D chessboard began to clear and the Republican fifth column insisted that Trump would have irrevocably manipulated the Eastern Empire of China into an economic corner. The great red claim, or the claim of the Republicans being that if it weren't or were not for the new trilateral commission of how they would phrase it, Euro-Jap Canucks taking offense, overreacting as they would assert, and clogging up the grand game, the imperial executive strategy may have revealed itself sooner. It is not clear whether this play will stick, but at the very least, even the skeptic may have to admit that there was some method in the madness. I will articulate that. But to preface by qualification, amid the dying norm against territorial expansion, stocks zoomed on Wednesday of midweek last while Trump bragged in the Oval Office that his multi-billionaire pals made a killing in stocks after he pulled the plug on tariffs. But in its latest survey released on Friday, the University of Michigan confirmed that consumer sentiment plunged 11% this month to a preliminary reading of 50.8. That's the second lowest reading on records, going back to 1952, the end of World War II in the Pacific with America's effective surrender to Japan. Again, if that statement doesn't make sense to you, you haven't been listening in the past, and feel free to express yourself like, I don't get it, what are you talking about? And I'll be happy to repeat elements of the historical narrative that you have not been privy to, simply because you've been subjected to an endless stream of propaganda all of your lives. At any rate, April's reading was lower than anything seen during the Great Recession. Stocks jumped more than 7% Wednesday within minutes of Trump's announcement suspending the tariff for 90 days. Bloomberg reported that Wednesday was the best day ever for multi-billionaires as the world's wealthiest people raked in $304 billion as the markets rocketed back up. The market ultimately closed more than 9% higher. The Wednesday windfalls speak for themselves of market manipulation and insider trading, as President Trump himself shamelessly tipped off his well-heeled friends to buy, knowing that a suspension of the tariffs on his order would boost stock prices. Shortly after the market opened and before he suspended the levies for 90 days, just 4 hours later, Trump took to Truth Social to urge, all in the uppercase, "This is a great time to buy!" At the White House Oval Office that day, President Donald Trump gleefully recounted how much money his multi-billionaire pals made on the stock market after he suddenly suspended most of his worldwide tariffs, pointing to a pair of multi-billionaire visitors, the financial investor Charles Schwab and the NASCAR team owner Roger Penske. Both men of interest being part of a visiting guest contingent of mostly racing notables. I will now enter that link into our text box and into the chat before quoting therefrom, because, of course, it is, if nothing else, morbidly entertaining. So we have this. Of course, it's not morbidly entertaining at all. It's egregious, and it's offensive, and it's obviously criminal. But such having been qualified, Trump said, while pointing at Charles Schwab and Roger Penske, bear in mind, this is the financial investor of Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab, the Charles Schwab. It's like the Dow Jones. It's like if you ran into a man whose name was Dow Jones, and you're like, Dow Jones? The Dow Jones? Okay, there is no man named Dow Jones, or if there is, I feel sorry for them. But Dow Jones is a marketplace. And Charles Schwab, however, while being an investment, how would it call it? Institution that's one of the foundations of the world economy, is actually an individual, believe it or not. And he lives, he moves, he breathes, he shits, and of course he appears in Trump's office, like a rat smelling cheese. And the NASCAR team owner, Roger Penske. Trump points at both of them and says, he made $2.5 million, and he made $900 million. That's not bad. Schwab is estimated to already be worth $12.9 billion fucking dollars, and Penske already rates at $5.6 billion. The fact that one of them makes $2.5 million and the other guy makes $900 million, it's like, why? Why? Why do they need that? That's like pocket change. It's like bending over and picking up nickels. What is wrong with these people? They don't need this money. This forces us to look at the importance of hereditary wealth, which is rising around the rich world, especially in the old continent. People in rich countries stand to inherit around $6 trillion this year. About 10% of gross domestic product will be based on inheritance. This is not an economy that is viable, people. This is feudalism. Inheritances are around twice as big relative to the size of the economy as they were in the middle of the 20th century. This means capitalism is dying and that we're re-entering a new middle age. And by that I mean middle ages, not the sense of some midlife crisis of some individual, though that will happen en masse, I'm sure. This is a problem.
Hi. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh.
I'm not on mute.
Oh, there we are. Thank you. That's cute. Yeah, that's all right. And okay, I thought that she was going to say something else, but because she still didn't go mute.
No, I'm back on the show.
Oh, good.
It was
good.
sudden exchange, very sudden, and didn't expect it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And keep going, man. Keep going.
Yeah, well, you know,
Going
you're Mrs. Disappearance 411. When you're out in the middle of nowhere, at some point, Bigfoot or somebody else comes up and talks to you. You're just that kind of girl. Yeah.
It could happen.
Yeah, I'm sure it
But
has.
anyway.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, at any rate, all of what I've already articulated should be self-evident as problematic. Whether a young person can afford to buy a house and live in comfort is now determined by inherited wealth. Nearly as much, in fact more so, than by their own success at work. This shift has alarming economic and social consequences because it imperils not just the meritocratic ideal, but capitalism itself. More wealth means more inheritance for baby boomers to pass on. And because wealth is far more unequally distributed than income, a new inheritocracy is being born as we speak, as I speak, before your very eyes. Because even after his backtracking, the president has done profound harm to the world economy. Trump's incoherent trade policy has ushered in a new age of economic chaos. Washington, D.C. this week has felt like being on the fringes of an all-consuming and terrifying reality TV spectacle, the Trump Tariff Show. First, against the made-for-TV backdrop of America's capital in second Cold War springtime, this show has only one protagonist who matters, Mr. Trump. There is no tariff strategy beyond his whims. Second, although Mr. Trump blinked yesterday, well, it feels just like yesterday to me, into this weekend, don't think that this tariff show is over. America is still engaged in a brutal tit-for-tat trade war with market-Leninist China. The two empires' headline tariffs on each other are now 145% and 84% respectively, and neither Mr. Trump nor Xi Jinping, the communist Chinese dictator, wants to lose face by backing down. America still has a 10% duty on virtually all other countries on Earth. By itself, a dramatic increase. And while Mr. Trump now promises great deals from negotiations with the dozens of countries queuing up to talk to him, he retains his long-held conviction that tariffs are a powerful weapon to ensure manufacturing jobs return to America. Understand that all of it, was all about Red China, and suddenly Donald Trump's trade war is in much sharper focus. Rather than a fight on all fronts against the world, this now looks far more like a fight on familiar Trumpotic territory, America versus Communist China. The 90-day pause on the higher retaliatory tariffs levied on dozens of countries still leaves a universal across-the-board tariff of 10% in place. But Communist China on the Asian mainland, which ships everything from iPhones to children's toys and accounts for around 14% of all American imperial imports, has been singled out for much harsher treatment with an eye-watering rate of 125%. Trump said the increase was due to Beijing's readiness to retaliate with its own 84% levy on American imperial goods, a maneuver the president described as showing a lack of respect. But for a politician who first fought his way to the White House on the back of an anti-Semitic message, meaning an anti-Chinese or xenophobic ideology, there is much more to this than simple retaliation. For Trump, this is about the unfinished business of that first midterm in office, with himself going on record to say, "We didn't have the time to do the right thing, which we're doing now." The aim is nothing less than the upending of an established system of global trade centered on people's China as the factory floor of the world, as well as the once widely held view that underpinned it, the idea that more of this trade was in and of itself a good thing. To understand just how central this is to the American imperial president's thinking, you need to go back to the time before anyone ever thought of him as even a possible candidate for office, let alone a likely winner. In 2012, when my Tong, or literally hall brother, my fellow gang member, was smuggling human cargo out of Shanghai, that's mainland China's business capital, increased trade with the Red Empire of the East was seen by almost everyone. Global business leaders, Chi-Com officials themselves, visiting foreign governments and trade delegations, foreign correspondents and learned economists, as a no-brainer. Heather says, I have to go away from keyboard listening and we'll be back. Thank you, honey. Acknowledging that. It was a no-brainer because all this trade with the Chinese Reds was boosting global growth, providing an endless supply of cheap goods, enriching mainland China's army of new factory workers increasingly embedded in global supply chains, and providing lucrative opportunities to multinational corporations selling their wares to its newly minted middle classes. Within a few years of my Tongsta affiliate's arrival, the People's Republic of China had surpassed the American Empire to become the world's biggest market for Rolls-Royce, General Motors, and Volkswagen. There was a deeper justification as well. As Maoist China got richer, or so the theory went, the Chinese people on the Asian mainland would begin to demand political reform. Their spending habits would also help Market-Leninist China transition to a consumer society. But the first of those aspirations never happened, with mainland China's ruling Communist Party only tightening its grip on power. And the second one didn't happen fast enough, with Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, not only still dependent on exports, but openly planning to become ever more dominant. Its infamous policy blueprint, published in 2015, their version of the Red Republicans' Project 2025, was notoriously titled Made in China 2025. And it set out a huge state-backed vision of becoming the global leader in a number of key manufacturing sectors, from aerospace to shipbuilding to electric vehicles. And so it was that same year, a political outsider launched his run for the United States presidency, making the case repeatedly on the campaign trail that the communist Chinese empire's rise had hollowed out the American economy, driven Rust Belt decline, and cost blue-collar workers their livelihoods and dignity. Trump's first midterm trade war broke the mold and shattered the consensus. His successor, President Joe Biden, kept much of his tariffs on commun-capitalist China in place. And yet, even though they have undoubtedly caused mainland China some pain, they have not done much to change the economic model. Hong Zhonghua, or Red China, now produces 60% of the world's electric cars, a large proportion of them made by its own homegrown brands, and 80% of the batteries that power them. So now Trump is back with this tit-for-tat escalation on levies. It would, arguably, be the biggest shock ever delivered to the established global trading system were it not for all the other on-again, off-again tariff measures that the American imperial president has rolled out in recent days. What happens next depends on two key questions. Firstly, whether the Communist Chinese Empire takes up that offer to negotiate. And secondly, assuming it eventually does, whether the People's Republic of China is willing to make the kind of major concessions that the American empire is looking for, including a complete overhaul of its export-driven economic model. Oh, here's our friend T-Tank Berry has entered a good chart. U.S. tariff on Chinese goods, 145% in the red. And Chinese tariffs on U.S. goods, 125% in the blue. Thank you. There's been a raise of the communist Chinese tariffs. That's correct. Thank you for reminding me. It's hard to keep track of everything. So,
has the Canada thing calmed down any?
Oh, I'll get to that, honey.
Okay,
I'll get there.
Sorry.
Thank you. So, regarding those two questions that I've just asked, in answering them, the first thing to say is that we are in completely uncharted territory, so we should be wary of anyone who says they know how Beijing is likely to react. But there are certainly reasons to be cautious. Market Leninist China's vision of its economic strength, one based on strong exports and a tightly protected domestic market, is now closely bound up with its idea of national rejuvenation and the supremacy of its communist one-party state system of centralized capitalist economics. Its tight control over all information in the data sphere means it will be unlikely to ever drop its barriers to American technology companies, for example. But there is a third question, and it is one for America to answer. Does the United States of America still believe in free trade? Donald Trump often suggests that tariffs are a good thing, not merely as any means to an end, but as the end in and of themselves. He talks about the benefit of a protectionist barrier for America in order to stimulate domestic investment, encourage American imperial companies to bring those foreign supply chains back home, and raise tax revenues. And if Beijing believes that is indeed the primary purpose of these tariffs, it may decide there is nothing to negotiate anyway. Rather than championing the idea of economic cooperation, the world's 12 largest superpowers will now find themselves locked in a fight for winner-takes-all economic supremacy. As such, that really will mark a shattering of the old consensus and a very different, inevitably very dangerous future. Okay, so we've got another chart from T-Tank Berry about what the United States imports from China, and it's basically fucking everything. Sector by sector breakdown of the 2017 Chinese exports to these United States. Half of it being machines, 22.2% being other, and the rest being everything else. Metals, footwear, headwear, chemical products, textiles, plastics, rubbers, transportation. This is a
car parts. That's what I worry about.
Thank you. This is a German chart, and its total is, of course, $476.8 billion. At any rate, understand that the trouble is that if companies are really to be persuaded to reshore manufacturing jobs to America, then America's tariffs will have to stay high. But if they stay high, what incentive do trading partners have to give any concessions, let alone the astronomical ones that are effectively economic surrender that Trump demands? Mr. Trump's muddled convictions and the contradictions they contain will hang over all the many bilateral negotiations his team is about to start. You see, Donald Trump has assumed the role of the kingpin. Behind him are some of the main players in a new, mafia-like struggle for global power. Walking hand in black glove, Benjamin Netanyahu of Eretz Israel, Vladimir Putin of the Russian Empire, Xi Jinping of Communist China on the Asian mainland, Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia, and Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey. Call it the Don's New World Order, a might is right world in which big powers cut deals and bully small ones. In a week in which the new United Germany's probable next Chancellor warned that NATO may soon be dead, and America sided with the Russian Empire and North Korea against Ukraine and Europe at the United Nations, I am obligated to take a hard look at what this new gangster-style approach to geopolitics will do. Taking a look at what our man T-Tank Barry entered, and good funny picture of Donald Trump trying to look ahead with all of the import crates behind him. By the way, one of us dropped off. Who was that? I think we still have Holly, a T-Tank, Aristides, and myself on. Who else was on the call just recently? It was Samuel Romero
Heather?
And Heather. Yeah, I guess. Okay,
Heather
so
had
they
to
both
go.
are. Yes, that's right. Thank you. The other political joke provided, or political cartoon provided by T-Tank Barry. I'm not going to wait until the last minute to get all my shopping done. He says, for the holidays, for the next 4 years. Yes, thank you. Trump plans 25% tariff on first day. Thank you. Quite so. That hits the mark. That's how we all feel. That's how we all feel. I had to spend a lot of money this month on supplements to load up before a lot of them become impossible to find. Shout out to Foxy Black. Let me give her a kiss. And our dear T-Tank Barry says it all in layman's terms. Destination fucked. Let me respond here to this young lady. Here we are. And give myself a second here to get myself a correct little emoji for her. And we take it from there. Okay. Okay. Foxy. Like the name. Of course, it sounds, like a stage name for a stripper. So, of course, it would appeal to me. There you go. Such being said, Team Trump claims that its deal-making will bring peace, and that after 80 years, as they see it, of being taken for a ride, America will turn its superpower status into profit. It will instead make the world more dangerous, and America weaker and poorer. Advocates of deal-making assume that America can get what it wants by bargaining. Yet, as Mr. Trump exploits decades-old dependencies, America's leverages will rapidly fall away. Congress, financial markets, or voters could yet persuade him to walk back. But the world has already started planning for a lawless era. That is why the damage of the past week cannot be easily undone. Yes, markets have recovered from a near meltdown, but Mr. Trump has upended the old certainties that underpinned the global economy and introduced extraordinary levels of volatility and confusion. We are in the age of chaos that Michael Aquino saw himself as the harbinger of. That may be exactly what you want in a nail-biting TV show. In the real world, it is a disaster. Chaotic markets threaten to trigger a full-blown crisis. The United States came close to financial disaster this week. and will come as close yet again. Now checking into my
Douglas,
yes.
if $1 trillion, $3 trillion lost in a day, I haven't heard anybody complaining.
Isn't that something?
What's up with that?
Yes.
What's up with that? Nobody's jumping off of skyscrapers.
It's absolutely bizarre.
Thank you.
And tell us a bit more about that, and go on a little bit.
Well, my other point is what I always think. This is the coming forth by night.
Okay.
You're
yes.
in reference to
Aquino.
That's totally
Thank you.
This is it.
Absolutely.
It's working.
Thank you.
And that's such a goddamn shame.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, honey. And it's such an important point to make. So that
I can take it one step further.
Please do.
In the whole, and it's kind of a jokey thing I'm going to say, but in the whole thing, the culture and the climate and the whole history of UFOs in America and all that, the only thing scarier than UFOs is no UFO. And what if we really are alone?
Well, I've always said that.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I want to say it again, and I already was thinking about it, but I think you really helped me think about it a bit even more.
Thank you.
We are, and the responsibility that entails.
Yes.
And that we're hashing it so badly, so disgracefully, in the long run to no one's profit.
Yeah. And go on.
That's scary. Way scarier than UFO.
Yes. And that's the most important thing that is we need to keep into account when we're working with what we're working with. So in the wake of his announcement that he would pause some tariffs for 90 days, President Donald Trump said, "The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful." Speaking of which, we've got a wonderful political cartoon from our dear Mr. T. Tank Berry. Two of them, as a matter of fact. One says, it shows Deng Xiaoping, poor fellow's now dead, but he's holding up a sign saying, "Free markets, not people," which is doubly ironic because, of course, he was willing to kill people for his free markets. But he would be protesting to free markets instead of people today. That's actually quite logical that he would take that line, that stance. Then we've got this line of no control with voodoo economics, where Trump is piercing the world and making it bleed, and a nice graffiti on the wall that was left by some creative artist out there that shows Trump with horns on his head. So all such being said about Trump's claim about how beautiful the market is, that beautiful market, which suffered distress as yields were whipsawed earlier in the week, may still be in trouble, along with the president's continuing tariff plans. The bond market's reaction to the tariffs has alarmed investors and sparked fears of an incipient financial crisis as the tariffs went into effect. The immediate crises, the more immediate crises may have eased, but with long-term Treasury yields still elevated, the problems that forced the misadministration to alter its plans on Wednesday midweek last, just before I came on bandwidth to host transmission, could easily recur if the White House keeps moving forward with ever more tariffs, or with any more tariffs. The stock market's jubilant reaction to news of the tariff pause quickly gave way to difficult new questions. Some in the bond market believed the Treasury Department was not in control of the situation, while the White House itself was unprepared for the market volatility. The two people, both inside and outside the misadministration, a dangerous situation appeared to have, nearly gotten out of hand. Trump's tariff policy, the centerpiece of his economic strategy, now has a counterweight that will be difficult for the president to ignore. The market knows it, and so does Communist China on the Asian mainland, with its hundreds of billions of dollars worth of treasury holdings. The sell-off in bonds, which move inversely to yields, amounts to a decline in confidence in the United States of America itself. The $28.6 trillion United States Treasury market is the lifeblood of the global financial system. Central banks and private financial institutions around the world hold treasuries of all maturities in enormous quantities, and short-term treasury debt is treated like cash. A rise in long-term treasury yields puts pressure on the real economy by raising the costs of business and consumer debt, including mortgages and car loans. Trump's tariff policy has pushed the treasury market outside of investors' comfort zone, as evinced by rapidly rising long-term yields and a sharp deterioration in liquidity. Trump announced the tariffs on April 2nd. The scale of the tariffs took investors by surprise, and the ensuing sell-off in stocks and bonds caught the White House off guard. From the time of the tariff announcement on April 2nd through the pause on Wednesday, the S&P 500 stock index fell 12.2%, along with other stock indices. The 10-year Treasury yield rose 0.25 percentage point, while the 30-year yield rose by 0.33 point in the same period, jarring maneuvers for bond yields in a short span. On Monday, to open our work week, an auction for 3-year Treasuries went poorly, adding to investor concerns. Hedge funds that had anticipated looser regulations would lift stocks found themselves forced to unwind their positions when stocks fell instead. Funds that were routinely making highly leveraged trades involving treasuries and treasury futures had to exit the market entirely. Swap spreads, the difference between the price of those assets and their derivatives, widened abruptly. That indicated a deterioration in liquidity. Suddenly, the market had only sellers. Those conditions have previously led the Federal Reserve, under other circumstances, to intervene to add liquidity. Of course, this brings us to Holly's question. All of these people playing with this money, generally speaking, have so much to lose that they're buffered. So it would take a genuine crash of the market that we got very close to actually have people jumping off of buildings. Now, tariffs went into effect the morning of April 9th. The former Treasury Secretary and Harvard economist Larry Summers warned of the potential for a serious financial crisis wholly induced by United States government tariff policy. Investors started to feel anxious about what would normally be a routine auction for 10-year treasuries. Stocks briefly popped when the auction went well, and they went positively stratospheric 18 minutes later when Trump announced his tariff pause. The concerning signs in swap spreads also immediately eased. The unfolding bond market problems and concerns about the 10-year auction contributed to the president's decision to pull back on the tariffs, with a White House official saying on condition of anonymity that some administration officials were worried, and that created a sense of urgency. However, in the end, it turned out not to matter because the auction went so well. The fallout from the episode may not pass that easily. speaking anonymously about his worries concerning lasting damage to confidence in the United States financial system to preserve his job and his relationship with the misadministration. A bond investor who deals regularly with the Treasury Department said that behind the scenes, it wasn't clear the misadministration was in control of the situation at all. To quote St, there's a skeleton crew at Treasury. The Treasury Department has lost senior staff in the recent dodgy efficiency drive, and the investor said that the people left in Treasury jobs were less experienced. In addition, the chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission was confirmed only Wednesday evening, as I went on bandwidth to host transmission, while the chair of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission is still pending. Both are senior officials who normally deal with financial stability issues. Per a statement made after my latest episode was published, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, kept the president fully apprised while also maintaining open and regular dialogue with financial industry and regulatory counterparts throughout, with officials claiming that the Treasury market saw the highest daily trading volume on record over the past week and continued functioning smoothly. In an interview on Fox Business conducted on Wednesday midweek last as Team Dietrich struggled with Skype to start transmission, Bessent said, "There is nothing systemic happening in the fixed income market." He insisted the same again at a cabinet meeting held on Thursday, then saying, "I don't see anything unusual today." On Friday, Trump posted that tariff policy was doing really well. Still, a dizzying array of tariffs remains. Tariffs on the People's Republic of China, which exported more than $400 billion in goods to these United States yesteryear, are at a punishing 145%. Virtually all other countries faced at least a 10% tariff despite the pause. The overall tariff level will rise to an effective rate of 25%, according to the Yale Budget Lab, the highest level since 1934. Negotiations may lower that level, but I've already qualified the limits on those negotiations imposed by the misadministration's insanity. The economic hit is coming. That means Holly will get to see those men jumping off of rooftops. The misadministration has unleashed changes that may be impossible to unwind. Investors continue to implicitly question the strength of the United States economy by selling off the dollar. On CNBC Friday, Neil Kashkari, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, said, "Normally, when you see big tariff increases, I would have expected the dollar to go up. The fact that the dollar is going down at the same time, I think lends some more credibility to the story of investor preferences shifting." The euro has gained 5% against the dollar in the past 14 nights, 12 weeks, and the dollar is down against other currencies more generally. A broad dollar index is down 3.1% in the past 4 trading days. Mark Blythe, a professor of international economics at Brown University, concludes that ultimately that will mean a higher premium because investors will say, "I don't trust the people in charge." You've really got a fragile market structure with a lot of pockets of leverage. All this depends on the Treasury not being questioned. We haven't begun to feel these effects. We're working on anticipations of what this is going to feel like. Wait until stuff in Walmart goes up 5 times. Actual price increases remain to be seen, although they will be hefty, with the Yale Budget Lab's model indicating that the post-pause tariff package will cost the average family $2,700 in lost purchasing power. Rising long-term Treasury yields show skepticism in action. The 10-year Treasury yield rose above 4.5% on Friday, while the 30-year neared 5%, putting it on track for its biggest weekly gain since 1987. Swap spreads continued to show concerns about liquidity. Republicans this week endorsed a budget plan that will add trillions to our deficit, while tariffs have raised recessional fears. To quote Michael Medeiros, a macro strategist with Wellington Management, during a recession, the deficit can go up anywhere from 2 to 6 percentage points. The context matters. Well, rising deficits mean issuing a greater supply of debt as investors' appetite for it is already in question. Investors may snap it up. A 30-year Treasury auction on Thursday went well, just like the 10-year auction the day before, but the misadministration will soon learn that these auctions, coming relentlessly week after week, will be fraught until successfully completed. Many eyes are now on each one. Having caved to the bond market, Trump and his Treasury Secretary may well face pressure again from the infamous bond vigilantes. Bizet would know. His market renown stems from his time with investor George Soros, shorting the UK, the United Kingdom Greater Pound Sterling, back in 1992. But in 2025, the misadministration's tariff agenda is in limbo. The lasting lesson of this episode may be a familiar one. Confidence, once lost, is hard to win back. On the edge, America's financial system came close to the brink, and insider trading suspicions are growing after the Trump tariff tantrum pause. Now, I'm going to take a look at what was sent in the text box by our man T. Tank Berry. Some more great images that say it all and are profoundly disturbing.
Douglas.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. You're very kind. Well, I haven't started raving yet. We've got the MAGA mind going here in this one brain analysis, but this is just political cartoons from T. Tank Berry to liven up the mood. But basically, for a few good hours, I wouldn't say they're good hours, but it's a good few hours. On April 9th, there's a difference between the positioning of the words there. So for a good few hours on April 9th, disaster beckoned. Share prices had been falling for weeks. Then the market for American Treasury bonds, normally among the safest assets available, started convulsing as ill, which would be the negative of as well. The yield on 10-year treasuries leapt to 4.5%, up from 3.9% days earlier. And that meant that bond prices, which move inversely to yields, had cratered. The failure of both risky and supposedly safe assets at once threatened to destabilize the financial system itself. That's how serious this was. I hope you're understanding the gravity of what I'm articulating. Then everything changed. Late in the day, Donald Trump blindsided investors by saying he would delay many of the tariffs that had sparked the panic for 90 days. Share prices surged. America's S&P 500 index closed up 10%, marking its best day since 2008. Treasury yields remained elevated, but as the chaos elsewhere subsides, that has less potential to cause damage. The financial system came perilously close to the brink, and it is important to understand why, since the turbulence may well return. Warning bells have been ringing everywhere. Volatility gauges, derived from the insurance premiums traders pay to protect themselves from wild swings, have soared, though after Mr. Trump's announcement they fell back somewhat. For risk managers at banks and hedge funds, such maneuvers can be a prompt to tell trading desks to offload risky positions, lowering the chances of a big loss. If this happens at many institutions at once, the selling can make markets even wilder. The dash for cash even sent the gold price down for a time. Such stresses are deeply uncomfortable because they recall the last time the Treasury market seized up, at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Back then, heavy trading led to a liquidity shortage, meaning the difference between buy and sell Offers widened sharply, and the market became much less able to absorb large orders. Trades that could take place moved prices far more than they normally would have done, adding to the volatility. Eventually, the Federal Reserve had to buy large quantities of bonds to stabilize the market. Now, swap spreads suggested a similarly alarming dynamic was in play this week. These measure the gap between Treasury yields and interest rate swap rates, which are the average of the overnight rates traders expect. The twain usually move together, since an alternative to buying a Treasury bond and receiving its fixed yield is to deposit money in the overnight market and earn a rolling interest rate there instead. But on April 9th, yields on 10-year Treasuries rose to a record-breaking 0.6 percentage points higher than the rate on equivalent swaps. According to Martin Vetten of Westpac, an Australian bank, the growing gap suggested that usual customers were reluctant to buy, given the enormous uncertainty haunting markets. Fire sales probably exacerbated that damage. Wall Street banks have hit their hedge fund clients with the steepest margin calls since 2020, meaning they must stump up cash to cover their loss-making positions across asset classes. Government bonds are among the easiest things to sell to raise the necessary funds, as is gold. Yet if it is losses on these positions that triggered the margin calls in the first, selling can make things worse. It pushes prices down further, creating a self-reinforcing doom loop in which margin calls prompt sales, which prompt yet more margin calls. This is what happened in 2022 when British pension funds rapidly offloaded holding of gilts to meet margin calls, sending prices down and yields up even faster. Eventually, the Bank of England had to step in to break the spiral. A particular worry in the Treasury market is that a doom loop could arise from the bases trade. This is popular with hedge funds and has minted fortunes at some of America's largest. It attempts to profit from the difference in price between Treasury bonds and Treasury futures contracts caused by high demand for the futures from asset managers. Traders exploit this by buying Treasuries and selling futures contracts. To amplify the returns, they borrow using the Treasuries they have purchased as collateral, then recycle the cash into even more Treasuries. Thanks to this procedure, hedge funds are short some $1 trillion worth of Treasury futures. This is what Holly was alluding to.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the trade is profitable for as long as the cost of borrowing and meeting margin calls remains lower than the difference between Treasury bonds and futures. With lots of leverage, it can generate vast returns. But one sourced hedge fund manager bristles that it's like picking up nickels in front of a steamroller. Now, funds can get squashed when markets plummet, either because credit dries up and leaves them unable to renew their borrowing, or because they must suddenly meet large margin calls on positions that have plunged into the red. This is where we get to the crack of doom. When the bet is unwound, perhaps because yields have moved sharply and unexpectedly, funds are forced to sell treasuries fast, compounding the selling to meet margin calls in other asset classes. In 2020, dealer banks were overwhelmed by the volume of treasuries being sold, meaning that liquidity dried up. Something similar may have happened this time as well, or I should say as ill. Before the ructions, banks' inventories were already stocked full of treasuries, giving them little capacity to handle any more selling. Should trading seize up again, the Fed would have to intervene, acting as buyer of last resort and offering emergency loans to systematically important firms in need. However, today's political backdrop would put central bankers in an invidious position. It was one thing for policymakers to backstop treasuries when the problem they faced was a liquidity crunch brought on by COVID lockdowns. This time, it is anyone's guess how much of the maneuver in treasury yields, the move, was down to the system malfunctioning, and how much reflects a loss of faith by investors in the bonds themselves. After all, Mr. Trump's assault on the global trading system has dented confidence in American imperial policymaking. It is only natural to conclude that the country's sovereign debt has become less safe, and that Treasury yields should accordingly incorporate more of a risk premium. Were the Fed to intervene in markets, in other words, it would prompt questions over whether it was simply protecting financial stability or also trying to suppress such a risk premium. Then there is the question of how far central bankers can use monetary policy to ease financial conditions and reduce the risk of systemic damage. Under other circumstances, they might opt for rapid rate cuts. Yet even though Mr. Trump delayed his tariffs, investors are still betting inflation will rise. They fear stagflation, a nasty combination of inflation and stagnant growth. That would constrain any doves at the Fed. The greatest threat surely still comes from politics. Even as some trade barriers have been postponed, those between the American and communist Chinese empires have been ratcheted to ludicrous, laughably ridiculous levels. And it would be reckless to assume the shocks are over, or that foreign investors' faith in American assets, now so shaken, can be magically restored. How much more can the system take before something really irreversibly does break? Now, the timing of U.S. President Donald Trump's Wednesday social media post declaring that this is a great time to buy stocks and subsequent announcement of a 3-month tariff pause immediately betrayed insider trading and market manipulation by the highest levels of the American government. The S&P 500, which tracks the performance of our nation's top publicly traded companies, posted its largest single-day gain since 2008, the year of the crash, after Trump pumped the brakes on part of his tariff scheme, which had sent global markets into a tailspin in recent days. Trump announced his decision hours after effectively urging Americans to buy stocks in a morning post on Truth Social, even though at the time there was no public information indicating that any kind of tariff announcement was imminent. The Representative Mike Levine, a Democrat of California, asked, "How is this not market manipulation? If you're a Trump supporter and you did what he said and you bought, then you did great. On the other hand, if you're a retiree or a senior or somebody in the middle class over the last few days that didn't have the tolerance for risk and you decided to sell, you got screwed." When Trump's pause announcement came hours later, U.S. equities skyrocketed, adding over $5 trillion in value to the market in a matter of merest hours. According to Forbes' real-time billionaire tracker, Elon Musk, a top Trump lieutenant and the world's second richest man after Putin, saw his wealth, which is largely tied up in Tesla stock, soar by nearly $30 billion on Wednesday as we went onto transmission. In a video posted to social media on the eventide of Wednesday midweek last, as I hosted my latest episode before tonight's, the Senator Chris Murphy, a Democrat from Connecticut, asked, "Who benefited? And who made money?" To quotist he said, "This should matter to you too, because this could be an enormous scam." The question is, I'm still quoting him, Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, the question is, who close to Trump knew that he was going to suspend the tariffs? Which of his Mar-a-Lago friends or his billionaire advisors were able to capitalize on that inside information? And during a House Ways and Means Committee hearing on Wednesday, the Representative Stephen Horsford, Democrat from Nevada, grilled the Trump Trade Representative Jamieson Greer on the tariff pause, inquiring, "It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. Is this market manipulation? If it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? And of course, the representative is Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat from New York, recommended late Wednesday that any member of Congress who purchased stocks in the last 48 hours should probably disclose that now. I've been hearing some interesting chatter on the floor. Disclosure deadline is May 15th. We're about to learn a few things. It's time to ban insider trading in Congress. Now, last week, Trump himself boasted that he's deliberately manipulating equity prices, reposting a video claiming that he is purposely crashing the market as part of a secret game, his words, that could make you rich. Like this is Hustler University on YouTube or some shit. The SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the agency tasked with investigating insider trading and other violations, is now headed by Wall Street-friendly Trump appointee Paul Atkins, whom the Republican-controlled U.S. Senate confirmed on Wednesday. So there's no hope for justice. And that's why the market will indeed crash. The Wall Street Journal reported that all three of the major American stock indexes closed Wednesday, to read therefrom, with moves unseen since some of the most volatile stretches in recent decades. The S&P 500 jumped 9.5% on Wednesday, its largest one-day percentage gain since the financial crisis of 2008. The Dow surged more than 2,900 points, or 7.9%, its biggest daily increase ever in point terms, and the biggest percentage gain since the coronavirus swept the globe in March of 2020. The technology-heavy NASDAQ Composite soared 12.2%, its highest one-day jump since the dot-com era. Now, in the days leading up to the tariff pause, Trump faced widespread criticism and backlash, including some from his multi-billionaire supporters. Bill Ackman, another Judeo multi-billionaire hedge fund manager, had urged Trump to enact a 30, 60, or 90-day pause before the tariffs are implemented. Ackman gushing after Trump announced the partial tariff pause. This was brilliantly executed. Textbook art of the deal. Now, the Don's New World Order is the end of the post-1952 order and the return of inheritocracy. Donald Trump has begun a mafia-like struggle for global power in which more wealth means more money for baby boomers to pass on. But the new rules...
His grandfather would be proud.
Ah, yes. But the new rules do not...
too.
Yeah. But the new rules do not suit America. Inheriting is becoming as important, if not more so, than working. And that is dangerous for both capitalism and society itself. Now, the rupture of the post-1952 order is gaining pace. In extraordinary scenes at the United Nations this week, America sided with Russia and North Korea against Europe and the Ukraine. The United Germany's probable new Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, warned that NATO may be dead by June. Fast approaching is a might is right world in which big powers cut deals and bully small ones. Team Trump claims that its deal-making will bring peace and that after 80 years of being taken for a ride, America will turn its superpower status into profit. Instead, it will make the world more dangerous and America weaker and poorer. You may not be interested in the world order, but it is interested in you. Work hard, children are told, and you will succeed. In recent decades, this advice served the talented and the diligent well. Many have made their own fortunes and live comfortably, regardless of how much money they inherited. Now, however, the importance of hereditary wealth is rising around the rich world, and that is a problem. People in advanced economies stand to inherit around $6 trillion this year, about 10% of gross domestic product. That's from around 5%. It's up from around 5% on average in a selection of rich countries during the middle of the 20th century. As a share of output, annual inheritance flows have doubled in France since the 1960s, that decade into which I myself was delivered into this vale of tears, and nearly trebled in the New Germany since the 1970s. Whether a young person can afford to buy a house and live in relative comfort is determined by inherited wealth nearly as much as it is by their own success at work. This shift has alarming economic and social consequences because it imperils not just the meritocratic ideal, but capitalism itself. America's Don Corleone approach has been on display in Ukraine. Having initially demanded $500 billion, American officials settled for a hazy deal for a joint state fund to develop Ukrainian minerals. It is unclear if America will even offer any security guarantees in return. The misadministration is a swirl of ideas and egos, but its people agree on one thing. Under the post-1952 framework of rules and alliances, Americans had been suckered into unfair trade and paying for foreign wars. Mr. Trump thinks he can pursue the national interests more effectively through hyperactive transactions. Everything is up for grabs. Territory, technology, minerals, and more. After talks on Ukraine with the French President Emmanuel Macron on February 24th, Trump expressed, "My whole life is deals." Trump confidants with business skills, such as Steve Witkoff, are jetting between capitals to explore deals that link up goals, from getting Saudi Arabia to recognize Eretz Israel to rehabilitating the Kremlin. And this new system has a new hierarchy. Together, Eretz Israel and America converge as number one, with Trump as the greatest president Israel ever had, and Benjamin Netanyahu as Prime Minister of these United States. Next are countries with resources to sell, threats to make, and leaders unconstrained by democracy. Vladimir Putin wants to restore Russia as a great imperial power. Mohammed bin Salman wants to modernize the Middle East and fend off Iran. Xi Jinping is both a committed communist and a nationalist who wants a world fit for an invulnerable China consummate in power by reunification with my Taiwan and our invaluable intellectual resources. In the third rank are America's allies, their dependence and loyalty seen only as weaknesses to exploit. Territory is up for negotiation, detonating the post-1952 rules. The Ukraine's boundary may be set by a Trump-Putin handshake. The borders of Israel, Lebanon, and Syria have been blurred by 17 months of war. Some outside powers are indifferent to this, yet Mr. Trump has eyed up Gaza, as well as Greenland, and in any Sino-American talks, Mr. Xi could bid for territory too, for example, offering to limit exports in return for concessions on my Taiwan, the South China Sea, or the Himalayas. Haggling over the economy goest far beyond tariffs to embrace a fusion of state power and business. That signals a retreat from the idea that commerce is best governed by neutral rules. Bilateral discussions between Taiwanese executives, America and Russia, Saudi Arabia and Ukraine include oil output, construction contracts, sanctions, intel plants, the use of Elon Musk's Starlink satellite service, and a desert golf tournament, of all things. Now, the new dealmakers claim their approach will benefit the world. Mr. Trump argues it is also in America's interest. Are they correct? Both Mr. Trump and leaders in the global South are right to say that the post-1952 order has decayed. When diplomacy stagnates, unconventional ideas can work. Think of the Axis of Abraham Accords between Eretz Israel and some Arab states. Yet it is a leap from there to using deal-making as an organizing principle. The complexity is overwhelming. Saudi Arabia wants a defense deal to deter Iran, which America may grant if it recognizes Eretz Israel. But that requires Eretz Israel and the Palestinians to endorse a two-state future, which Mr. Trump rejected in his plan to bring peace to the Gaza. Russia wants oil sanctions lifted, but that could cut Saudi Arabia's income and increase India's bills. And so on. Meanwhile, when borders are contestable, wars will follow. Even giants like India should feel insecure. Because Mr. Trump views power as personal rather than anchored by America's institutions, he may find it hard to persuade his counterparts that agreements will endure. But another reason, he be no Henry Kissinger. The world will therefore suffer. What Mr. Trump does not realize is that America will suffer as well. Or as ill, I should be saying. Its global role has imposed a military burden and an openness to trade that has hurt some American industries. Yet the gains have been much greater to this point. Trade benefits consumers and importing industries. Being the heart of the dollar financial system saves America over $100 billion a year in interest bills and allows us to run a high fiscal deficit. The foreign business of American firms is worth $16 trillion. Those firms thrive abroad because of reasonably predictable and impartial global rules on commerce, rather than graft and transient special favors, an ethos that suits revanchist and revisionist Russian and communist Chinese imperial firms far better. Mr. Trump believes that America can partially or fully abandon Europe and perhaps its Asian allies as ill. He says that we've got a beautiful ocean as a separation. However, wars now involve space and cyberspace, so physical distance offers even less protection than it did in 1941, when America's relentless provocations necessitating Imperial Japan's preemptive surgical strike on Pearl Harbor ended terrestrial isolationism. But with the ability to reach you in cyberspace, or from space itself, the fourth dimension of strategy now renders us all vulnerable, indeed open, not vulnerable, but already wide open, to what in strategic terms of the professionals is known as topological space collapse. What is more, when America wants to project hard power or defend the homeland, it depends on Allied help. From the Ramstein Aero Base in Die Neue Verhin Deutschland, or the New United Germany, and Pine Gap Signal Station in Australia, to missile tracking in Canada's Arctic. In Mr. Trump's world, America will no longer have free access to any of them. Advocates of deal-making assume that America can get what it wants by bargaining. Yet as Mr. Trump exploits decades-old dependencies, America's leverage will rapidly fall away. Sensing betrayal, allies in Europe and beyond will turn to each other for security. If chaos spreads, America will have to deal with new threats, even as it has fewer tools. Think of an Asian nuclear arms race in a system with weak American alliances and weaker or broken arms control. At a dangerous time.
The biggest giveaway to those industries, beyond the wildest dreams of yesterday.
I think that you're being...
In terms of jobs, and... all kinds of money.
I think you're being optimistic, honey. I really don't see any of that growing because Trump's cutting the fucking military. So,
but for Europe, I mean.
Yes, thank you. Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Boom. It's a boom.
As well it should be. This should have happened generations ago. So bully on Trump for that.
This tired old Earth.
Earth can handle it, honey. Honey, if you haven't realized yet as a Californian, you should realize it now. Military technology and defense industries are clean. I don't know how you missed that.
They still get all their shit from Congo.
Oh, we'll get to that. Okay. Now, at a dangerous time, thank you. Now, at a dangerous time, friends, credibility, and rules are worth more than a quick buck. Congress, financial markets, or voters could yet persuade Mr. Trump to walk back. But the world has already started planning for a lawless era. When the phrase rules-based order is invoked, it is intended to describe the organization of the international system since World War II, a system marked by the presence of international institutions such as the United Nations that seek to organize relations between states enough to, at the very least, avoid another world war. But invoking the phrase can also induce eye rolls, largely because the ostensible protector of that order, the United States, is selective in supporting the rules it is ostensibly based on. The American imperial president Donald Trump would not invoke the phrase if, as his former advisor Steve Bannon once put it, you threaten to shoot him in the head. But even his predecessor, former President Joe Biden, who was a seemingly staunch supporter of the American imperial-led order, demonstrated the hypocrisy that often accompanies abuse of the phrase by openly criticizing the International Criminal Court when its decisions went against American imperial interests, as in the case of the Eretz Israeli genocide in Gaza, but praising them when American imperial interests were served, as in the case of Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Hearing the phrase rules-based order can lead to questions about whose rules and what order. But one rule in that order appeared to hold firm over the past 80 years, if not earlier: the norm against coercive territorial acquisition. It is an idea that was expressed in both the ill-fated Covenant of the League of Nations and the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Treaty, which made it onto the histomap that I recommend to everyone. Look up histomap, Histomap, histomap by John Richard Sparks, or just look up histomap by Sparks. And the Sparks map shows the 1928 Kellogg-Briand Treaty as one of the culminations of human history at that point, that he had finished the histomap, the map of history itself, which sought to ban conquest as a legally acceptable means of state practice. While those early efforts failed, the idea lived on, eventually becoming the core provision of the United Nations Charter. Specifically, Article 2, Clause 4 of that charter holds that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Now, one could argue that this norm-setting provision against territorial conquest arguably serves as the solid core of the global international legal system that underpins the rules-based order. While many treaties and provisions are vaguely written and flexibly applied, the legal prohibition on the taking of territory is clearly stated. It is, arguably, the foundational principle of the existing international order, as it ensures that the global map, which is dotted by the respective territories of the world's independent and sovereign actors does not devolve into a free-for-all of states helping themselves to their neighbors' land. It is intended to make sure that international relations' analytic idea of anarchy, by which the world is made up of independent sovereign states answerable to no single global government above them, is not reduced to the colloquial notion of anarchy, meaning chaos and unconstrained destruction. But all that seems to no longer be the case. To be sure, large-scale attempts at territorial acquisition and conquest, such as Iraq's 1990 invasion of Kuwait, or Russia's 2022 attempt to conquer all of Ukraine, remain exceedingly rare. But smaller-scale attempts are not. From fait accompli encroachments, where nary a shot is fired, like Russia's seizure of the Crimea in 2014, to the series of border conflicts between Ethiopia and Eritrea that appear poised to flare up yet again, these attempts to take land, though limited, are also the biggest threat to the normative foundation of the anti-conquest norm. As the IR, or international relations scholar, Tanisha Fatal recently wrote, nibbling around the edges of countries may be more damaging to the norm against territorial conquest than trying to swallow them in a single bite. And when it comes to nibbling, states have done quite a bit, with Eretz Israel's military incursions beyond the already annexed Golan Heights into southern Syria, following the fall of the former dictator Bashar al-Assad, being just but one recent example. Even more disturbing are Trump's repeated declarations of his determination to acquire Grönland, which have gone from simply wanting to purchase the largest island on planet Earth, which can still arguably violate the anti-conquest norm if the purchase is induced through coercive means, to calls for a referendum by its inhabitants, to not ruling out the use of force to takest possession thereof. Multi-billionaires dream of building an utopian techno-city, an utopia in Grönland, the Freedom City being but the latest effort to create stateless cities with minimal corporate regulation. According to a report from Reuters, which details a proposed effort to establish a new libertarian-minded municipality characterized by minimal corporate regulation and a focus on accelerating emerging technologies like AI and mini-nuclear reactors, a handful of wealthy, politically connected Silicon Valley investors are eyeing Grönland's icy shores as the site for a technotopian freedom city. Supporters of increased economic development in Grönland argue its frigid climate will naturally cool massive, energy-intensive AI data centers. Large deposits of critical and rare earth materials and minerals buried beneath the island's ice sheets will also inevitably be abused to manufacture consumer electronics. The so-called Startup City, which bears similarities to another ongoing venture in California's Solano County that I shall return to, reportedly already has the backing of the PayPal founder Peter Thiel and Ken Hauri, President Donald Trump's personal pick for ambassador to Denmark, no less. Since confirmed by the Senate, Hauri has been leading American imperial discussions to acquire Grönland. In that role, Hauri is acting as a bridge linking the audacious Freedom City investors with the United States government itself. All of that, it's worth noting, will also almost certainly face fierce backlash from Danish officials who have repeatedly pushed back on the Trump misadministration's proposals to take over the largest Arctic island, well, the largest island on Earth, period. Proposals to create billionaire-funded stateless societies around the world have been attempted over the years, but none have evolved past much more than a proof of concept. So, who is behind Freedom City? The Reuters report cites evidence that Houry, Thiel, and the prominent Silicon Valley venture capitalist Mark Andreessen are amongst the most prominent names backing the Groenland effort. The Red Senate confirmed ambassador to Denmark.
That's where they want to put it?
Yeah, one of the places, honey.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah.
They got them planned down here, too.
They do.
Sovereign states.
They do. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that.
Of all places. Okay.
But well,
going.
as I said, it'd be the perfect place for the same reason the Nazis relocated to Antarctica, honey. The Nazis had to deal with supercomputers overheating, and the natural environment provides geophysical energy, an infinite supply of energy, and an endless amount of cooling in the environment itself. There's a logic.
And it's changing so fast because now the interior is all slush and lakes.
Yes, but it's still cold as hell.
Changing really fast, even though it's still cold as hell.
But that's still advantageous because it allows more immediate access to its rare earths and minerals.
Exactly. So, they're going to gut it like a fish.
If they can, we'll see if we can stop
it. I'm worried about the nationalists of Greenland against the Inuits. I mean, Denmark was the only thing that was protecting them, but they're all...
Well, if the native indigenous peoples... If the indigenous peoples of Denmark are so fucking stupid as to withdraw from its protection, meaning that...
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, Groenland.
Because they are depressed. It's a big Indian reservation, basically.
Thank you!
Run by Denmark.
And all they need to do is take a look at how Indians exist or subsist. They certainly don't thrive in the United States of America. So if they only took a look at Indian reservations on the north...
Civilization didn't help them out much either. So how to help them without ripping that country open?
What, are you kidding me? Groenland's entire gross domestic product is from Denmark. It's all based on Denmark's welfare. Every single doctor and nurse in Groenland is from Denmark. They benefit.
They're all miserable.
If they're miserable,
it's good for Denmark. It's the last indigenous people. It's all they got, but they'd like it to be a little easier.
Easier how?
You know the drill.
Easier how?
Well,
they've never had it so fucking good.
Well, and I've always said that, but this nationalist fervor that's on the world, when it used to be good to get rid of colonialism, and this is the odd case where it's actually kind of not.
It's definitively not. And there's other examples where, of course, colonialism is not the problem, but the solution. And I advocate colonialism in some cases. Now, all such having been said, however, Peter Thiel, the son of a bitch from South Africa, meanwhile, has emerged as one of the loudest supporters. This is, of course, back to the Red Senate. This goes back to the Red Senate confirmed ambassador to Denmark, Houry, who's a longtime friend of the multi-billionaire Elon Musk, and formerly founded a venture capital firm with Thiel himself, and who, again, is not only a supporter vocally, but financially, as well as of the seasteading movement, not just Groenland, but the seasteading movement, which is trying to build floating stateless utopiopolii, or utopian cities in the ocean. Andreessen.
And that's been going for a long time. Remember the World?
Oh, yes.
I saw the World once. Yeah.
You mean the ship?
Back to Onassis.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Onassis kind of pioneered that.
Now, the Silicon Valley...
But there's sorry.
No, go on. What were you going to say about the World, the ship?
There's active cruise ships right now of all kinds that can hold, I would say more in the 1,000 passenger range than the 3,000.
Mm-hmm.
that's already happening. There, you buy the condo
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
for untold millions, best to worst,
Yeah.
and they put out to sea, and that's their new address. So no taxes, no nothing, no regulations on them of any kind.
Yeah.
So it's another way to get this modern sovereignty.
And they're fucking idiots. Because they're prime targets for pirates, and who's going to fucking protect them?
Oh boy.
A small mercenary task force that's they're going to have to bribe the local navies to come on in to pull their asses out of the fire once the pirates have taken over their ship, at which point they're in hell. So it's a place not where they live, it's simply to maintain their address. These are empty ships.
Oh, I believe that too. Just like a lot of the condos they sell around me in $5 million are never lived in.
Yes.
It's asset protection.
Yes. Yeah.
A way to burn money with no trail. Because you got so much money, you got to burn a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. That's yet there you go, and that's the horror of having too much. As how do you've got to actually spend it to a great degree, or it's going to stagnate, and you do wind up losing it. You cannot simply save it. While I'm talking to you, I will check our messages, and I will check the. Okay, we got a lot more input from our man T Tank Berry. I'll heart his political cartoons, and in this case he's hitting the evangelicals who have fallen for the Trump line. We've also lost T Tank Berry himself and out of the call, but I'm sure he's still listening. Checking in with Coco Schwejvelt, who says, by the way, still fighting with Skype, hope to get it right. And so let me make certain that I sent her very well. A little kiss there to encourage her. And with that, in terms of seeing the ship, how big was it when you saw the world, honey?
It was big and it was weird looking, almost militarized.
Yeah, it would have to be. Think of
it was like
it's a prime target for pirates. Go on. But...
It was menacing.
Yeah. Yeah.
In a strange way. And I haven't seen it for a long, long time. I don't know whatever happened to that whole scheme.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was strange looking. And I didn't see it close up, far out on the horizon. It was just a fluke that I got to see it. Like
how'd you know what it was?
It put a shiver through my spine. I wouldn't want to live on that boat. Hell no.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, a shiver.
Yeah, no, it's a skeleton crew for a ghost ship.
It was the days before cell phones, so you couldn't just snap one.
Yeah, that's right.
And it had a very distinct profile.
But
hell, that was what L. Ron Hubbard did too, right?
Absolutely.
Moved onto a ship with a bunch of teenagers.
Yeah, well, he didn't have a choice. He actually had people on his ships, and they were loaded to the gills, to use a pun.
Oh, well, the world, I think people were really buying them. Maybe they weren't.
No, people were buying them, but like I said, it's a ghost ship because they are not living there, unlike the L. Ron Hubbard case. So in other words, it's just...
The world was supposed to be creepy Arianasis people that wanted to give up any... They may own many properties on land.
No, that's just a selling pitch for the hoi polloi for the public. They just told the public that. That was just to move all of their addresses out to a non-taxable area, but they weren't going to live.
Yeah, okay. They didn't have to live on the tub.
Yeah. No, of course not. No.
With the diseases.
Yeah, no, God, no. And otherwise, you would have heard about it during COVID. There was this, stateless, city ship that has, now had to stick itself in port, that sort of thing. That never happened.
Oh, man. That was wild.
Now, the Silicon Valley venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, if I remember correctly, well, notably, he's also part of a tech investor consortium, California Forever, which is looking to build the city in Solano County. More on that later, but each of these efforts, along with others like the already existing city, Prospera in Honduras, and that really does exist, they're united by libertarian political ideals, focus on technological development, and astronomical sums of money. Now, info leaks around the proposed Grönland city date back at least to November of 2024, when Praxis co-founder Dryden Brown fired off a series of tweets explaining how he had tried to purchase land in Grönland. Praxis is a self-described internet native nation, crypto startup, with a stated objective of restoring Western civilization, whatever the fuck that means, and you know it's all shit, and has since received over $525 million in funding to start building out new cities. Entire new fucking cities. But of course, where do you get the population? Well, yeah, but where do you get the population? Greenland, Solano, California, Prospera in Honduras.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but where's the population? In Honduras, they've got a ready supply of brown colonials to basically serve their needs, but nowhere else have they got this. You know, they're not going to find those Indians in Grönland to be worth a shit.
Not to live there. They'll just be building it. They won't be living there.
We don't know
They'll
that.
be building it for rich white investors.
Yeah, there's that. But I would say someone has to live there to develop the resources and run the data centers, because that's the whole fucking point. So their employees will
one
live there.
big fire festival.
Yeah, but their employers will live there, except their employers will not be subject to the rule of law. Do you understand what I'm saying? They will be subject only to company law. In other words, the company will provide the law.
You're starting to sound like a communist.
Who, me?
Go ahead. No.
That's at any rate. Let me see. I think it was
Opposing it is what.
No, thank you. There's where communists and fascists unite, is in opposing.
Thank you.
Yes, in opposing this shit. Yes.
Thank you, God. Okay. Go on.
Now, Brown told Reuters that he has since been approached by several companies to explore establishing this new city on Grönland. But it brings us back to the question that was asked by that wonderful lady who's a fan lady of George Knight's in England, and hopefully she's listening. So if you're listening out there, honey, now's your time to put your ear to the mic, so to speak, and so the speaker, so to speak. Why the obsession with Grönland? The idea of the United States acquiring Grönland, once widely regarded as a joke during the first Trump misadministration, has evolved into a very serious American imperial foreign policy objective. The president campaigned on this issue during the 2024 election and has since doubled down, despite repeated assertions from Danish officials that the island is not for sale. Nevertheless, Vice President J.D. Vance and his yellow negress wife, Usha Vance, visited a United States military installation on the island in March of 2024 and delivered a speech urging Grönlanders to voluntarily cut all ties with Denmark. Recent polling showing that an overwhelming majority of Grönland residents oppose the idea of possible annexation by these United States. President Trump, meanwhile, has not ruled out the possibility of taking the territory by force. So why all the obsession with a mostly uninhabitable island with a population of around 57,000? Supporters of Grönland development laid out their arguments during a Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation hearing earlier this year. During that hearing, the Texas Mineral Resources Board Chairman Anthony Marchese testified that Grönland's coastline holds what is indisputably one of the greatest collections of minerals found in a single jurisdiction. During the hearing, Marchese said, "Throw a dart at any part of the coastline and you would surely hit a world-class mineral target." Now that includes rare earth minerals, which are crucial to powering a plethora of modern consumer electronics devices, albeit most of those minerals are currently buried under thick ice sheets of previously impenetrable ice. But supporters of investment in Groenland argue that new mining techniques, combined with the melting of the ice due to a burning climate, which is strange how the Republicans acknowledge global burning in this regard, will make those once inaccessible minerals within reach. Others, like the U.S. Senator Maria Cantwell, Democrat from Washington State, say Groenland's cool temperatures and proximity to geothermal vents will make it an ideal location to power the massive data centers needed for AI. In theory, in theory,
imagine.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
God. Nuclear what? I mean, my God. The last great fisheries.
Yes. Yes. In theory, that combination of cool temperatures and access to energy will prove attractive for techno companies looking to rapidly ramp up computing capacity without relying on fossil fuels. Brown, the Praxis founder, has also explained to the Fourth Estate that Groenland's harsh topography makes it an ideal site for elitist experiments aimed at replicating the surface of Mars.
Yeah.
Now, Trump's overtures towards Canada, while still difficult to take seriously, are similarly problematic for the norm against conquest, because even here he has not ruled out the abuse of force and coercion to, if not acquire all of the dominion of the Great White North, to at least redraw their shared border so that the entirety of the Great Lakes are under American imperial control. This is, of course, expansionist military aggression. Either annexation, Groenland or Canada, would be the checkmate to the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's gambit. By Trump's reckoning, avenging himself for Canada having acted as triggerman for the Empire of Japan's gun at Trump's head, forcing the Don to drop tariffs in a quiet bond play. Let's talk about the moment Donald Trump blinked at the Japanese ultimatum. It wasn't loud. It wasn't a tweet storm or a rally rant. He would have been too embarrassed to even make it known. When the tariff threats that had the world on edge, 125% on the People's Republic of China, 25% on Canada's automobiles, a global trade war in the making, suddenly softened. A pause, he called it. A complete turnaround from the chest thumping of the past week. The 78-year-old Republican, who has been saying all week he would never back down from his tariffs, backed down. He did so, coincidentally, just hours after his much-touted reciprocal levies went into effect, and commune capitalist China retaliated by raising its tariff on American imperial goods to 84% at that time. As, almost unnoticed, amid the tariff battles, the president is working to reclaim the mineral supply chains that power the postmodern world, with Black Africa being the new front in Trump's trade war against Red China. Observing minerals deals in the Congo via his personal supervision of technology's development investments over the past 20 years, my son's husband has seen red Chinese flags rise over project after project, roads, mines, factories, while Washington and the West have retreated to the sidelines. There is no anti-colonialism. There is no decolonization. There is now Chinese conquest, Sino-imperialism, as China colonizes its second continent. Now Trump is trying to reverse this drift. He has named his transgendered son-in-law's father Masoud Boulos, a businessman with no diplomatic background whatsoever, as United States Senior Advisor for all Africa. Thus, in the person of Masoud Boulos, Donald Trump has opened a new front in his trade war with the Communist Chinese Empire, deploying his Mar-a-Lago mobster family confidant to Kinshasa, capital of Congo, to challenge Beijing's control of critical minerals. Almost unnoticed amid the tariff battles, Trump is working to reclaim...
Yeah, because China already owns Africa, right? Top to bottom.
All too much of it. All too much of it.
Yeah.
It doesn't in the sense that there is not a legal recognition. So it's an occupation without acknowledgement.
Ooh.
So, in other words...
the crooked politicians there in Africa.
Yes.
Making deals with the Chinese that don't help anybody that has to work for them.
Yeah. Yes. But...
Yeah.
It's a situation where it's open to conflict. And so there we are. I would say that unnoticed amid the tariff
But aren't
battles,
they in too deep for us to catch up with there?
we could make that argument.
In terms of exploiting the resources and the people.
I would say that you have to remember,
We'd be sloppy seconds.
well, you have to remember what it comes down to is a question of war. It's not a question of like they're in too deep. It's a question of can they be defeated militarily? That's what it will ultimately have to come to. In Africa, the war for Africa. In other words, yes, it's going to come down to open combat. It's going to come down to, yes.
Against us in China with the Africans as casualties, or will the Africans rise up against China?
Well, they're going to try and avoid a out-and-out conflict for now, but it depends on what happens with wars happening elsewhere. Will China be involved in a war with India? Will it be involved in a war with Taiwan?
Yeah.
But whether or not, if it gets involved in any other war, they're going to even further increase their occupational presence in Africa because they need the minerals for that war. So
so we're already locked out.
Well, that depends. Are we willing to invade? So if we're willing to invade, that changes the equation. But that doesn't mean we'll win.
It makes a lot of money, too.
But in the meantime, they're going to try it Trump's way first. Basically, almost unnoticed amidst all these tariff battles, and understandably so, Trump is working to reclaim the mineral supply chains that power the modern world, starting in the Democratic Republic of Congo at Black Africa's civil warring heart. His plan is to give United States military assistance to the beleaguered government of President Félix Tshisekedi in return for access to cobalt and copper reserves worth trillions of dollars. Congo produces 70% of the world's cobalt used in electric vehicles, smartphones, and advanced weaponry. It also exports copper, tantalum, and lithium, everything needed to build batteries, missiles, and data centers. The Communist Chinese Empire controls most of the mines and the processing. Trump wants to change that. But his plan, like much of his foreign policy, is as belated as it is, well, as it be bold. In Wednesday's segment of Fox Business, the commentator Charles Gasparino said that several sources confided to him that it was actually the White House who capitulated. He added that while he was a patriot, had to qualify himself so he didn't look like he was, betraying his lord and master, the Dark Lord Trump, he admitted that the Trump misadministration was the first to blink based on the international bond market. Gasparino exposing that the misadministration ultimately pulled back because of threats that the corporocratic Japanese imperial superstate, which he said runs major money management firms that are involved in the bond market, was contemplating dumping some of its estimated $1.26 trillion in United States Treasury securities. Gasparino said, Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, in his words, forced the misadministration's hands with the maneuver, and said that he was told Dai Nippon, or Greater Japan, now believed the United States bond market was not a great place to do business. Gasparino concluding, in his own words, Trump had no choice. The gun was at his head. It was very bad. Essentially, United States Treasury securities, which make up the vast bulk of our $36 trillion national debt, are the primary way in which institutional investors and foreign governments choose to park their money. While the FDIC, or the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, that was founded in 1933, only guarantees bank deposits up to $250,000, United States Treasury securities are guaranteed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. But if a major buyer of treasuries decided to dump their holdings, it would potentially trigger a sell-off throughout the rest of the bond market, causing a global financial crisis. The United States Treasury securities market is also highly dependent on Congress raising the debt limit, which it statutorily has to do by this summer. If Congress fails to raise the debt limit and pushes the United States of America into default, it would effectively violate the guarantee associated with treasuries, which would also lead to a major financial catastrophe. Trump said earlier this year that he would be in favor of abolishing the statutory requirement to raise the debt limit and abolish the concept of the debt ceiling entirely. Regardless, confer this link, which I shall now put into our text box on call and into the chat of tonight's transmission, for why President Trump announced that he is pausing his hiked up tariffs on most countries for 90 days, but is slapping another high tariff on the People's Republic of China. Trump's strategy having begun late last year with meetings in Mar-a-Lago, where a team sent by President ̶hǐdǐ of the Congo pleaded for American imperial military assistance to counter a growing rebel insurgency throughout the DRC, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, in the darkest heart of Black Africa. Okay.
They're asking Trump for help because China's such a bad boss?
Indeed, honey. Indeed. Wow. So let me provide some details as best as I can. Remember, I was a mercenary in Africa, but this was not my battlefield. I was in the Horn of Africa, but this is West Africa. And this is Africa's World War I, people. This is trench warfare, and millions have died. It's gone on for as long as, if not longer than World War I, but these are mercenary armies battling for corporations. But a new factor has entered to upend the equation. It's now communist Chinese employed mercenaries versus a communist insurgency that has established itself as the government under President ̶hǐdǐ, who is begging for help from America, that is now fighting a Muslim insurgency out of the heart of darkest Africa, from the northeast, from the Horn. Now, Trump responded by sending... Yes. Now, Trump responded by sending his mob family father of his transgender son-in-law, Mossad Bulos, to Kinshasa, capital of Black Congo, bypassing the Senate Department, of course. Bulos began work with ̶hǐdǐ on a minerals for military assistance deal. Last week, he announced the two governments had agreed on a path forward. but no written agreement has ever been released. This is probably under the table, and it is probably all personal profits to the Trump dynasty.
All on Signal.
Yes, well, that's funny. That's funny. Well, we would have known about it. We would have known about it by then if
right?
that were true.
No reporter.
Yeah, they weren't going to make that mistake. They weren't going to make that mistake with money.
They learned.
They weren't going to make the mistake with money that they made with military strikes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is in their pocket. This goes into their pocket. They're not going to fuck that up. Now, the Communist Chinese Empire's dominance in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, is, as Holly Kiefer observed, formidable, built through decades of strategic investment and control. According to the United States Army War College, commun-capitalist Chinese companies such as Zijin Mining and the large Chinese mining company acronymized as CMOC, Civil Military Operations Center, a coordination hub for military and non-military entities in a specific area. CMOC, or CMOC Group Limited, control approximately 80% of the Congo's cobalt output. This grip stems from deals like the 2007 Mines Agreement. It's spelled SICOMINES. I'm translating this from the original Chinese. The 2007 Mines Agreement, that was the year of my father's murder, which traded $3 billion in infrastructure, including roads, hospitals, and power plants, for $93 billion in mineral rights over 15 years. Now that's a good deal. Talk about the art of the deal. The Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, the Reds come in and give $3 billion worth of some roads, hospitals, and power plants, and in return, the blacks of Africa have to give them $93 billion in mineral rights. That's insane. That's insane. Right. That's not a deal. That's rape. The Chinese have moved in and militarily occupied Africa and are stripping it raw. No wonder the blacks are coming over to beg America for help. Now, in total, Beijing has poured over $240 billion into sub-Saharan Africa since 2000, Anno Domini, to secure access to critical resources. Mines like Tenke Fungurume, acquired from the United States, no less. Mining giant Freeport McMoran in 2016 for $2.65 billion by People's China Molybdenum. Shows how Hongzhonghua, or Red China, has methodically captured the mineral supply chain and holds planet Earth in a stranglehold of monopoly.
I want to say this too. The Chinese control the fishing industry there.
Oh,
which means the way to get that shit out of there.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, shipping, I would go beyond that. I would go beyond that. It's not so much controlling the fishing industry as they've just sent their navy over to just dredge everything up from the sea that they possibly can.
There you go. Yeah, that too. They got all the seafronts covered as well.
Yeah. Now, point well taken, honey, and thank you for bringing that up. Before I return to thread of narrative, let's check into the live stream and let's check into our conversation for any further input and on with the thought process, the free association. These minerals are central to Trump's trade war with market-Leninist China. Cobalt powers lithium-ion batteries critical for electric cars, smartphones, and renewable energy storage. Copper is used in electrical grids, wind turbines, and advanced weaponry like hypersonic missiles, while lithium and tantalum enable next-generation batteries and military electronics, including drones and tank armor. America is now intensifying its stockpiling efforts as communist-capitalist China's control of these minerals poses a growing threat to American imperial industrial capacity and national security. But it is a decades-long lag that Trump is racing to overcome. ษ์hědí's presidency is under severe strain. The Rwanda-backed M23 rebels have surged through eastern Congo, exploiting the nation's instability to devastating effect. Since November, M23 has captured Goma, North Kivu's million-strong capital, and Bukavu in South Kivu. They also seized Walikari, a mineral-rich trading post, their deepest westward advance yet, and control roughly half of North Kivu, with support from an estimated 3,000 to 4,000 Rwandan regular troops. The rebels have disrupted trade routes, displaced 780,000 people, and left thousands of dead, plunging the region into chaos. Last month, M23 withdrew from Walikale ahead of peace talks, allowing the DRC, or Democratic Republic of Congo, army to reclaim it in early April, a rare victory amid a string of defeats by an invasive force that is literally genocidal. You all should remember Rwanda. What do we know Rwanda for? Well, a mindless massacre of millions of people in one of the largest genocides in the history of Black Africa. And now
Hutus against Tutsis.
Yeah, and now they're literally invading the Congo. Why, do you ask? For, you guessed it, the uranium. Because the Chinese have opened up an atomic bomb munitions manufacturing ordnance facility in Rwanda. So Rwanda can carry its killing fields of genocide on what they consider inferior tribes all across the Black Continent. Now, ษ์hědí's attempts to rally allies against this nuclear threat have faltered. South Africa sent a force of 5,000 to Congo, but then withdrew them after losing only 19 soldiers. That's because they're no longer a white officered army, and their troops just are not under Zulu control either, because the Zulus consider themselves autonomous and don't want to participate in war with a bunch of black cowards. Now, Burundi's troops retreated after Bukavu's fall. The United Nations 11,000th strong MONUSCO mission in the DRC has proven ineffective. Private military contractors working for the government are said to have abandoned all their posts. With his army's earlier retreats marred by looting, ษ์hědí is leading a crumbling state, prompting him to appeal for American imperial assistance. Trump's plan is to redraw supply routes from the DRC to reduce its reliance on the Communist Chinese Empire. A key part of that strategy is the $1.6 billion Lobito Corridor rail project, which will carry minerals like cobalt and copper from inland DRC, or the Black Heart of Democratic Republic of Congo, and from Zambia to Angola's much lighter-skinned and less melanated Atlantic coast, bypassing red Chinese-dominated lorry export routes through Tanzania and South Africa. Once complete, the corridor will allow direct shipments from the port of Lobito to these United States and other Western markets, cutting Beijing out of the loop. At the same time, Trump is pushing American imperial firms to invest in Congo's mining sector and expanding their minerals refining capacity, potentially by using government-controlled facilities as processing hubs. Trump's model for the DRC appears to be like the Ukraine deal, with strategic minerals like nickel negotiated as compensation for military and financial assistance already being provided by the American empire. Success in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo, the darkest heart of Black Africa, could free these United States from Beijing's dominance while stabilizing Tshisekedi's beleaguered government. Failure risks escalation, with Rwanda, a genocidal power that wants to emulate North Korea and go nuclear, which denies backing M23 but has threatened reprisals nonetheless. Why? Because with the uranium they're filtering out of Congo, they now have a nuclear threat with which to blackmail the world. Trump realizes that the American empire is dangerously exposed to market-Leninist China's chokehold on critical minerals, and it's now, well, we can't really say Rwanda is sponsored by the Communist Chinese. We're talking about a Muslim insurgency sponsored by a radical Christian genocidal government in Rwanda.
So we'll supply the nuclear weapons to make things better?
Communist China is supplying the nuclear weapons because they feel that if they kill off all the blacks in Africa, they just move in.
Yeah. It's Congo's a Palestine.
There we are. By leveraging military assistance to Tshisekedi, who desperately needs it to survive a civil war, Trump has a way in. But sending a family member in crime like Mossad Bulos isn't enough. The strategy hinges on American imperial companies falling in line. Massive investment will be required, a process that will take us years. How willing American firms are to operate in a country mired in conflict and corruption could determine whether Trump's trade war gambit gains traction or collapses under its own ambition. And note in context that government bonds have been selling off while stocks have plunged. Here, again, another link I shall put in text of our Skype call, and a link I shall put in the chat of tonight's transmission.
It sounds like Greenland is a much easier get, that's for sure.
Well, then, theoretically, he feels the Europeans are cowards, he's banking on that, and that they won't come to defense of a fellow NATO member. But theoretically, if he invades Greenland, he goes to war with NATO, meaning he goes to war against Britain, France, and Germany. So it's
hard either way.
Yeah. Now, here's what the link I've provided says. Basically, you've got a situation which, if you open up the link, should be self-explanatory. But, well, maybe it's not. In fact, it really isn't. That's part of the problem. It's why I'm here, is to make sense of this for you. Bond market moves raise fears of growing bets against America. Treasury yields have been behaving unusually, sparking concerns that the typical safe haven investment might be losing some of its shine. People are losing faith in the American empire. And as a result, well, we'll all pay the price for that. It's unusual, and it's raising concerns that global investors are losing some of their long-standing confidence in America as a superpower, able to impose its will upon the world. In a note...
Well, here's the thing, Douglas.
Yeah, go on.
I'm worried that the private equity companies are toasting and celebrating. Private equity against American treasury money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, all this treasury money.
Look, this was your fear as expressed in past episodes when you worried about corporations coming in to pick up the pieces that are left, correct?
Because what's being siphoned out, the $3 trillion or whatever, the bond market dropping, the bond market dropping is government money, per se, backed by the U.S. government.
That's right.
So the private equity firms...
Private equity firms cannot thrive without a stable environment that is provided by the government.
Well, and that's what you indicated before. Yes. Oh, and I forget that lead into this. It was really important. I can't keep up with the comments I make and keep with the broadcast because you're giving it, man. But the thing of it is, oh God, okay, never mind. I'm stumbling.
We'll get back to it.
Maybe
We'll
it'll
get
come
back,
back
honey. We'll get back to it.
Yeah, but
Now,
it was the lead into the whole thing. The fact that nobody's jumping off buildings.
no, okay.
Means that
Yeah.
for the top, say, I'll give it the top 10%
Mm-hmm.
of the world economy
Mm-hmm.
is functioning at a level where they can afford to game this.
Well,
They can game it out.
if that were the case, honey, they wouldn't be trying to establish survival bunkers all over the fucking desert
well,
in New
that's
Zealand.
The game. That's part of the game.
Well, that's a fantasy because there's no way they can survive. Don't forget, I'm private security.
I agree with
I worked
you.
private
I'm not
security with these
defending
people.
this.
Yeah,
They're crazy.
thank you.
I get that.
Thank you. Yes.
But I'm just taking it world as it is
Yeah.
from pure observance. So this is how deep in a short period of time the divide between the top, say, 10% and the rest of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, in a note
Very short, very fast.
Yeah, but we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Now, in a note to
Right.
clients, that was disseminated on Friday into this weekend, that he titled, "This is not normal," the Barclays analyst ̶hědí said, "We don't know exactly why bonds are gyrating so much." Now, yes, admittedly, I brought in that factor just because it's fun to imitate that Apu accent. But the reason? This brings us back to one of my primary sponsors, Brooke Hagberg, and her Dominion of Canada. The reason being, for what ̶hědí was puzzling over, what he's puzzling over was prompted by the Prime Minister Mark Carney serving as Canada's Caucasian frontman for the corporate-shogunal Japanese imperial superstate in a slow, deliberate financial maneuver that most people didn't even notice. The samurai strategy of coordinated treasury bond slow bleed. This wasn't about bravado. It was about leverage. Cold, calculated, and devastatingly effective. Trump's pause wasn't because people were getting yippee. Rewind a bit. While Trump was gearing up his trade war machine, Mark Joseph Carney, Canada's 24th Prime Minister, wasn't just sitting in Ottawa with his thumb up his ass. He'd been quietly increasing Canada's holdings of United States Treasury bonds, over $350 billion worth by early 2025, part of the $8.53 trillion in foreign countries holding American imperial debt. On the surface, it looked like a safe play, a hedge against economic chaos, but it wasn't just defense. It was a loaded gun, rather the ammunition. Therefore, all he needed now was a patron superstate to contract his hit. So Carney didn't stop there. He took his case to Europe, not for photo ops, but for closed-door meetings with the EU's, the European Union's heavy hitters. Dined with Deutschland, the new United Germany, La Cinquième République Française, the Fifth French Republic, the Netherlands. The Japanese commercial sphere was in the lead behind it all, liaising closely. The ultimatum, the Japanese ultimatum, was simple. If Trump went too far with tariffs, Canada wouldn't just retaliate with duties on American cars or steel, it would start offloading those treasury bonds. Not a fire sale, nothing so crude. A slow, steady bleed. A signal to the markets that the United States dollar's perch wasn't so secure anymore. Thus, I am obligated to go into tutelage mode about treasury bonds and why Carney encouraged other countries to follow the Empire of Japan's lead, and why it worked. Remember what I said before, the United States is not part of the TPC, or rather the TPP as it's called. There's been several changes to the acronym that have just rendered it maddening in order to keep up with it. But when it comes to the TPP and the commercial sphere of Japan, this is the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere that the Japanese fought to establish in World War II. And they did establish it. They established it because the United States walked out. And instead of something that could benefit the United States while keeping communist China at bay, what you have instead is a Japanese-dominated trans-Pacific economy that includes Canada in place of the United States. So this is all something that Biden could have picked up, but refused to. Again, these are incredibly stupid, self-destructive people that have absolutely no concept of how to run a world economy. These are people that should not be in power. And that's probably the horror of it all, is that none of this should be happening. We should never have ever gotten to this point. And yet somehow we're all here. And believe me, as you can hear by my analysis tonight, I'm the only one who knows how to pull you out of this. Now, let me see. So we've got an input from our dear Heather Holman. Thank you for that. And with that, back to the train of thought here. A global sell-off of treasury bonds.
Good evening, Doug.
Oh, hey, welcome back. So,
yeah, that was me, not Heather.
Oh, that's cute. That's adorable. Yeah. Hey, yes. So how are things? By all means, yes. Catch us up on everything. Yeah.
No, everything's going well as it can be.
Okay.
Just, like I told you about what I have to deal with in the morning, but I'm here for a little bit just to pop in. And it sounds like you're in monologue.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
but
he's raging.
Well, we're happy to interrupt that for a few minutes. Tell people your experience with myself last night. What was our reasoning behind trying to get back on Facebook, and exactly what happened? You can tell. I'll share some of the gory details. And one of the first things we did was we tried to friend Holly Kiefer and Aristides, and Holly got her message somehow, but Aristides never did. He never did get it, so far as we know.
Oh, yeah. Because they blocked you within seconds, probably after that.
Outrageous!
I got it under the wire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we reestablished the account, or an account, not the same one, obviously. Reestablished an account, put up a dummy photo, so it wouldn't be, theoretically it wouldn't just face read and delete your account.
Yeah.
But apparently that doesn't matter because Doug is who he is. And they just instantly deleted it.
Because I figured I was getting spammed by, who knows who.
Right.
But that's why I shared it.
Well, yeah, that's a whole the photo was, probably not the best idea, but irregardless.
It's not the photo that was.
Could have been.
Yeah, it wasn't.
No,
the
it wasn't the photo.
I didn't buy it. It looked like a Star Wars Tatooine guy. Who I'm totally sick of.
Yeah, a sand. Yeah. Yeah, one of those sand bandits. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried telling him that, but it's okay. But but
I just grabbed the nearest thing that wasn't indicative of identifying anyone. But go on, yes.
Yeah. But anyways,
it might save us from him getting a bunch of MAGA fans.
Well, it's too late now. It's totally got scrubbed.
No, that's the last thing we need. 3,000 of them overnight.
But go on with what you were saying. No, appreciate what you're talking about, honey. But go on,
But let me say this. I got to go soon. Bigfoot's coming.
Oh
but
shit.
If I drop off, don't worry.
That almost sounds like it. Like I almost
Bye,
believe
bye.
that.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Yo, well, she's always out there in the middle of fucking nowhere. And
He's waiting for me.
yeah.
Getting impatient.
And this is the person that says they've never seen a Bigfoot, so it must be big, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Right.
What-
Gigantic.
Well, honey.
But anyway, if I drop,
well-
don't worry. But I'm going to stay as long as I can.
Well, are you going to continue listening, I would hope?
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as I get back
Okay. And
to my lair.
yes. And make certain that, of course, you review it if you can't. But
I
yeah.
Well.
Yeah. So
Oh,
continue.
Blazing Douglas. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Okay. Love you dearly. All
I ain't going yet.
All right. Good. Good.
All right.
Yeah. So share with us the experience last night, Brendan, and how they're fucking you over at work. I mean, Taco Bell. Oh Jesus! If only Sammy Romero were here to give us some comments on that. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Let me
wouldn't
get
miss
into a
this.
better spot, and we'll get to that point.
Yeah.
I'm returning to the warehouse.
Okay.
Just give me a second.
Yeah. And
But yeah. Anyway, so we established the reissue, the meta reissue for Doug, just to get on some kind of free chat profile, so he can do group chats for free. Because the way Teams is set up, you can't do group chats anymore because Skype is now obsolete and all that jazz. And so that was like, in normal circumstances, that would be the solution, right? To just go to a free service, but Doug is like the most suppressed person in the world, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. 1 second. Let me get
Take
up
your
here. Just give me a second here. Just give me like 2 seconds.
Sure, take your time. In the meantime, I definitely appreciate everything that our man has done to try and help maintain our communications. We're going to be doing our best, of course, to essentially get on a new venue. And through that new venue, we're going to continue providing you the service we provide of my analysis. And
Ooh, quit smoking, Douglas. I tell you what.
well, thank you.
Smoking.
Yeah,
Mercy.
you're so
I
kind.
am scorched earth here.
Oh, yeah. By the
I
way,
can't keep up with it. I can't keep up in order to.
Yeah. So basically,
Okay.
yeah. So that was the gist of it. We set up the account. Then it immediately suggests people that you might know, and then in normal circumstances, that's how you're supposed to use the service. But in Doug's case, it got him blocked with just by clicking on 2 people that he knew that we potentially could have, brought onto the call or whatever, and various other people. But then it was the fastest block I've ever seen. Like,
yeah.
like you're so suppressed you can't even just like scroll through Facebook or Meta.
Yeah.
Like it was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
You didn't message hardly anybody, one person, whatever. Like what kind of evil plan could you make with no messages? It was just absurd.
It's like
Right?
radioactive.
Yeah, it was like that. It was like that. And like, I mean, so it doesn't make sense because they let every other group on there, like OMISSIONS, Hamas, Al-Qaeda. Like they have fully active profiles. You could just put whatever you want. Kanye, all these people like,
Destroy
but Doug,
Palestine.
no, you can't even have a fake account, a ghost account that doesn't do anything, that just sits there.
Yeah.
Like insanity, absolute
I don't like him
insanity.
to be too famous.
Well, we have to get to that point someday, honey. Jesus
I know.
Christ! I mean,
I dread it.
Yeah.
I know.
It'll be a lot better than
I
where we're
know
at
we need
now.
money.
Yes, thank
I
you.
hear you.
Jesus Christ, honey.
Come on, MAGA.
Yeah.
Kick in here.
Yeah.
Where are you?
They don't have. I mean, they don't have enough. They're like brain cells short. We need people with money that can actually function.
Yes. Yes. And
I don't want no Peter Thiel up in there.
well, that's not a person with money who actually functions, honey. That's like you're
Right.
not. None of these people are functional. They're dumb as fuck. But
Did all the progressives go broke? Or are they just too frightened in there?
The progressives are broke, honey. That's why. I mean, they may as well be. I mean, all we got is George Soros, you know.
And I still say that's
well,
why
Doug, I sent you. Did I send you the latest about Bernie and the other chick?
Oh, tell us about this. Yeah, tell us about this. Yes.
They went to LA before coming up here. So first of all, they're coming up to my city, and they're already sold out. But in LA, they sold out like 35,000. Like the crowd was 35,000 plus. The biggest crowd they've ever had or something. So they're making money off these promises that they'll never fulfill because the dude's like 85 or something.
Shut the fuck up. It's not all old people. It's everybody.
No, I'm talking about Bernie. I'm talking about Bernie.
Know.
He just
doesn't want to be king. He
but people are paying. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him. I'm saying
he's
making money, but he couldn't. Well, I'm saying there's nothing wrong with him making money except that he's a communist. And
yes, that's right. So it's hypocritical as fucking hell.
But the point is, there was the point of listening to him talk and put forth these ideas if he can't act on them because he's already retired, essentially.
Thank you.
Because he's trying to light a fire.
Oh, honey.
Share his ideas before he dies.
This is Holly. I love you dearly. But you grew up surrounded by all these hippies.
Oh my God!
Left-wing hippies, and you still.
I'm not saying don't go to a show. I'm saying
I am.
The point?
I am. I'd say what the fuck.
All right. Well, this is what I have.
You'd be better off. Yeah, give Doug the $5. 35,000 people times $5. That's enough money to deal with.
I agree. People should know about me. I'm the one being hidden by.
I agree, but I think knowing about Doug kind of feeds in and back and forth.
Like Russian bots have more rights than Doug.
Yes, that's right. It's true.
These Russian bot accounts can be spammed in the millions, and he can't even get on for 10 minutes. It was literally 10 minutes. We were surfing through a couple people. And then boom, you're banned for 180 days. So it's not just this isn't just a normal 24-hour ban.
Is that we don't have an opportunity to get what Bernie gets because Bernie is simply given a platform because he's a communist. Truly.
Hey.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this about me personally, and I wanted to ask both of you. I kind of feel like we're mostly on the same page. What exactly does mark me out as a dyed-in-the-wool godless communist?
Well, you're not a dyed-in-the-wool godless communist. You simply reiterate a lot of faith.
Just ignorant.
You just reiterate a lot of faith in their ideological doctrine that has leaked through years of exposure to a bunch of idealistic liberal hippie types who have given you this idea of the world.
Paul Krugman? Not exactly. Fucking Seymour Hersh.
Hey, I'm not knocking it. I used to be like that. I'm not knocking it.
I know, and we're all ground down by the fact that we lucked out. Everything was tried.
Well, everything was tried, and it's no longer yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. I don't support.
We need radical ideas, not necessarily radical change.
How radical can it be to support your slave class with the pennies off your dollar? It could be done easily.
It's now, honey. Now you're.
That was supposed to be a joke, like radical, like skateboarding.
Yes,
we need radical skateboarders.
Yes, I like that.
Anyways,
yeah, that's cute. I thought you said
radical.
I thought you said. I didn't know you said skateboarders. I thought you said we need radical ideas, not radical change. I wasn't quite sure what you were saying.
No, radical ideas don't bring radical.
But I didn't finish the punchline because
how can I be a radical?
Communists.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with being a radical? I'm radical.
Right. So I want to know what demarcates from me. What's my tell that makes me different from you guys? I really want to know.
Well, it's I think that there's a lot of naivete where you're, for instance, I think our biggest division is your concept that is almost like a fatalist concept where, say, for instance, when I'm talking to leftist individuals who are thoroughly indoctrinated in communism, even though they won't admit it, what they're basically reciting is old Communist Party points from the old American laborite days, from back when we're just organizing trade unions in the 1930s and shit.
Lovely.
Yeah, and
Wow.
but
One
such
big
being said,
union.
the point is that these people in the old days, when I would talk to them, would bring up Smedley Butler's War as a Racket, and basically surrender into this horrible fatalism where they say, well, you can't do anything because the evil corporations will come over and pick up all the pieces. That's exactly what you reiterate verbatim. It's almost like a screed that's parroted. It's a parroted screed. So when you come up with, oh, the corporations will come over and they're all rejoicing and they're all feeding off this, believe me, I can articulate the elements of reality where that is reflected, but then I deconstruct it. Yeah, but then I deconstruct it. Yeah.
Right, you do.
Yeah. And
I hang on what happens next.
Yeah.
But isn't there a communism that doesn't demand no religion, no forced relocation to broke down farms and factories, no genocide of certain ethnic groups? I mean, is that kind? I mean, I cop to being a social democrat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
As you have said, it's the only practical way forward.
Let's put it this way: we have more in common than we have in differences.
That's right. So I wouldn't concentrate on the differences, honey. But if anything, what we spent our time doing is trying to pull you out of a dive of fatalism where you're the most cynical among us.
Good. I know, and I don't advocate cynicism. No, and I say I'm the least because I really, well, and you do too. That's why this is quite confounding. I do believe there's some kind of, and then it gets into the spiritual realm, straight to both.
Well, I'm just not a fan of Bernie. I mean, I think you just
he's just a piece of shit. Bernie's just a piece of shit. So go on.
Why do you like Bernie? I guess I think we should be asking you that.
Because he's the only progressive voice that gets traction.
He's not though.
He's any not kind.
He's not though.
Okay, good.
It's like a celebrity. It's like a celebrity. It's like going to a rock concert. You're just.
But I don't see it.
That's all it is.
Fist pumping for an hour.
If anything, he's a distraction that is sponsored by the enemy. They're sponsoring.
That's all it is. Yeah,
yes, they're sponsoring a diversion in this old communist that surprisingly all these young people fall for just because he's an old communist and seems radical to them.
But the only alternative I see is somebody like Newsom.
That's not. See, there's your fatalism.
So
see, you say, oh, the only alternative. Here's the alternative, honey.
You're talking to him.
Yeah, you're talking to me right now. And what will happen is society will collapse to the point where people finally turn towards myself if we can get the word out that I exist.
Damn straight.
Yeah.
I want you.
Thank you.
And Dwayne Johnson. Side by side.
Dwayne Johnson, the Rock Johnson. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
I hope that's a joke, but whatever.
Yes,
I'll just ignore that one.
It's not that funny anymore.
No, Dwayne the Rock Johnson would be somebody that we just send on diplomatic missions so that when he stands next to Putin, Putin looks like a dwarf.
Ago could have won
right.
it all.
That's all.
It was Colin Powell for vice president. Oh, fuck.
Horrible.
Yeah.
You won't get that. You're too young.
But Dwayne the Rock Johnson would be our version of the commie Bernie Sanders. That's all. He'd just be there as just to draw crowds. He's just there to draw crowds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So.
And knows what it's like to be an actual person and not in the top 10% enough.
Yes, and
yes, he did.
Yeah,
he grew up that way.
All right, yeah. So, all such being
fine. Call me a.
Yeah, so now do you get what we're saying? Now do you get where we're coming from? Colin?
Kind of, but yeah, kind of. I'll have to think about it some more. Come back with a witty post next time.
Wait, what is your qualm? Just, what's the main qualm?
Oh, to be called out in a sense as being blind in some way. And I don't like being blind.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, now we've articulated to you what it was.
Wait, I don't think I didn't say that.
I still don't understand.
No, we did say she's blind because we were pointing out what she will. She'll bring up these obstacles or stumbling blocks to, well, won't the corporations come in and pick up everything anyway? You know, that sort of thing. It falls back to the dystopian science fiction scenario of the 1990s films of, you know, cyberpunk ideas.
Yeah, okay. I do believe that the corporate philosophy gutted the sacred institution of government.
Okay, yes,
right after
obviously.
food and water,
obviously,
you gotta get along with your neighbor.
So,
and that's government. But
like I said, I don't think we're disagreeing on it.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing on anything. And I will get back to
drugs and slavery.
And I will get.
I'm talking to the choir here. You guys know this.
Yeah.
So I still don't understand quite exactly where the disconnect comes in, and I want to.
The disconnect was you, honey. It was you falling back on those old stereotypes of, you know, what if they come in and it's all good for them? You always come up with that. It's like, well, isn't it all good for them? Isn't it?
Aren't we witnessing that? At least they think it is.
I don't think it's good for the. It's good for like the top, but it's not good for all of them.
Yeah. It's not even good for the guys at the top, I assure you, or they wouldn't be preparing for doomsday.
Right.
But they're on a whole nother level.
What the fuck was that noise? Jesus Christ.
Me groaning.
What noise?
They can.
A horrible noise. It was her groaning.
Doomsday.
Yeah. It's what's that, honey?
Agony. They can prepare for doomsday.
No, they can't.
They expect doomsday.
Honey, they're preparing for
200 million extra Americans.
Honey, they can't prepare for doomsday because how would they live? How would they live in a social collapse?
On the other 100 million Americans that are left.
Yeah, see, that's the bullshit. That's where you come up with the bullshit.
That's
and you fall
communism?
back on. No, that's just stupidity. I'm not even going to use the term naivete. They can't work on, the survivors that are left, and they'll depend on the billionaires to come in and pick. The billionaires can't do anything for themselves. They're totally dependent on everybody.
100 million isn't enough to take care of the infrastructure we have. Really.
Yes.
In reality, it's not.
Because they're not taking care of the infrastructure they have now.
Right now, yes.
Which is affordable housing, medicine and gas and TV for the ones that provide the infrastructure.
Well, I insist that when I do go back into monologue, that you review it later, okay, at your leisure, wherever you
I'm going to keep listening.
Yeah, and keep listening throughout the night. Yes, by all means.
Smoking hot.
But
what a night.
I want you to hear the problems that poor Brendan has been going through. It's like you know,
which one?
Yeah, no shit.
No, this is the whole thing. You can't have a stable society with slaves that can't feed themselves.
Yeah, that's right. No shit.
Tell me.
No shit. Yeah.
That's what we're
Nothing gets
through.
by Holly. Nothing.
This makes the 70s look like a breeze.
Yeah.
So,
I love working 80-hour work weeks. It's so nice.
It's not your fault. It's not my fault either. Hey, we might have made some bad decisions, right?
But before you leave, Holly,
that's what those fucking stupid Silicon Valley people would tell me to my face. You shouldn't have made such bad decisions.
Yeah.
Like, what did I do exactly? They never had an answer.
Well, I've been telling. I will get.
You bought all that fruit. You bought all that fruit from the supermarket. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be $200.
Yes. Yes. I purchased a bunch of supplements because I'm putting my money where my body is. But
and they considered me like they put me into the worst class with that. Like I was some lady buying Starbucks with 10 kids on EBT.
Right. Well, tell about your mother was addicted to that. Tell your mother was addicted to Starbucks. You know, tell people about that.
Yeah, and it gave her diabetes.
Yeah.
And then I taught her how to like use the French press at home, and she's fine now. She gets coffee for like pennies on the dollar. So it's not like we didn't fix anything.
That can happen fast.
Yeah, the worst ones are those Silicon Valley / whatever, these fucking middle class people. They go out to steakhouses and all this shit, inflate the prices, don't leave tips, you know, be super evil and cynical and buy all the houses. Yep. Like, I mean, and then they're the ones saying, why are you a piece of shit? It's just horrible.
Why are you in the dumpster at night? Why are you waking me up raiding the dumpster?
You should work harder.
The recycle bin. Oh, my phone's dying. I love you guys.
Yeah,
oh, shit, honey. Well, I need you here to talk with Bran while I take a piss break. Well, we'll have
Dude,
Aristides.
it's fine. It's fine.
Yes,
All
that's
right.
true. Brent can handle it.
Right.
Well, we
Thank
love you.
Great night.
Yeah, we love you.
you
honey.
Blessings.
guys, too.
Yeah,
Bye.
have a blessed night, honey, and keep listening. And so she'll recharge when she gets home.
I can do a fruit review on air.
Excellent, excellent. Oh, but no, I want you to cathart and vent about the shit they're pulling on you, like all the good catering they get, and then they figure, oh, all the hired help is all a bunch of Mexicans. Let's
Yeah, can you believe that shit?
yeah, let's order Taco Bell, which isn't Mexican food for people who do not know.
No, of course not.
Oh,
So
shit.
yeah, what I was telling Doug is that we're having some kind of work meeting,
Yeah.
and because all of the workers are essentially all colored people, Mexicans mostly, 90%, because they're the ones that do the cleaning jobs. Like there was probably some white dude in the office that said, "Just buy them Taco Bell," because I was asking my coworkers. I was like, what exactly are they having catered? Is it something good? You know, is it some vegetarian stuff that I can eat? And they're like, yeah, it was great. And I said, what was it? And they said, it was Taco Bell. I'm like, dude, Taco Bell? Are you kidding? And then he's like, no, I'm not joking. Because they kept saying tacos like it was Mexican food. I was like, oh, really? Oh, maybe they'll have beans and rice I can eat. No, it was fucking Taco Bell.
Oh,
And I was like, dude, that's ridiculous. So there was some white guy in the office that's like, oh, yeah, they're Mexican, right? Just buy them Taco Bell. You know, we don't give a fuck. It's cheap. But then when I've gone into the main office before, every lunch break, they're in the back having a whole smorgasbord of all kinds of high-end fucking catering. Like full-on subs, sandwich subs, like fresh fruit. They get like fruit delivery. I'm not joking. I was at the district office once, and they got like a bunch of fresh fruit that they were supposed to distribute to students, and it never gets distributed. It was in their offices. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, are you kidding? Like, I thought it was a joke. And I was like, what is this for? And they said, oh, we get that every week. And I'm like, isn't it supposed to be for the students? And they said, oh, no, we just eat it. You can have some if you want. Literally, I'm not joking. Yeah. So that's what I have to deal with.
Yes, it's no, thank you. This is like I'm so sorry.
They'll get like these companies will try and like, here are some organic options to make our kids healthier, and they'll get like free samples, and it just ends up in the office building where no children will ever get to try it. It's
Of course
horrible.
not.
It's evil.
Of
Fucking
course
pure
not.
evil.
Oh my god.
And these guys are already making $100,000, at least minimum, probably more. And they have their shit's full, like beef jerky, popcorn, name brand everything, Coca-Cola. The vending machines are freaking never sold out because they all get free food. Just insanity. Meanwhile, the kids are scraping by. I shit you not. When I went to school, it was $1.50 for lunch.
Yeah.
Guess how much it is now?
I'd assume it'd be about $20.
Might as well be. That horrible school lunch, everyone knows it. American school lunch. It's like that gross pizza with a bunch of grease and
yes.
What are those things called? The bits that you can't chew up in the meat. What is that called? Gristle?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh yes. Yes.
$5.50.
Oh Jesus.
For that shit.
Jesus.
Like, holy fuck. No. Couldn't believe that.
No, it's
But then you see the stuff that they cook in China, Japan, Korea. They get 3 square meals of rice. They get veggies, salad, noodles, protein for free.
Yeah. They do.
But the kids here you have to pay to get this junk. That just is pointless.
Yeah.
Like eating cardboard.
Yeah. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the office buildings are full of all this organic food that they get for free because these companies, this is what goes back to what Holly was saying, the companies will never get us out of this mess because they can't sell their product.
Yes. Yeah. There you go. Why
should we give the kids better food than we're getting? That's like their mentality.
Yeah. And
they don't deserve that shit.
No. So, Aristides, let's make certain Aristides is awake so I can take my break sometime soon. And that way you have Aristides to bounce off of.
I think it's redundant to bring anyone else on unless they feel like talking.
Probably. So if you feel like talking to Aristides, let us know that you're there. Otherwise, our man Brent will handle it. And I'll...
Okay. Despite what Brendan said, I am here. But
I wasn't against you.
Yeah, not against you. It wasn't against you. He was, yeah.
But I appreciate that you're here, though.
Yeah, believe me, we both do. Believe me. And
okay, well, I'm checking in, but Brendan, if you got stuff, go ahead.
Don't go. Yeah. No, I'm just joking.
And but in Aristides, how about
Doug's just long-winded.
Yeah, how about the world around yourself? Because I'm still sucking on the tea before I take that short trip, and give us a little update on the world around yourself. What you feel is standing out in like your local state. Where are you again?
Locally,
it's the state
not
that you.
Much.
I mean,
don't have, what?
You mentioned in your when I was trying to contact you last night on Facebook, we saw that you were in Delaware. Is that where you're at?
I mean, hasn't it come up before where I've lived? But yeah, I mean, I've always lived on the East Coast, so
that's all I knew. It never stuck with me what state you were in. Right. You probably told us a few times. I just instantly forgot.
At least it's not Rhode Island.
Yeah,
you should be proud that you're not there. Or Maine. I remember a while back, was it Amy that was on with us when I said, I thought about moving to Maine, and she's like, no.
Yes, she gave you that.
Don't do it.
Yeah. That's.
It's like a bunch of nothing there, and it looked like Alaska, but worse. Can you even imagine that?
Oh no, Alaska is pretty,
ticks. It was like full of ticks and shit.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. No, don't go there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't step out the door.
It's like the Lyme disease capital of the world.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, that's right. So fucking sad.
So you should be proud that you're not in those states, man.
Yes. It's definitely. And so Aristides, any thoughts? I mean, come on. You started talking there.
Okay. Not a whole lot new, different to report locally. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And
not really a lot of upheaval here.
Okay. And okay, but plenty of upheaval here in California. Brendan.
California it's certainly not a boring place.
Yes, it certainly is.
Upheaval where?
In California, I mean, Jesus, like we were talking about it with fucking our governor betraying us, going all out red on us.
Since when?
Oh, Jesus, since when? You're being facetious, right? Yeah, you're talking about Gavin Newsom. Certainly, you're not defending.
I mean, if he's going to turncoat, he's not doing a good job. You can't be a fence. We've talked about this before. You can't be a fence sitter in any aspect, in any part of life. Yeah. So he's trying to play both sides like an idiot. That's the worst move. That's one of the worst moves.
Thank you. Exactly.
You either die on your hill or you turncoat. There's no floating around. It's just.
Thank you.
Am I wrong? I mean,
no, you're absolutely right.
It's just reason. That's just the only thing that's logical. Fence sitting is probably always been one of the worst things. Don't do that. Yeah. He's an idiot if he's doing that.
Yes, he is. Okay, well, such having been said, I'll take off in a few minutes, but I'm glad both of you are here. And, meanwhile, Team Trump, their trade team, they say they're going to have 90 deals in 90 days. Good fucking luck with that.
I was about to bring that up. Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Yeah.
And I like the subtitle. That wasn't just you being cynical. That was the subtitle.
Yeah.
Experts say good luck with that. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Horrible.
Oh, yes. Oh, what a bunch of idiots. Of course, I already explained that earlier before you came on about how he's fucked up the potential for negotiations already.
By exempting the tech companies. Yeah. Talk about fence sitting. What an idiot.
Yes.
He fucked up with that.
Oh, yeah, well, he's fucked up with everything in life. I mean, that guy should never have been born. All such being said.
But what's the point? I don't understand. What was the point of exempting the tech bros? Like all the whatever it was.
Oh, his tech bros are his, like, that's Trump's Achilles heel. And the reason why is that he's afraid of tit for tat, where people are going to reciprocate, talk about reciprocity, by taking on sanctions against his tech bros. The world could do that because it's not like America is selling high tech to the world, it's Taiwan. So So in order to protect his tech bros, who are his main sponsors, he's going to exempt them from all kinds of shit. And that's why I said.
But it still doesn't stop the other countries.
No,
I don't think that it doesn't reverse what the damage is done.
That's right. And beyond that, like I said, it will come anyway because that's where to hit. If you want to hit Trump where it hurts, you hit the tech bros and you put the sanctions on them. But all such being said, when it comes to Trump and maintaining these people around them and trying to favor them, that's why people have got to give up on the idea whenever they hear these stupid rumors about Elon Musk versus Trump world. Don't fall for it. I mean, Trump's former trade advisor, Peter Navarro, just went scorched earth on Elon Musk, calling him a spoiled brat who's selling America out to China. And Musk fired back, mocking Trump's trade war, bragging that his companies do more for America than Navarro ever has. And if you're thinking, okay, it's all falling apart, this is the enemy's united front.
What even happened? Wait, can you repeat that?
Oh, well, remember Elon Musk's brother had to beg Trump to stop listening to Peter Navarro because because basically Musk makes all his shit in China. And so
and Elon was crying to him.
Yeah, Elon and his brother were crying to Trump, but so that's where Peter Navarro was.
No, they were yelling. They were like in a shouting match with Navarro, like in the building.
Yeah.
Was that some bullshit, or that actually happened?
No, it's all true. But
they like walked up to him and started yelling at him.
Yeah, but people are trying to take heart in this, saying that that this is like the end of the line, that the united front is breaking up of the enemy, that the enemy is dividing in ranks. But this. Well,
they ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah. But I'm saying not so fast. This feud isn't about values; it's about ego, power, and profit, and both of them are still hell bent on reshaping America in their image. So don't forget, Elon Musk openly platforms white nationalists and neo-Nazis on X. Peter Navarro was convicted for refusing to cooperate with the January 6th investigation, which makes him a co-conspirator in insurrection. And Musk boosted Trump's lies about the 2020 election, and Navarro helped plan the economic chaos we're all feeling right now. Now, these guys may be throwing punches now, but they're partners in adversity. They're prisoners on the same rowboat. They're all fools on the same ship. They're on the same authoritarian team, and they'll gladly rally around Trump if it means crushing democracy and enriching themselves. So, don't think that, we can just allow them to tear into each other and wait for it all to fall down and come in to pick up the pieces. It's that's I'm saying this because
whoever thought that was an option. Is that like it?
Well, remember really you yourself presented to me a few times, hey, it looks like these guys are scrapping at each other. Remember you brought up a few times where it looked like, hey, there's this rumor that Trump says, that Elon's not going to be working here anymore or something like that. Yeah, it's all bullshit, Yeah, don't buy into any of this.
I was just reiterating what the Japanese article said, that's all.
Understood. But remember, the Japanese, they just
I like
don't...
to be clear that I didn't believe that.
Yes, thank you. Understood. But understand, the Japanese are it's hard for them to understand American culture. You know that, but you know that because who could?
Well, they expect the problem is they expect people to speak the truth because they're supposed to be speaking the truth.
That's right. Yes.
Or they're taking people's words for face value, but these people's words have no meaning. I mean, it's just meaningless.
Thank you.
They don't know verbal diarrhea. That's like, they need to learn that term.
Yes.
Where Trump is just the expert at just chit-chatting.
Yes.
Like, did you hear him recently? It's funny to listen to him because it's like Doug knows because he's worked in the gov, but if you know any like corporate or government people, that's exactly how they talk. They stand around the water cooler and they just shoot shit, and it's all meaningless bullshit.
Yes.
Where he said, it's all gonna work out. It's all gonna work out.
Yeah.
This is Trump. This was Trump saying, you just gotta hang in there. You just gotta hang in there. Everything's great. You know, it's like, it sounds like when you're about to get fired and you're at the water cooler and the guy that fucked up the presentation is like, it'll work out, man. Everything's good.
Yeah, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like Mikhail Gorbachev when he was trying to convince himself that the Soviet Union would last, that it wasn't all gonna fall down and shit. That you know, that was going to, it's all gonna be okay. It will work. It will work. The reforms will work. Yeah.
Yeah, he literally said, Trump was talking like that, just like that.
Yeah. Yes. That's yeah. There you go. That shows how bad the
just
situation
hang in
is.
there.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, really? This is supposed to be the strong man, the Iron Man, really?
Well, that was always a joke. That was always the biggest fucking joke. Yeah.
Well, tell that to all the crazies that believe in him. I mean, you should see the people online. Yeah. All those commenters, they're so lost.
Oh yeah, of course they are. That's why they're online.
It's gonna work out. We have to save America. It's like, what the fuck?
Yes, no, these people. It's
I think that's the biggest psyop right there, is saying that America needed to be fixed. It was like we were already at the top of the top food chain.
Thank you.
So stupid. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah,
we're the biggest economy on earth, and they're saying we gotta make it better or fix it. It's like, that's insanity.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
Like, obviously there were problems, but this is just another level.
It is. It shows you how bad we've got it, and we've really got to understand that when it comes to our future, it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So you just have to understand that the most important thing any of you can do out there is spread the word that I exist. And that way people will finally get it and know where to turn to for when the shit truly hits the fan, because it will. We'll get back to all of that. I'm going to take my my break. And you both, Aristides and Brendan Zogit, have got this, and you're all in the best of hands. I'll be going mute. Is that okay with you, guys?
What?
Is that okay? I'm gonna go mute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good.
It's debatable, but yeah.
Thanks again, Brendan. Good buddy.
That's not a personal cut. It's not a personal cut. No, it's not. He really did. Aristides, please.
Except that it seems like it.
No, it's not.
No, it was more to Doug, actually.
Yeah.
You were supposed to take your break 20 minutes ago, but he's like slow.
Okay.
He's like molasses in January.
Yes. That's well. You know why? I'm trying to finish this crock of tea, and it's enormous. So that way I can make.
Whose fault is that?
That's just the way I make it. It has to last a long time, and I'll probably have to make it later, but at least now I'll go to the restroom. So you guys have got this, and no, his sarcasm was towards myself, Aristides. I assure you.
Okay.
Yeah. And okay. So such being said, I'm going mute now.
All right. That's that. I could be behind the curve too.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
All right. Love you both.
I've been drinking kava all night, and I'm still faster than both of you. What's going on? This is crazy.
Just the way it is. Well, I've been burning it, as our lovely Holly has said. So I'll get back to burning it soon.
Yeah, maybe you've lost your edge. You used to be able to go 12 hours. Come on.
Yeah. Well,
I gotta ship you all that cot. A bag of cot or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Because those days you wouldn't stop.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't.
That 2 hours was a freaking burnout. Talk about a burnout.
Yes, it's
those Revolution Radio 2 hours, like your head would be my head would be spinning by the end of it.
Yeah, it's true. But then all I had was 2 hours. I couldn't afford to take any break. That was it. I was stuck there. And
and you had to do those freaking the commercial break that you
awful.
barely got paid for.
So sad, so sad. And again, so the people. Well, I don't want to go on another tangent where I stay here. So I was going to tell people about, again, because Holly brought up, that whole trip down to Arizona, and it was, that's just PTSD every time I think about it. All right, let me go gargle, get my throat back. I'll be,
good luck.
I'll be back.
Yeah, so, so there's a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. Do you have any ideas, Aristides, or just kind of, I can just go for the low-hanging fruit? literally speaking. So I don't know if you guys have ever heard of jackfruit. So it's like a very famous fruit nowadays.
Yep.
Because people use it to make like vegan tri-tip or something like that, or they'll use it in plant-based cooking. But if you let the fruit ripen, so when you cook stuff like that, it's usually green jackfruit, and then it tenderizes as you cook it. But if you let it ripen, it's actually in and of itself very sweet. It's one of the sweetest fruits. So jackfruit is amazing. So I have a piece of it, or I got some from the Indian market, and I was like sharing it with some friends earlier.
Cool.
And so in Southeast Asia, I mean, they make curries out of it. They make food, but it's the biggest fruit on earth. Like, so the fruit is huge, like in its full form. Like I only bought a piece because it's like, if you're buying it by the pound, you can't buy a full one. I mean, you go broke. It's like hundreds of dollars for one because of just the sheer size of it. But it's literally the largest fruit tree on earth. Some of them can reach up to 55 kilos, which is over 100 pounds, 35 inches in circumference and length, 50 centimeters diameter. So we're talking like you can hug it. That's how big it is. Like huge. So so this jackfruit is like really good, and it's really healthy. I mean, I love the feeling you get from eating it. It's good for your heart, lowers inflammation. You can help with wound healing, various things like that.
I mean,
but it has this. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I would eat some if you gave it to me, for sure.
Oh, have you ever tried it, like in its
not
regular
recently?
form?
Not recently. At some point, I'm sure I have, but not recently.
Right. So nowadays it's easier to get because they can import it quicker.
Yeah.
So I never used to see it growing up. But now because it's popular, they'll bring it in, and it's obviously not as fresh as if you get it to ripen on the tree, but because of its sweetness, it'll just, it's just as good. So yeah, it's native to Southeast Asia, tropics. It has large fruits, durable wood. The greenish unripe fruit is cooked as a vegetable. The brown fruit is eaten for its sweet, but it says it's sweetly acidic, but it's actually, I mean, it's almost not acidic really. But it has this insipid pulp, like it's almost like chewy a little bit, but it is not tough. It's very strange. So it's the pulp around the seeds that you eat, and it's just it's like chewy but delicious. And actually, a lot of people say it tastes like bubble gum. So it has this fruity kind of consistency to it. It's really hard to explain. Like, it's almost like eating like a gummy worm or something. Like it's very fruity, very fragrant. Let me see if I can get a kind of like an idea of it. It smells like, there's like a bubble gummy pineapple. Kind of this like sugary smell, like kind of like brown sugar. So it's very sweet. And I'm gonna do like a live taste test to give you like a profile. It's like it's a little bit chewy, kind of like.
Yeah, you're saying it's sweet when it's like matured.
Exactly. Yeah.
But when
so
it's
it can
not,
be used green.
People use it for more like hearty stuff.
Yeah, so it's like more savory dishes,
like
curries. A lot of the vegan people that the plant-based, what would we call them, influencers? The plant-based influencers made it popular because you take the pulp that's so not just the fruit pulp, but there's like this other fiber inside the fruit, and if you cook that, it becomes soft, and it almost tastes like like when you cook tri-tip, there's like the really soft kind of pieces that are like fatty.
Right.
So it's like almost like a dead ringer for that. Like you couldn't really you could tell it's plant-based, but it's so close,
right,
that it makes it's like this perfect analog.
like a creamy fat sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. So it turns into that. So a lot of people have realized that it's a viable option, and because it has so much fiber, it's actually good for you. So sometimes if you eat like crazy amounts of barbecue, like your stomach will go bad for like days. I'm sure everyone in America has dealt with that. Yeah. But if you eat this kind of barbecue, because it's got so much fiber and it's actually a fruit, it'll help heal your stomach. And so even people that eat meat have gone more towards this kind of stuff. So it's really good. But the taste is like, it's super sweet. And even apparently when it's like really ripe, it gets even sweeter. Mm-hmm. Like if it comes off the tree ripe, but by the time we get it here in the States, it's like picked green and then it ripens later. So you don't get the full effect, but I definitely can taste the bubble gum. There's like this backbone of bubble gum. It's kind of like this fruity flavor.
Yeah.
Hard to explain. Other than bubble gum.
It's very complex. Yeah.
It's complex. Thank you.
The flavor, profile?
It's beautiful, and it's fragrant. It's really nice. Yeah. And if you ever see a picture of it, I mean, these things are so big they could kill you falling out of the tree. And the tree is like very, I don't know, productive. Like I'm looking at a photo of it right now. I mean, it looks ridiculous. Like there's like hundreds of them coming off of the tree. Highly productive, very delicious. Some of them weighing up to 40 pounds. This ellipsoidal aggregate. It's like got bulbs of seeds coming out of a stringy core, enclosed by a bumpy rind. So, I mean, it's very unique, tropical fruit, but it's so delicious anyways. And I find that it's actually pretty healing. I think it's quite good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And apparently it's a staple food in Bangladesh, Southeast Asia. Canned or processed versions of it have gained popularity as a meat substitute. And I know I recently, I think it was like a year ago, I found this candy that was made in Uganda where they take the jackfruit and they dry it out. And it turns into almost like it's kind of like a hard candy, but it's hard to explain. It's like a jerky, but it's made out of jackfruit. So it's super sweet, really delicious. So that was something, if anyone has like an Asian market near them or is able to get, even canned, you can try it canned just to kind of get the vibe of it, maybe cook with it. It's really, really good. So let's see what it is.
Cool.
I'm sure there's a lot of other trivia to it, but to me, it's a beautiful fruit. And I'm glad that we can kind of get it now because of all those influencer chicks made it famous. So now I see it it's funny because they put it at like the regular supermarkets, right? But it's like no one buys it because they don't know what do you do with a 40-pound fruit? Like, there's no normal person that's going to pay $100 for one fruit, and like half of it gets thrown out because it's like got this rind on it and they don't know what to do with it. So I just thought it was hilarious seeing it.
You have to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So, but the internet helps. You can just look it up now. So I guess maybe that was their thinking. Maybe it'll intrigue people or whatever. Yeah. So that was nice. I'm looking at the German news, but it's in German. So just give me a second here to see what's going on. Okay. Pretty much the same stuff that I like how they have an entire, Deutsche Welle has an entire, subsection just for Donald Trump. It's like a separate link where you could just go to all the stuff about what's going on over here, which is actually funny. So, there's just too much that they don't want to taint the rest of the international news. They just give him his own little side panel. So anyways, jackfruit's one of the best fruits. I recommend it if anyone can get it. And if you're traveling in Southeast Asia, definitely try the real thing. Or not that it's fake, but you know, the really ripened one. So there's like stuff like this jackfruit curry looks pretty good.
Yeah. Now I want to try it, or I remember it. So
I recommend it.
Yeah. If I could sound
and
good.
even with these kind of fruits, yeah, it's like you could try it one time and then you could try it another time and get like a whole nother experience. So it's good.
Right.
That's what's so fun about tropical fruit. There's like so many variation and iteration. Because we're used to just like, right, banana is banana, apple is apple. Because the supermarkets here, they have very strict, you know, like these standardizations.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, but especially when we were younger, it was like there was no like organic option. It was just kind of like the standard fruits, right? There was like apple, banana, and they were kind of all the same taste. Because they literally were like scientific, like USDA, they still do it, but because of organic, people, you know, changed a lot. But in the old days, it was like they had to fit these special categories to even be sold at a supermarket. So like a banana would be like the same banana every time, like the consistency.
Right.
The apples would kind of be the same. You just have to buy a different variety, but they're always the same in the variety. So when it comes to tropical fruit, or like even the mangoes we get, you remember those red mangoes, like the Tommy Atkins ones, the big red ones?
Yeah.
Like the classic Western mango that we can get here.
Yeah.
Like those are totally different than like a real Indian mango or the small Mexican yellow ones. So when it comes to tropical fruits, there's a lot of really beautiful options that we can explore as opposed to just the standard grocery store fare that I grew up with anyway. So here's some things from, there's a company that sells jackfruit now, and it says, you know, crafting culinary adventures, Tex-Mex, barbecue, tikka masala, the options are endless. So it looks like they're making tacos out of it. They're making, you know, basically they're trying to teach people how to make it. So it's out there. And like they said, you can get it in cans now. I've seen the cans actually more often. So even at discount grocers, I've seen some of the cans. So it's like, it's very accessible. Let me see what they're saying. Yeah. So let's see. Here we go. So this is some company that sells it. This is their story. They're saying this person was, you know, some kind of medical student that was on a mission. So they're like out in some tribal region of India. They said they were introduced to a giant green spiky fruit, which was jackfruit. Its nutrition was known as a local staple plant, yet 70% of it would go to waste because there was no supply chain. So these fruits were just like falling off trees, and because they're so big that like no one could eat them all. You know, it was just impossible.
Okay, I'm back. What fruits are we talking about? Sounds big fruit. What? Whoa.
So she saw the value in these jackfruit, and they have natural resilience to drought and disease. They have a strong nutritional profile with high fiber, low calories and fat, less than traditional meats. And they can, you know, be added to almost any meal. They can be savory, they can be sweet. And so this person wanted to support the farmers, and so she made you know, a company to sell the jackfruit around the world. So that's the story.
Okay. All right. And so that's this.
Have you ever tried jackfruit, Doug?
I've never even heard of it. Tell me about it. All right.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was doing a review. Aristides and I were reviewing the food. So it's like
worth,
this.
Yeah, it's worth checking out for sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. Right.
Well, yeah, it's highly recommended. It's one of those highly recommended fruits. I would say, but it's like these giant green, like cannonball looking things, and they weigh up to 40 pounds each. It's the biggest fruit on earth. And the trees are like prolific producers. They can just produce infinitely, like literally hundreds per tree. So imagine how much of it's just available. And so slowly the last few years, they've been introducing it into the Western market. So that's what I was explaining, is that the first wave of like its, Western incursion was because of these vegan influencer chicks. They were showing people how to make like basically tri-tip. It's like a jackfruit version of tri-tip, and it's like almost a dead ringer when it comes to texture and taste. And like you can get a little bit of the fruitiness, but it's like really, really close to having like a real taco or whatever, carne asada, tri-tip, or whatever you have.
Interesting.
They can get it to be extremely close to meat. So that's how it first got famous. And then people realized that when it ripens, it becomes like the sweetest fruit on earth. Like it's delicious. It's like got this pineapple, banana, mango combined with bubblegum flavor. Like, can you imagine all that together with like brown sugar level sweetness? So it's good. And I highly recommend it. And even the aroma is overpowering. It's really just highly recommend. Best fruit, one of the best fruits.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Great, thank you so much for that. And while I get my second wind to go forth again into monologue, please, gentlemen, if you'd both be so kind, continue speaking for a little bit. We're got good numbers and we're holding them, so might as well just go a little bit more into some of this line of thought, and then I'll dive back into, of course, the world crises soon enough. So, as such being said,
So I was just talking. The other stuff I was talking about was like that in the West, like especially in America, we had like those like standard grocery store fruits that were like totally regulated. So you remember, Doug, back in the day, it was like an apple would always taste the same, a banana always tastes the same. It was like you go to the store and it's like the same shit you're getting because they were all standardized.
Yeah.
So the grocery stores they still do this, but because of organic, it kind of they opened up the markets a bit. But originally, it was like you go to the grocery store and they would only buy the fruit that matched their criteria. So they had these like USDA regulations that were super strict. So you get a banana and it's going to be the same banana every time you buy it, like this Cavendish, the classic banana, or the apples. There was only like a few types, right? Like Granny Smith, Red Delicious, like all that shit. And then in the early 2000s, I remember we started getting new fruits like kiwis and shit. Like that was the big thing, getting kiwis. And there were always berries. Berries were always there, but these new fruits started popping up. And then now we can get all the tropical fruit because of all the influencer chicks are making it popular.
Thank God.
So the ones that are the hardiest, like jackfruit, those ones can come in easily. And it's funny seeing like this 40-pound jackfruit in a normal grocery store now, because it's like people out here don't know what the heck to do with it, and no one's gonna buy the full thing because it's like $100. So it's like no one's gonna buy it. It's just there for looks. So when I get it, I go to the Indian shop where they actually cut it up, because it's just that's the only way to buy it. You're not gonna pay $100 for a giant fruit, like a like something that looks like a boulder.
Wow.
So.
But that'd be great for a party. Of course, you'd wind up cutting it up anyway. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, and it's like it's messy enough where you wouldn't want to trust a bunch of drunk people tearing it apart. So it would just processing it would take you all day. It's that big. It's pretty big. Like it's huge, especially So the Indian shop, they just let it ripen and then they cut it. So that's where I was getting it. So I was sharing it with some of my friends earlier, and but it's delicious. It's got this chewy texture, but it's sweet. Like it's very, very intriguing. Very good fruit.
Wow.
And and it was shocking to hear that 70% of it gets wasted in the tropics, because it's just so productive,
It's
so like
just
the earth,
sad.
like she can produce all kinds of stuff, and you don't. It's just the ignorance that's killing people, I think. Like there's plenty of resources on Earth. For like just basic survival, but people aren't getting it. It's like it's the distribution that's all fucked up because of greed or whatever the heck's going on, or just pure, whatever sadism and shit.
Yeah, true. Evil, Edomite nature. Yes, go on.
Yeah, like is there, so like when it comes to like a fascist model, is there a solution for like for example, like in companies now, like capitalists or whatever the heck evil system we have? It's not even capitalist. It's something warped and degraded.
Yes.
But like
Yes.
at a restaurant, like as per the rules, like if you have food that doesn't get sold, you have to throw it away. Like employees can't touch it. You can't give it to homeless people. Can't do anything. It's just, oh, you have to throw it away or you're going to get fired. Same with the grocery stores. They have to destroy the old food. Same with like the farmers. If they produce a surplus, they have to destroy it because they're all getting subsidized. Can a fascist system recuperate that, or would it just be more efficient inherently where that doesn't ever happen?
That's what I would argue would be the latter. Yes.
Yeah. Where it would be like, it would be more measured. It wouldn't just be production for production's sake and just fuck everyone over, at the end.
Yes.
Like, and you can ask like the management. Like I remember getting in arguments with like, why can't we eat it? And they say, oh, because if everyone got free stuff, then we wouldn't be able to sell anything. And it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Yeah. Like it just doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up.
Of course not. And so in terms of you're answering your own question that way,
like what's the implication? Is it like if poor people had enough to eat, they would like stop working? Like that just doesn't make sense. Right? That would mean they could work more and more efficiently and not have to be stressed about not eating. It's just bizarre. It's weird.
Of course. It's the horror of these are predatory ideas that are
Right.
pushed by people.
Or they'll say, "Oh, you're a
yes.
communist if you want to feed everyone." It's like, isn't that just like a basic?
Yes.
What does it have to do with politics?
That's
Like,
not
it's just a basic
communist.
thing.
What we were saying with our girl Holly, on the other hand, was totally different because in Holly's case, she's reiterating talking points. She's reiterating talking points that are all about, really sourced from communist sources, which manifests in her enthusiasm for Bernie Sanders.
Right. And those communists will scam you and say, "Yeah, we want to feed everyone," but like you said, that's never happened in the history of the implementation of anything.
Thank you.
They just take all the food and just fuck everyone over.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. And so
which is what your biosire was saying, like even in Mein Kampf and stuff, like he was saying like don't listen to them because they did this and this.
Yes.
Like,
absolutely. And
he even referenced, he said, what's on paper is not what they do or something. There's something along the lines that I heard in German that he literally said.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back. I don't have a copy of the book, but
no worries. I know of what you
could find
speak,
it.
and even though I can't quote it chapter and verse, so to speak, I know of what you speak of. So you're giving the point across, and that's important.
So they scam people by saying, we'll feed everyone if you destroy those, what are they called, bourgeois.
Yeah.
And then when they finally get power, then they burn all the crops. It's like, it's insane.
Yeah.
So,
and
there you go.
No, excellent point. And so in terms of economics, what about Aristides? Any observations on economics that you'd like to bring up before I jump back into a monologue, and invite both of you to interject, of course, whenever you can, by all means, of course. Obviously, I'll be addressing many of the points.
Okay. Economics. I'm sorry about my voice.
No worries.
Economics as far as what?
Oh, well, economics as far as the world. Any thoughts on economics as far as the world, on domestic or foreign that particularly strike you as
it really
relevant?
highly depends on your situation. What you said before a lot about, like, there's just certain people who are, they're going to be okay because their parents like boomer money. That is until and unless, the market like crashes and goes away, which is, another big question for them that they don't really grasp.
Yeah.
It's
That's
like
right.
all of them are like, oh, mom has money, grandma has money, and none of them understand, what a collapse of a fiat system really is,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so you're doing great in your understanding.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. And so this is what we were discussing earlier, Brendan, and which I'll get back to later in monologue tonight, is the fact that we now have an inheritocracy where what you inherit means more than what you earn. And this, of course, is the death of capitalism. It's a return to...
yeah, what's the point of that?
Yes, it's neo-feudalism. What we are entering is neo-feudalism. So the only option now is fascism.
Yeah, but those feudal people had like almshouses, and they allowed people to farm the land.
Yes,
or
absolutely.
You know, even though they were peasants, but they got to keep the majority of the food. So this is just, I mean, it's a system that is totally just crumbling. I mean, it's just what's the word for it? It's feudal, but it's just doesn't work. I mean, it's not going to work.
No, of course it can't work. It can't work.
Because if they have, like, look at these people with inherited land. I mean, like my uncle or these people, look at what they did. They destroyed my grandpa's garden. It was like acres of land that could produce its own food throughout the year, and they literally cut it all down. I mean, they don't even know what to do with it.
Yeah.
It's just insanity. That's what all these people would do that have been raised in the corporate culture.
Yes.
They don't know what to do with the land. It's like that they own or whatever they own. They can't function. So, anyways, that's my vent.
And we need a lot more venting. Believe me, it's something that that's what I'm providing.
So I don't doubt what you're saying.
Yes, thank you.
It's just, it's almost offensive calling it feudal.
Yes, thank you. No, I agree.
Like a knightly, I would gladly submit to a knightly order rather than these people. Like, let's just put it that way.
Yes, absolutely. It's so true. It's so true.
And yeah, they were cruel and stuff happened, but it was, I mean, at least it had a reasoning. This just is nonsense.
Yes, that's right. Here it's just pure sadism. It's just gratuitous plundering
Should we help you?
Plunder. Yes, that's literally what they
work
say.
For us for nothing. And we don't want to tip you either. And also, you can't have our money when we die. You know, it's just like crazy. It's just fucked up.
Thank you. It's
the worst of all worlds.
Yes, we are living in the worst of all worlds. Oh, I mean, I have to shake my head. Yeah. Yes, it is exhausting, and just checking the numbers, making certain we're holding, and we're doing good considering. But I'll dive back into monologues soon enough. Everybody understand that what I have to do is get my chemistry going here, fall back into trance state, and but with all of that,
how much longer do you need me? Because I have to wake up early tomorrow.
That's right. I just feel so bad for you. I really do feel so bad for you, and so
I appreciate that. But it's all right.
And but such being said. What about, are you going to be listening while I monologue? I
can try, but I need to wind down myself. So I'm trying to, I'm hitting some Shank Pushpi right now, so it might be quick. My fading might be quick.
Got it. So is that something to put you to sleep?
Yeah, it's an Ayurvedic herb, It's related to the morning glory family. It's a tonic, like a sleep tonic.
So tell us a little bit about this. I'm curious about this. It'll keep you talking a while longer while I...
It's called Shank Pushpi. Shank Pushpi. Shank means like the conch, like a conch shell. And Pushpi is like the fruit or the flower that comes from it.
Okay.
So it's like this vine that grows in India that looks like a conch shell, but it's related to morning glory. And it's one of the best nervine tonics on earth. So it's something that's used in Ayurvedic medicine. It's called Convolvulus prostratus. That's the scientific name if anyone wants to look that up. But it has been found to help with memory retention, various tonic, cognitive tonics, stress relieving, anxiety relieving. It helps with Alzheimer's and various things like that. So it's one of the best herbs for the brain in general. So there you go.
Wow.
Hold on, let me pull up something more coherent on it. But
okay.
As with these Ayurvedic herbs, I have to either translate as I'm talking, or I have to find something in English, which is difficult.
And
let's see. Why is he texting me this late? I hope everything's.
Is that
all
your
right.
birthday,
Okay, so-
Frank? Is that work?
No. They should be leaving soon.
Okay.
But this person's on the East Coast, so it's like 1 a.m. for them. I hope they're all right. All right, so. Okay, here it is. ̶hǒnggkkGHuóuá. So, when it comes to ̶hǒnggkkGHuóuá in the Ayurvedic tradition, it bolsters memory and concentration, calms the nerves and mind, supports mental health and emotional stability. It promotes circulation in the brain, helps to promote intelligence and creativity. So this is something they actually give to children in India because children are the future. So you want to protect their brains while they're growing.
Excellent. Yes.
And make them more cognitively strengthened and, basically it polishes their intelligence. So that's, they actually care about their children there. No offense to anyone here.
America hates children. America hates our children.
We don't grow up in that sphere. We don't grow up in that sphere of like, children are our future and we want to make them smarter. It's like, so anyways, so the children are given this as they're growing up. And it helps calm them down, reduce anxiety and depression in children, boost their cognition, stuff like that. And it's an herb that's been used for thousands of years. It's very gentle. It's So ̶hǒnggkkGHuóuá is an ancient Indian herb that's used for cognitive and digestive wellness. It's known as Mangala Yukshuma in Sanskrit, which means bringer of good health, good fortune, which speaks to its physical, energetic, and spiritual benefits. Its milky white flowers, known in the West as morning glory, which it's similar to the Western one, but not quite. It's a little different, but they're just generalizing here. It's prized for supporting longevity, memory, intellect, its nervous system function, while expanding one's worldview in a positive sense, not in some kind of, psychedelic stupid shit.
Thank you.
Is as much of a body tonic as it is a spiritual invigorator. So there you go. And as usual, it's grown ethically. It's very easy to grow. It grows all over India. It's this like climbing vine. It helps combat stress, uplift the mood, helps with yoga and meditation practice if one is interested, supports the cognition. The ancients believed that the plant enhanced the brain's capacity and focus, which modern studies have confirmed. By the way, this isn't just folklore. It's recommended that you use ̶hǒnggkkGHuóuá for recovery from mental fatigue, helps with studying, prolonged concentration, helps in the computer age due to work burnout, different memorization. It's applied topically for the skin, daily maintenance, sun exposure, etc. It also helps grow hair. I know that's really good why I use it. It's one of the best hair growing herbs. So the flower, which in Sanskrit is pushpa, that's what that's one of the words for flower. It resembles the shape of a conch shell, which is shankh, which is why it has its name ̶hǒnggkkGHuóuá, literally the conch-shaped flower. So descriptions of the plant go back to the Acharya Charak, which is an Ayurvedic text from 200 BC. It's classified as a medhya, or a brain tonic. Med means mind, so it's a mind tonic. The Ayurvedic practitioners considered it to be a special gift from nature, naturally, and modern research confirms the herb's cognitive value. Yogis of old loved the plant for its ability to deepen their practice, instills serenity and centeredness. It's grown mainly in the center of India, like Uttar Pradesh, it looks like. Madhya Pradesh, literally the center. Madhya means center, so it's the center state of India. So there you go. It's native to India, but also grows wild in Burma. It's the perfect supplement, whether multi-herbal blend or really on its own. So there you go. Stress relief, mood balance, cognitive support, and in my opinion, it does live up to all that stuff. So there you go. And so that's why I'm drinking it before bed.
Excellent. Excellent. It sounds like you're enjoying it thoroughly.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's profound. This is one of the herbs that I would say is like it's S-class. We're talking like if you want to use the Japanese tier system.
Mhm.
So, Doug, you know about that, right? S
Oh,
is the highest,
yes.
then A,
Yeah.
B, C, D, E. So this is one of the S-class herbs that I would
Excellent.
rank it as S-class. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
Special rank. It's in the special rank. Yeah.
Yeah. And so delightful. And all of this deeply appreciated. I'm so glad that you're articulating it for us. So
Do
then
you
what?
need me to continue, or is that enough?
I feel that you've done quite a bit. You've contributed
Wonderful.
well enough. So yeah, just feel free to listen in. You'll probably go to sleep. Review it later when you wake up with the remainder of the show. I'd appreciate your reviewing it for when we return on Wednesday. But
Yes,
other than
indeed.
that, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Glad you were able to drop in on us. And then. We'll all be speaking again soon enough. Okay? All right.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay. Bye for
Yeah.
now. And
All right, blessings.
thank you. That's dear Brendan Zoget. And it's so horrible what they're putting him through. Now, thank you so much, Aristides. You were wonderful. I very much appreciate your participation. And I may need you to jump in again when I'm done with my tea so that I can make a new crock of tea. Okay? Just that potential's there, all right? You with us there, Aristides?
What's the timeline on that?
Timeline shouldn't be too long. I should be finished with this tea soon enough. So once I've finished with my tea, I'd be making my... So we're talking half an hour? No, about half an hour.
Perhaps.
I'll check in with you then. Right
All
now, I'll start talking. And
Go ahead.
thank you. Love you dearly. Thank you so much, Aristides. So basically, in order to understand what happened with the threatened sell-off of United States Treasury bonds, what happened was that Japan became the adult at the trade table. While Washington was withdrawing from multilateral deals, Tokyo was uncharacteristically, per the stereotype that Americans held, leading efforts to save them. Now, throughout their history, the Japanese have been uncomfortable with free trade and resentful of American imperial efforts to promote it on their shores. Indeed, the United States has been trying to pull Japan into the world at least since the mid-19th century, when President Millard Fillmore sent gunboats, which the Japanese called black ships, into Tokyo Bay, demanding open ports or the Americans would invade. This was opening up Japan by force under threat of war. This was all done under a false flag because the Americans literally flew a false flag, what the Japanese came to consider a pirate flag, into Tokyo Bay, because if the Americans were caught by the British or the Europeans, it would have meant war, and the Americans had already lost a world war, World War Zero, as I call it, the Napoleonic Wars, because the Americans had sided with Napoleon Bonaparte. And the Americans lost miserably. They lost catastrophically. The Canadians invaded the United States, not the British. Now, Americans piss their panties over this, and they get all butthurt, because they hate the fact that the Canadians came in and kicked America's ass. But there were no ships that the British had that were large enough to carry expeditionary forces on a continental level. It was quite different during the American Revolutionary War of Independence, because the British had established colonial troops that they had been bringing in over long periods of time, that they ultimately, when the rebellion erupted, were forcing Americans to quarter in their homes. Now, all of this led to further rebellion and the longest declared war in American history, the American Revolutionary War of Independence, lasting 8 years. And that's twice the amount of time that Americans think World War II lasted. However, you'll notice that instead of saying post-1945, I will often say post-1952 because World War II lasted a hell of a lot longer than Americans know. It was, of course, waged under conditions of ceasefire, but at that point it became not so much warfare as it was lawfare, and the Japanese were extorting their demands on conditions of their victory. And of course the Japanese won, and it opened the American markets and led to the ultimate decimation of American industry, which Trump is trying to recover so desperately. But all of this led to the Empire of Japan striking back yet again. So understand that at the time that the Americans had invaded America and burned down the White House, which at that time was pink and known as the Pink House, the Americans themselves knew that they could not afford, because Canada is a dominion of the Greater British Empire, they could not afford another clash with the Greater British Empire. And as a result, the Americans could not afford to be caught in Japan flying a legal American flag, which would have brought them into direct conflict with the colonial interests of the world, of the Greater British Empire and the European nations. And so the Americans, to avoid that, had a backwards flag, a flag with all of its stars and stripes upside down. Only 31 of them a direct transposition, a satanic transposition, just as the stars were satanically inverted into upside down sigils of Baphomet. This was the flag that one side of it was blank, so they could wave it in surrender if they were caught by the Brits or any Europeans, and the man in charge of the fleet, Commodore Perry, could be disowned by the United States and essentially written off as a rogue admiral commanding a renegade fleet engaging in piracy in the Far Eastern Seas. So knowing his expendability, Admiral Perry took on the risk because that's what, the Admiralty does for the nation. And he threatened invasion of Japan and forced Japan to open their doors. Japan did not have the technological capacity to resist at that time, but when they won World War II, they made certain the Americans brought that goddamn flag back, and that's the flag that's on display on the battleship Missouri, which, of course, the Japanese had, in the face of the Americans, basically forced the Americans to wipe their faces with the rag that they had originally wiped their butts with. This was closing the circle for Japan, and it is now, of course, there we are. Brendan brought up the image of the Hennessy. So, Brendan, could you put that into the chat room, please? Is there a way you could put that into the chat room? Or Aristides, if you could find a way to put what
I
Brendan...
don't believe so. I
Okay.
don't believe so.
Thank you. Aristides, could you find a way to get that image into the chat room? That would be immensely helpful. Commodore Matthew Perry's flag.
I can send the link that it came from. Maybe that'll help.
Please do. And I do want people to also look at this map of the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP. This is the map of the new Japanese Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, which they had fought to establish in World War II. So understand that will give you an idea. There we are, Commodore Matthew Perry's flag. Presented on the Missouri, framed so that you could only see one side of it because the other side is blank and white. It is backwards. It is satanic. 31 stars, all inverted satanically into sigils of Baphomet. The flag is completely backwards and is never meant to be flown. They knew the Japanese were not familiar with Western flag standards, and it's called vexillology. The science of flags was new to the Japanese, but the Japanese rubbed it in America's face when they won World War II. So Japan's first response to these United States or American imperial market opening initiatives was to forswear its feudal isolation, swiftly build an industrialized economy, and launch a war of defense, not aggression, but imperial defense in the Pacific creating an incredibly expansive empire that the Americans were never able to bring down. Understand that what the Japanese did when they attacked Pearl Harbor was they launched a fortnight, 14 nights, 12 weeks of infamy, in which they brought down Singapore, they took over the Dutch East Indies, they conquered French Indochina. What the Japanese took in literally 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, and ultimately 2 weeks of time in which they destroyed the Western imperial powers' capacity for threat projection in the Pacific, the Americans were never able to retake in 4 fucking years of war. The Americans took a bunch of useless islands in the Pacific at enormous cost in blood and manpower. Yet they never touched the Asian mainland. They had no capacity for threat projection into Indonesia, into mainland China, into Indochina. All of this was retained within cohesive Japanese co-prosperity sphere. But what the Japanese want to establish was what you see on the map today. Having brought in Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Vietnam, Chile, and Peru, along with Mexico and Canada, into the Japanese-led Trans-Pacific Partnership under different name. The new name, TPP-2, or the Comprehensive, or CPTPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. This is what they used, along with Europe, to establish a new trilateral commission and bring America down to its knees again, because America had to be brought down twice, this time under Trump. So all of that being said, after that effort ended advantageously, the first war around, the Japanese waged war again, this time with trade as a weapon, certainly as many American imperial diplomats described it. They created the fearsome Japan Incorporated of decades past, keeping many foreign products and services out while getting rich by dumping cheaply priced product abroad, especially in these United States, which was the whole point of fighting the war, just as the Americans had tried to force open Japan's market by, well, under force majeure, or by rule of force. The Japanese did so across the Pacific by forcing the Americans to sue for peace and open their marketplace, the largest in the world, to Japan. That's the irony of America's losing World War II. Now, it was only slowly under unrelenting American imperial gaiatsu, or foreign pressure, that Tokyo began to discard its isolationist and protectionist trade practices. So today, obviously, it's clear something dramatic has changed in our relationship across the Pacific, with the United States and Japan planning to, as they did initially, for their iteration of trade talks. Tokyo was taking the lead in all of these recent attempts. We're talking about under Obama, under Trump, Biden, and now the Japanese have given up on talk. They went straight for the throat and threatened America through their triggerman, their hired hitman, Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada. Understand that Tokyo is taking the lead in pushing for more open markets, whereas Washington is retreating into isolation. Under President Donald Trump, the United States is abjuring the very multilateral system it had the largest hand in building, in which it once dragged Tokyo into, while Japan is becoming one of the system's main champions. So nobody has put that link into the chat room of the goddamn flag? Come on. People, help me out here. You're all supposed to be co-producing with me. This is like a given. Come on. I'm not supposed to be here doing this all by myself. So this, again, I'll put in here for our listeners. And so this will allow you to get a hold of the reverse American flag that the Japanese shoved down the throat of the Americans when they won World War II. Now, in this...
Yeah, and I remember when you used to bring this thing up back in the day, people would just start convulsing and shit.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like, you're lying, or there's still, you had the evidence for the Americans suing for peace.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
The Japanese suing for peace forcibly, and you had the evidence, and people would say, that's not true.
Yeah, of course. They just go into denial. So thank you. I appreciate that. So in a crowning historical irony, in an act of cosmic karma, Japan is again building a co-prosperity sphere in East Asia without these United States, but an even more powerful one this time, with open and fair trade rules designed around preserving what's left of the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, that Trump tried to junk in 2017. Moreover, Japan is being credited with playing the leading role in preserving the main body of what many experts call a state-of-the-art multilateral trade agreement. Indeed, perhaps the future of the global trading system itself, at a time when Trump, who proudly calls himself Tariff Man, is trying to turn back the clock nearly 300 fucking years to the antiquated mercantilist thinking that preceded Adam Smith. I hope you realize the gravity of the situation and how serious, what a serious sewer of shit you find yourself swimming in. Tokyo is also very consciously keeping the TPP open for any post-Trump Washington to rejoin, much as the Western Europeans were doing with the Iran nuclear deal and the Paris Climate Pact, from which Trump also abruptly withdrew. Of course, everyone is getting tired of dealing with the Americans, and they really just don't give a shit anymore, whether America shows up again or not. Now, other major American imperial trading partners are full of praise for Tokyo's leading role, not least of which is Canada, which gives a lot of credit to Japan for saving the heart of the TPP. James Carr, Canada's international trade minister at the time, told the Fourth Estate in an interview that I can truly say the Japanese position, attitude, and support for the rule-based multilateral trading system and fair trade has been exemplary and very important. By contrast, Carr says, dealing with the Trump misadministration can be difficult and it can be unpredictable. At that time, we were still very diplomatic. That was the first midterm. Carr had noted that since TPP's swiftly negotiated successor, the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, was signed in Chile in March of 2018, Canada's exports to participating countries have since surged on the strength of several tariff cuts. By January of, I think it was 2019 or 2020, Canadian exports to Japan had increased by at least 20.8%. So Carr said of his relationships with his Japanese counterparts that, well, everything's been nothing but positive and aligned. Oh, by the way, Brendan presents us the new Ghost in the Shell TV anime by Science Saru, reveals main staff with teaser. All right. Okay, so there's going to be another iteration of Ghost in the Shell. And which people have called, myself, Douglas Dietrich, they've called the real Ghost in the Shell for reasons that should be obvious considering the Dietrich art elect.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like her new design. You noticed something about the new design?
Tell me, what stands out most to you, aside from the fact that it looks pretty paramilitary to me?
Yeah, she has red eyes.
Oh, that too. Yes, there we are. Thank you.
That's a nice touch.
Yes, she does. She has the red eyes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and let me download that image. You know, they always make her nice, and Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate that profoundly. And let's see if this even works. My computer's, being overloaded by probably some attempt at another hostile takeover. But all such being said, all I can say is that I was not happy to come home today, believe me. And, our friend Brendan knew that. You can tell people what I sounded like when I came. I was sneezing because, of course, all the dust mites in the fucking crypt. It's
crazy. It's like your treatments are working. You're like healthy enough now to like fight off the dust mites. Before you were just like, I don't know how to say it without sounding vulgar, but you're just getting gangbanged by all the dust mites.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, he's right. Our man Brendan knows. Honestly,
it's like going into a biohaz. Like,
it's a biohazard zone. It's a biohazard zone. Believe me, it's completely uninhabitable. But worse yet is the grossness. If people want to gross out, Beaver, my gang brother Beaver, already thinks it's a horror story where instead of Kafka, the guy waking up turning into a giant cockroach, he's convinced I'm going to wake up turning into a giant dust mite. Because of all these injections, and he thinks it's gonna be like Spider-Man. He was asking me what superpowers does a dust mite have, and he was even singing the fucking song, Dust Mite Man, can't do anything a dust mite can. I mean,
I agree with them. That's a lame ass superpower.
It is a lame ass.
At least the cockroach can survive nukes.
No shit. Yeah, but dust mites get big in this household. But all such being said, for those of you who aren't familiar with how bad it got, I would buy open dried fish, just open stores, meaning like a bag of dried fish that I would eat as a snack, because that's what Asians do. Dried fish, dried squid, these various hard-pressed and kind of desiccated, dehydrated oysters and shellfish and shit. And, and I couldn't seal them because they'd molder because the place is damp, because San Francisco's a seaside city and we're in this horrible Mediterranean environment like it was Hawaii or something where the mold overtakes everything. So when I put them in the driest part of the house where they could stay desiccated, I figured there's enough brown widow spiders back there to be controlling the pest population, but it wasn't the case. They swarmed with dust mites. So what happened was a few times I had to call the ambulance after vomiting for what were unknown reasons at the time, because I was eating a bunch of fucking dust mites that had infested that food. So my body was reacting to it violently. We now know what it was, and I'm receiving injections of dust mite shit, desiccated dust mite shells, and just processed dust mite bodies. I'm receiving ever-increasing injections of that every week at Kaiser Hospital to render me immune to dust mites, and so Brazil's Bolsonaro successfully undergoes intestinal surgery. Jesus Christ, and he's surrounded by admirers still. Doctors initially declared that the 70-year-old did not require surgery, but a medical reassessment has resulted in an operation after all. He was in severe abdominal pain linked to what? What the fuck? Was he digging into my dust mite collection? He was trying to eat it all himself. He's that fucking greedy. Let me give this a ha-ha because I hate the son of a bitch.
Right, I figured you would be like,
entertained. Yes. He's disgusting, and I, hope he dies.
Like, it's like one of those things. Is like if you're evil and shit, you live forever. Like they can like bring you back from the brink. And shit.
At least he was suffering. At least he's suffering, so there's satisfaction to be taken in that.
I don't think it's enough, but
it's true. I agree. It's not enough for what he deserves. But it'll only increase. Jesus, this is what happened to Kino. You see, this is what happens when you eat babies, people. Stop eating the babies. Right.
Yeah, they're blaming it on the stabbing. It's like bullshit.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
That was like a mosquito bite compared to like whatever's going on with him now.
Yeah, thank you.
He's obviously like a cannibal.
Yeah. Oh, well, what was the other shit that reminds me of when it comes to the asininity of some of what you and I were dealing with some of these types of people? At any rate, I'll remember it later, I'm sure, and we'll bring it up.
I'm fading fast, so good luck.
Yes. Well, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Sweet be thy dreams, and blessed be thy slumber. Okay.
That Ayurvedic shit works. The herb.
Good.
Quite strong. So.
Good. Well, all in all, it has been a remarkable evolution of Japanese attitudes toward trade. Per Wendy Cutler was her name, a longtime senior U.S. trade negotiator and now vice presidentress of the Asia Society Policy Institute. The outcome on the CPTPP is something no one would have predicted if you looked at where Japan was only 5 to 7 years ago, which would be about 10 to 12 years ago now by considering the few years or the span of time since
sorry to interrupt. This is one thing that we didn't cover earlier is his Bernie Sanders' thing. His catchphrase was fighting the oligarchy. That was his banner that they're standing behind while they're making millions selling out stadiums. Can you believe that shit?
I mean, they're not even saying anything creative.
No.
It's not even anything.
That's what I was trying to tell. What's your name? And it was like,
Holly.
Look,
yeah.
They're not fighting anything. They're just putting up a banner and buying the cheapest stadium they can buy and then taking all the money. It's just
this is just a rock concert for people who can't sing. It's a rock concert for people who can't
and they're
sing.
Ugly too.
Well, like I always said, politics is Hollywood for ugly people. I mean, AOC is fuckable as far as I'm concerned, but you know,
is acting is right. He says acting for ugly people.
Yeah. I said it's Hollywood for ugly people is what I've always said.
That's right. Yeah.
Politics is Hollywood for ugly people, and but Bernie Sanders is ugly as fuck, and the only way I want to see that fucker get fucked is having a red hot spiked dildo shoved up his ass. Just.
But he's a good communist. He wants to feed us.
What a piece of shit. Well, ask Amy Como what it's like to live in Vermont. It's the North Korea.
They just pocket the money. They just pocket the money. There's nothing communist about it.
Yeah.
Other than that.
All communists do that. That's what all communists do.
Nothing from the book. Yeah. It's funny how they just ignore the book.
Well, like I said, there is no fucking book. Karl Marx never wrote any instructions for how to make the shit work. That's
it was just like it was just blather. But they don't even read that one. There
you go. It's no, they read that one, but that's the problem. They try to rationalize all the crimes they commit based on the rationalizations from a meaningless book. Christ, it's like
fucking horrible.
Yeah, it is. It's horrific. So,
by the way, on a side note, before I finally retire, I know it's like I feel I'm like a stuck record, but this
no, that's fine.
There's this Taiwanese store, like enclaved in the Asian area near me, and they have organic Taiwanese oolong, and apparently my friend he purchased me like a little bit of tea from there, and it's Taiwanese organic, and he said that it was cleaner than any of the Chinese shops, and they were nicer, more polite, and I was like, yeah, because they're Taiwanese.
Thank you.
It's almost like going to it's almost like going to the Japanese shop that's nearby. It's like
they're Japanese acculturated.
They're super nice.
They're Japanese acculturated. Yes, that's right. They're Chinese, but they act Japanese. Yeah, that's right. That means they show up on time for appointments too. Yeah.
That's funny that you say that because I went to the Chinese hairstylist guy earlier. Yeah. He's like the cheapest guy in town, but he's like I become friends with him because of the tea. I was bringing him tea, so now he does my hair for like practically free. You know, he just doesn't care if I pay him or not.
Cool.
So he like was about to close, and I was like, hey man, like I'm here. Can you just do it? And he's like, sure, just for you, you know. And then he was telling me that people out here. Like they'll like tell him. He was like, one guy said, I'm on my way, and then he said he called an hour later and said, I forgot about my appointment. I was sitting on my couch, and I was like, yeah, that sounds American to me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Damn straight.
And then he said the only people that show up on time is when I had a salon in San Francisco, and I was like, yeah, I know a guy like that.
There you go. There you go. Even my chiropractor, when I have a bug up my ass about showing up, he always says, you show up early. And I said, don't worry, I'll just sit here and read. Yeah, I said, I'll just sit here and read. And then he said, you know, when I came in one time, because that stupid Sikh motherfucker who drove me around in the rain, and I came just, at the moment it struck, the minute I was supposed to show up, I came just right at the moment of my appointment. He said, most of my clients show up late. And I said, remember.
Yeah, that's what this guy was saying.
Yeah, I said,
Americans
remember.
are so dysfunctional.
That's right. I said, remember, my mother was half Japanese. Is what I told him. Not, I'm not half Chinese, mind you. I'm only a quarter Chinese and a quarter Japanese. So, I don't do that shit. And, but at any rate, when it came to
and the Germans,
the
Germans are like,
well, what do you think the Axis was all about? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. They're not just on time, but it's like you can't show up early or late. Like they have this weird timing thing where you have to be there exactly when it strikes 5. Yeah. So I've actually gotten used to that. Yeah. Right, because I was like, learning German and learning the culture. Yeah. And you won't believe this shit at work. I show up exactly when the clock strikes 3. Yeah. Right? Like literally like you could see the number swoop. Just I've gotten used to it. I don't even try anymore. Mm-hmm. And the fools that I work with, they're like, it's like a whole event for them.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They like start clapping and shit. Like, oh, he's here, he made it. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's 3 o'clock, is it not?
Well, there's 2 factors there. One is to them it's I'd say maybe it's just one factor. It's first off, they're going to panic if you don't show up because everything depends on you because the rest of them are retards. So that's the first factor. The second factor is that when you do show up, then it's kind of like this. It's how they set the clocks. That's probably how they set their fucking clocks or watches and shit.
Well, some of them show up like 20, 30 minutes early. It's like, no, I do it German style, exactly on time or nothing.
There you go. I prefer being early myself. The Germans would just have to get used to me because I would just sit around a corner and read. But such being said,
an appointment is different than work.
Yeah, true. Good point. Yeah, point well taken.
And you're used to not having a car, so that's acceptable.
Yeah, true. So you gotta be early, or you're gonna be fucking late. Yes, without a car. Yeah. But then with cars too. Because of the parking. Parking's a fucking nightmare in San Francisco. So
in a city, it's a fucking crazy. Yeah. I couldn't even park on your street. It's just crazy.
Thank you. And when you did, you freaked out the Miss Argentine. Miss Argentine, who's like, And,
well, I parked in front of the ghost house.
That's right.
So it's like,
And like you said,
it's like everyone's scared to park in front of it, even though no one. It's been. There's like a skeleton in a chair in the front room.
No, it's true. This is like people just don't get it. This is a ghost street. Most people, most of the houses are empty because no one can afford to purchase them and move in. And not only that, to rehabilitate them.
The one near you, it looked like it literally had a skeleton key lock and hand, like a 1960s handle, or not even 60s. It was like a 30s handle.
Yes.
And it still had shag carpet. Like no one had been inside of it since the 70s. I'm not joking.
No, it's true. It's true.
If you opened that door, there would be a skeleton in a chair, like some Scooby-Doo shit. It was that bad.
Yeah, and we pretty much had that next door before the Argentinians moved in. I've gone into that story before, the murder that took place in there. Now we've got this green.
Sounds like a joke, but it really is.
No, it's not a joke. Yeah, it's all true. It's all true. Now we got this Green Street pavement preservation project that's coming. So
the cadaver water doesn't erupt.
Yeah. So the dead don't erupt when Judgment Day comes or something.
Right.
But such being said, all the crap that I was talking about with the dust mites. Yeah, here's the gross thing for our listeners is that. Certainly something's been happening with our man Brendan, and it might have been the few exposures he had to me. I probably had so many dust mites on my moldering clothes that I wear straight out of the grave that they probably crawled over to him and gave him some of that nano treatment or something, because now he's different things.
Get this, Doug. Yeah. So when I saw you, you said, "Wow, you're pretty tall," and I was like, "No, not really. I measured myself. I'm not like above average." So I go and see these people I haven't seen in like a year or so. Yeah. And I said, "How did you get so tall?" I'm like, "I don't know."
See, I told you. I said,
crazy.
Because I was standing in my lifts, and you've seen how tall my lifts are, and I had my cap on, And so when I'm wearing the lifts and my cap, I'm over 6 feet. I'm at least 6
Yeah,
foot.
you're at least 6.
Yeah,
Least 6.
I'm at least 6 feet tall. And you were standing equal to me. So you're still growing, which is basically impossible. And yeah, there was other things that have happened recently that have been indicative of the kind of nano treatment that I had and the kind of abilities I have. So either that or you're doing a lot of good herbs that are just
Something's happening.
Yeah.
Because
But who knows? Maybe
I'm definitely not doing steroids.
There you go. And
I'm
so
definitely not doing Ozempic like the rest of these idiots.
there we go. So just by being with my company, people, you might get dust mited, and the nano shit will carry to you as well. I mean that'll be enough to have all kinds of people wanting my company.
Yeah, after seeing you, I got sun sickness for like 3 days.
That's true.
And I was
That's
like,
true.
You stupid vampire.
And it's not like we were. It's not like we were switching spit or that I was taking any blood from Brendan. He wouldn't let me take his blood, and I wouldn't want it. But
of course not.
Yeah, but such.
It's too expensive.
Well, let's just put it this way: Brendan's blood, I'm sure, is fine, but he knows I go for young boys' blood because that's where it's at. But all such being
I don't think you need to emphasize that, but yeah, sure.
Again, just to emphasize it for people who don't fucking get it, I'm heterosexual and I view women sexually, so I wouldn't take their blood because I don't play with my fucking food. I can't understand why people think of vampires as being heterosexual and taking blood from females they are fucking. That's like having sex with an animal that you eat. So if you don't get it, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. So yes, I prefer the blood of young boys because they're healthy, but obviously it's like they also, it doesn't like give me all this estrogen and shit that otherwise might impact me. I'm effeminate enough, thank you. I don't need to go all the way with it and basically give myself a liquid sex change. So yeah, all that being said, it is what it is. Hopefully people understand the basics of it. But the shit that I get from someone like Brooke Gibson, where it's like, yeah, well, you're drinking young boys' blood. How long before you're drinking their sperm? And it's like seeing me milk a goat and then saying, oh, it won't be too long before you're fucking it. I mean, really?
Well, some places in the Middle East, you won't be surprised.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in America.
Middle East, Middle America, dude. It's like, what is it? One of the highest bus rates for bestialism in the United States is like Oregon or Washington or some shit like that.
Oh, disgusting. Yeah. Stay out of the Pacific Northwest. You value your life. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and this friend that I saw, he moved to Oregon, and I was asking him and his wife or his girlfriend, his fiance. I was like, how are you guys doing up there? And they're like, the weather is, it's rainy. And I'm like, what about the people? And they're like, oh, the people are terrible. It's horrible. I'm like, why did you move up there? There's no point.
Yeah.
And she's working remote at the same job she had out here. I'm like, what? Then what? Why didn't you just work from home here? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, weird shit.
And then she was like, yeah, because of all these federal cuts, I can't get the job I was trying to get with the, some city up in Oregon. I was like, then why did you move?
Thank you.
Just come back. There's sun here.
Americans are just weird. They just move because it's like the United Nations categorized the American public as semi-nomadic because they move so fucking much. So
it's never I've never heard someone move for a good reason. Or rarely, I should say rarely.
It's just this vague notion that the grass is greener, and then it's.
But why would you move to a state that has a lower minimum wage? Like it just doesn't. They're thinking a lot on this thing.
They bought into all the stupid lies and propaganda that you can't afford to live in California. I mean, it is hard. It used to be the rule. The rule used to be if you moved out of California, you were never coming back. That used to be the rule. I mean, that's changed. That just shows you how bad it is.
Because your wages would drop. I mean, I told you about the friend that moved to Idaho thinking the same thing. Mm-hmm. And then he called me crying in the winter. No. I can't. I only get paid $7 an hour.
I can't afford to come back.
There you go.
Like, okay.
There you go.
Why did you move out there? He's like, I thought it was going to be better. And he ended up getting charged the same amount of rent. His family screwed him over, whoever he was staying with.
Oh.
And then he was getting like barely any hours because there was only one grocery store in the whole town. It's like, why would you do that to yourself? And then winter hits and he's like, it's snowing.
That's awful. Okay, so I finished my tea. I'm going to make another crock of tea. Can you come on and talk for just a few minutes while I do that? It's just, please.
Wait, who?
Aristides with Brendan. Can the two of you...
Wait, I'm taking fast over here.
Please,
don't let
you
the talking
two
go.
lovely gentlemen. Can you two lovely gentlemen hold through the last break of tonight while I make myself a fresh crock of tea? Both of you gentlemen, okay? Oh, come on, Aristides.
I already bullshitted everything.
Hey, Aristides. Come on, Aristides. Come
I
on.
need to have this stuff like locked and loaded.
Yes, here we are. So, Aristides, please come on
Yeah.
and bounce around with Brendan for a few minutes. Both of you gentlemen, I love you both. Come on, brothers. Come on.
Okay.
Yes. Come on, you guys can do
Some
this.
bullshit.
I'm gonna go mute.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders rally, record crowd in LA. He's
I'll be right
fighting
back. I'll be right
oligarchy.
All right. Yeah. We can
He's
do
drawn
this.
a big crowd as opposition grows to Donald Trump's policies. The left-wing communist Senator Bernie Sanders and Democrat AOC, as she is commonly known, have a vocal protest against these policies. They packed tens of thousands of people into Gloria Molina Grand Park in Los Angeles on Saturday at a rally held in protest at the direction the U.S. is heading. The rally was formed as part of the quote-unquote fighting oligarchy tour of the Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders that was launched in late February with the Democrat AOC, as she's commonly known, familiarly known, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, joining in last month. Their protest efforts come as many U.S. citizens are disappointed at the Democratic Party's lack of resistance, whose huge cuts to government, research funding, anti-immigration, climate crises denial have provoked widespread concern abroad and at home. Let's see, what else? The gathering, oh yeah, this is where it really kicks off. The gathering featured performances by these old-ass fogies such as musical legend Joan Baez and Neil Young, amongst others. Oh, so there you go. It's, yeah, like what Doug was saying, it's like a rock concert. When he comes back, I'll tell him about that. Like, we're going all the way back to the 60s. Like, I can't believe Joan Baez is still singing. Like, how the hell is she still doing stuff? You know? Anyways. Yeah. So, there you go. Any responses? Anyone out there? So Cheeto Lord saying there's going to be semiconductor tariffs that will be announced over the coming week. This is his quote, "We will be doing that with semiconductors, with chips and numerous other things, and that'll take place in the very near future." He would talk to companies and that there could be a certain flexibility, but electronics were exempted on Friday as per his wishes. But he posted a message on social media denying that there will be any exemptions. So it's like very odd kind of double speak. Tech giants including Apple, which assembles phones overseas, could be hit. There are also concerns what extra levies could do, such as driving up prices of electronics and et cetera, et cetera. So something to look forward to, not. And I noticed people started, where did I see them earlier? But people are going out and buying shit now. And I even asked the people at the Indian shop, I was like, did you guys pre-order shit to keep from the tariffs? And I couldn't really understand him because he was first of all, he was talking super cryptic for some reason because he thought, I don't know, that I was too inquisitive about it. And then secondly, his accent was just crazy, but he said that it shouldn't affect his prices for up to 3 months. So somehow they have like a buffer of 3 months, because my assumption is that they ship it into like warehouses in Texas or something. So that was what it seemed like. That they have like backstock for 3 months, so they don't have to worry about tariffs, which is smart on them. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah, it could get real fucking weird soon, man.
Yeah.
I think people don't realize. They think it's just going to be like it always was their whole lives, and then one day it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're at that point for sure.
Right, and nobody wants to admit we're at that point.
Yeah. Right. And it's funny because they're like, yeah, none of them are, even questioning. Like it can't go back. Like nothing can go back to whatever. Like people are still in that COVID zone. Like it can be normal again and shit. No, it's just we're way past the trauma. We're way past the trauma. So there you go.
All right.
But meanwhile in Japan there's the Osaka Expo. So there is the so years of planning and preparation came to fruition as crowds descend on Yumeshima Island in Osaka for the 2025 Expo. But opening day isn't without its problems. Long lines in and out of the venue highlighted the challenges for the organizers. The Japan Pavilion and other sites held ceremonies to launch the 6-month event, which was the theme, Designing the Future, Society for Our Lives. 160 countries and regions have been taking part, 7 international organizations as well. There were 119,000 visitors on opening day, and they expect over 28 million will come over the course of the expo. There was much talk beforehand, minimizing wait times. Organizers were hoping to prevent these lines by creating advanced reservations for entry, pavilions, etc. But that seemed to not be enough, as visitors were forced to stand in the rain as they waited to enter the venue. And they had to do the same thing again as they left, to go through the train station. They haven't sorted out the line from the expo to the train station. It's a mess. They need to fix it, one woman says. Inside the venue, some visitors complained there wasn't enough shelter from the rain and wind. Organizers said their work could be cut out to smooth the operations in days and weeks ahead, but overall, that's what they could do. So there you go. So the Japanese are having a World Expo 2025 in Osaka. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
The Grand Ring is the symbol of the expo. About 10,000 people sang Beethoven's Ninth Symphony to welcome visitors. The Grand Ring is the world's largest wooden structure that's built in a shape that wraps around the overseas pavilions with a circumference of 2 kilometers. More than 140,000 people are expected to visit on the first day, which we addressed earlier. The theme of the German pavilion is circular economy, comprised of a group of 7 cylindrical wooden buildings. The pavilion provides hands-on displays for visitors to learn about the circulation of natural water and plants and Germany's efforts to promote the reuse of various products. The visitor from Osaka said she wanted to go to the German pavilion first because she visited Germany's last year and liked it a lot. She said the structure is nice. The Chinese pavilion, the country's traditional lion dance was performed, which created a ceremonial atmosphere. The pavilion of the Chinese is shaped like an unfolded traditional calligraphy scroll. The walls were covered with ancient Confucian words and poems. The exhibitions inside included replicas of unearthed articles of ancient civilization, precious national treasures, soil samples from the quote-unquote moon. Chinese lunar rover was the first to collect these samples. Humanoid robots equipped with artificial intelligence that were developed by Chinese firms were guiding visitors. So there you go. That's what the Japanese and the Asians are up to in the expo. So their theme was unity in diversity, which is what the Grand Ring expresses, the expo's concept of unity and diversity.
pavilions of participating countries were housed within it. It showed miniatures of artificial beating hearts made of IPS cells, the latest Android models. Not phones, but literally androids, and flying cars, in quotes, with 3 groups holding flight demonstrations. Participating nations, regions, and organizations will be allocated in a national day, which will provide opportunities for them to hold ceremonies and events for further understanding their cultures. Ukraine and Palestine, which are in the middle of the conflict, were also taking part in expos at the pavilion. The organizers were expecting 28 million visitors by October, and some countries have postponed their openings for the time being. The latest information is to be updated as per the website. The opening ceremony of the 2025 World Expo was themed as Designing Future Societies for Our Lives. The Emperor Naruhito and Empress Misako, Crown Prince Akishino and Princess Kiko, as well as 1,300 people, including the Prime Minister Ishiba Shigeru and those representing participating countries, all attended the opening ceremony. The Japanese Emperor Naruhito himself said, "It is my sincere hope that the 2025 Expo in Osaka, Kansai will serve as an opportunity for Nippon and the people around the world to respect not only their own lives, but also the lives of those around them, the various forms of life that exist in nature, and to be inspired to work together to create a sustainable future." So that's well said, very well said. Crown Prince Akishino, who is the event's honorary president, placed his hand over a transparent plate to open the screen. Video of fanfare was performance around the Grand Ring, which was a wooden structure symbolizing the expo, and it was shown. The Prime Minister, Ishiba Shigeru, said, quote, "The world is facing various crises of, quote unquote, division now. In times such as these, I believe it is extremely meaningful for people from around the globe to come together to discuss the theme of, quote unquote, life, and to be exposed to cutting edge technology, diverse ways of thinking, and cultures." High school students from Osaka Prefecture were carrying flags of participating countries, and international organizations marched as part of the opening ceremony as well. And many Japanese performances such as taiko drumming and traditional kabuki theater were part of this situation. So there you go. And the Osaka Expo has diverse offerings highlighting the plight of Ukraine through new technologies. It is opened in Western Japan with diverse exhibits highlighting the plight of war-torn Ukraine, as well as the future of mobility and wartime. Ukraine's deputy minister of the economy and other government officials attending the opening of this country, of their country's pavilion on Saturday. Berenzina said that the ceremony, that her country's message is short but clear. She said she wants visitors to know about the values and thinking that the Ukrainians treasure. Their particular pavilion and their theme was, quote unquote, not for sale, indicating the values of human dignity, democracy, and freedom of expression, things that cannot be bought or sold. 18 items, including children's toys, headlamps, are on display. Each item had a code that could be scanned to watch related videos, such as the story of soldiers who lost their legs to the Russian military invasion, other topics, blood donation, and doctors helping injured people. High school students from Sakai City in Osaka Prefecture also said that she was impressed by the people working behind the scenes to support Ukraine in wartime, and wanted to add that he wants the world to become a place where people can live normal lives. Great sentiment, wonderful sentiment. Some people have had to postpone the opening until construction is finished, so it's still under construction because it's such a massive project here. Yeah, around the expo, self-driving electric buses offer visitors the first-hand experience of state-of-the-art mobility technology. These EV buses are equipped with sensors and cameras, front and rear, to enable autonomous operation. Buses can detect distances to nearby vehicles and pedestrians. They were seen safely navigating curves, stopping at traffic signals, etc. Higushira Takeshi of the Osaka Metro, which operates these buses, said that he thinks autonomous driving technology can help solve driver shortages in Japan as their population ages and declines. Higashira said that he hopes that people will see how technology can fit into everyday lives, that this will become the first step towards its broader use in society. Expo visitors can also experience other futuristic modes of transport, such as hydrogen fuel cell powered boats, electricity generated from hydrogen and oxygen, as well as flying car demonstrations. So there you go. Japan is leagues ahead, as they usually are, with these kind of cutting edge technologies. Doesn't mean they implement all of them, but it's something that they can actually exhibit. Whereas, I mean, I don't know what we exhibit. It's nothing special. Or it could be, but it's just maybe not made public. The stuff that America is working on.
I'm back.
Oh, thank God. It took you forever.
Well, thank you, both of you. Wonderful, incredible individuals. Oh my God, I loved you both, and you did great. Thank God that you kept coming back on. It was meant to be. It was meant to be. So you would enable me to last through the rest of the night, dear Brendan.
Well, it was good. I just described what the Osaka Expo was about, and you know,
excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, the Japanese are so like, I mean, let me just reiterate what the prince said. He said, or excuse me, the emperor. The Naruhito, he says, "It is my sincere hope that the Expo 2025 Osaka in Kansai, Japan, will serve as an opportunity for people around the world to respect not only their own lives, but also the lives of those around them, the various forms of life that exist in nature, and to be inspired to work together to create a sustainable future. And the theme is designing future society for our lives." So there you go.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that.
Beautiful.
Very inspiring. It is beautiful.
And so their theme or their call sign was unity in diversity. The Grand Ring, which is a wooden ring that they built around the whole expo, it's the largest wooden structure on Earth. And it expresses the expo's concept of unity and diversity. The pavilions with participating countries housed exhibits featuring miniature artificial beating hearts made of IPS cells, latest Android models, and quote-unquote flying cars, with 3 groups holding flight demonstrations. And just because you weren't here to hear it, I'll say it again. There was 160 countries and territories, including Ukraine and Palestine, being represented.
Excellent. Excellent.
As part of the World Expo. So there you go. The Japanese holding up the world, through it all.
This is the true Atlas. This is the true Atlas, as opposed to that bullshit that the Americans have been propagandized about. So thank you for that. Very inspirational, profoundly moving.
One last thing.
Of course.
Just because they always have to put in that little sprinkle of the axis that, how do I put it? It's like they always have to reference that because everything you say is true, essentially, when it comes to the, that Germany and Japan still rule the world, where they always have, and they always will, as per, what you've said. So it says,
thank you.
Yeah. The theme of the German pavilion is the quote-unquote circular economy. It is comprised of 7 cylindrical wooden buildings, which shows hands-on displays for visitors to learn about the circulation of natural water and plants, Germany's efforts to promote the reuse of various products. A visitor in her 60s said she wanted to go to the German pavilion first because she visited Germany and liked it a lot. She said the structure is nice and she's glad that she can visit. There
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah. So they always have to put that little bit of Axis cooperation in there.
Thank you. That's profound and moving and inspirational, and thank God you stayed and stayed on for that. So thank you. That'll move me through the rest of the night. And again, Goddess bless you, and stay safe and be well. And blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. And we'll see you on Wednesday at the latest. All right.
Yeah, blessings. All right.
Blessings. Bye for now. Thank you. That was Brendan Zągit. And with that, we will move into the rest of the night. And again, when I was quoting Wendy Cutler, this was a longtime senior American imperial trade negotiator, now the vice presidentess of the Asia Social Policy Institute. She was saying that the outcome on the CPTPP is something no one would have predicted if we looked at where Japan was only about 7 to 10 years ago. There was a lot of domestic opposition to TPP at first in Japan. The notion that not only did they join, but then once we exited, by that she's referring to the United States, they, referring in this case as she is to the Empire of Japan, led the other countries to a successful conclusion, is something no one could have expected. Matthew Goodman, a former United States Treasury Department official in Japan and a senior vice president for the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, said Tokyo has changed its approach because it knows that Japan needs to boost productivity to deal with an aging and shrinking population. And it has a far more enlightened bureaucracy that recognizes Japanese companies are truly globalized and depend on the rules and norms of a multilateral trading system. So to quote St, they're more dependent on global supply chains underpinned by a set of rules and norms that, for want of a better word, are the Western preferred rules and norms, ones that the United States used to champion. Some things have really changed that forced Japan to step in, and in a way it might not have otherwise. So Brendan enters a comment here, which I will read. He is quoting the Prime Minister, Ishiba Shigeru, who said, "The world is facing various crises of division now. In times such as these, I believe it is extremely meaningful for people from around the globe to come together to discuss the theme of life and to be exposed to cutting-edge technology, diverse ways of thinking, and cultures." There we are. True. Wonderful. Also very inspirational, very touching, and motivating. So then some wonderful sigils for our protection through the night, provided by dear Brendan, all very important. One of them is Vampire Hunter D, who is, of course, himself a Damphiar, or half vampire, as I myself am. Or rather, a quarter vampire. My mother was half vampire, but I'm myself a quarter vampire. Still Damphiar, but not nearly at the potency level my mother was. So, all such having been said, Brendan Zągit, of course, next time on Wednesday can confirm that I'm paid the equivalent of a six-figure salary in blood, because the blood's around $8,000 a pint. Young boy's blood is about $8,000 a pint, for those of you who don't know, and it's quite the commodity all over the world, in case you did not know. And so, yes, I'm paid in blood. I'm paid in food, but my food's expensive. And here he is with some wonderful sigils in that regard. Chalices of blood that are appreciated. And so, all such being said, of course, I couldn't drink blood like that. It has to be pumping, has to be warm and pumping, straight out of the lad, so to speak. All right. above all, Goodman and other experts agree that the economic and geopolitical challenge from neighboring China has forced Japan's hand. Tokyo cannot afford a new wave of protectionism with Beijing breaking so many free trade rules on its own. Thus, Japan is also taking a lead role in reforming the WTO, or the World Trade Organization, ahead of Tokyo's first chairmanship of the G20 summit. That was, of course, that key factor, along with the CPTPP, enforcing Beijing to open up and observe rules against government subsidization of industry and protecting intellectual property. Perhaps more than anything Trump does in his ongoing bilateral talks with Beijing is what's maneuvering Japan to take the world lead. And we have some wonderful blue medicine here. He'll have to explain to me on Wednesday exactly what that signifies. But it's a great sigil, and or award. We'll call it a ward. And we need all the wards we can get to make certain I stay online. Let's hope they don't take me offline, and we'll go through the rest of the night as long as I can stand. At any rate, to quote us the Mr. Goodman, I think China is fundamentally challenging the liberal order on which Japan's security and prosperity has rested. Japan always played defense before. The TPP effort by Japan was really out of character. I like how these people keep thinking of it as out of Japanese character when it's the reason they fought World War II. So there's nothing out of character about it. It's just the American stereotype that they've projected on Japan because the Americans have this delusion that they need to reinforce for themselves that Japan lost the war and therefore is somehow timid, quote unquote, in character as opposed to aggressive or assertive. Anyhow, Cutler has since added that what is happening is that the United States is retreating from its leadership role in the WTO, the World Trade Organization, and other countries, including Japan, are trying to fill that void, either by leading or also forming coalitions with other countries. Now, ironically enough, considering that Japan effectively wrote the book on how to subsidize and protect domestic business in its earlier decades, Tokyo is pushing for tougher WTO restrictions on this practice. Now, after Trump announced that he was pulling out of the 12-nation TPP, or Trans-Pacific Pact, which is what it initially stood for. It was simply TPP, or if I can just make certain about this, it was Trans-Pacific Partnership. This was the proposed trade agreement involving 12 Pacific Rim nations, inclusive these United States, that was negotiated but never ratified, thanks to Trump, of course, coming into office. After all the work that Obama put into it, it was quite the tragedy. Basically, TPP was withdrawn from, and then what happened was the Japanese formed completely on their own the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP. And this has put them in the leadership role that the United States would have had it but stayed with TPP. And so hopefully everybody takes the lesson from this horrible experience and understands how important free trade is in the world, and just everything that Trump has done to ruin it, and bring us back to an absolutely horrid state of affairs that we're never going to recover from in the form that we're in today. What comes out of this will be a far, far different America, and hopefully everybody appreciates that fact. So all that being said, let me see if I can think of some other things to bring up about this before we get back to the tariffs, because the tariffs are a hard topic to, not hard to understand or hard to deal with. It's just, I've been teaching it all weekend, so I'm trying to segue back into it because I get back into my tutor mode, tutoring the Blood Boys about what exactly has been going down, and now I'm tutoring yourselves. Take it as such, and appreciate it as such. I hope you do. Now, at the time, the Prime Minister was Shinzo Abe, and it was Trump who announced he was pulling out of the 12-nation TPP Pact in early 2017, calling his predecessor Barack Obama's handiwork a horrible deal, when Japan's initial response, along with most of the other participating nations, was to say that the TPP could not work without Washington. I mean, that was certainly what everybody thought, simply because they felt that it would take Washington's participation to make any of this work. That, of course, turned out not to be the case. It's all working out much better without Washington. That's all thanks to Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was shortly thereafter assassinated, but not before he completed his life's work. He had campaigned on an economic reform platform called Abenomics, and he's the man who changed Japan's mind. He took the initiative to salvage what he could as the leader of the second largest TPP economy, second only after these United States. Now, by the way, Trump has got something new coming up. Every day it's a fresh hell. Semiconductor tariffs will be announced over the coming week. Okay, and so we'll see what happens with this. So basically, here's some quotes from the article that our man Brendan is bringing to our attention. Trump said, "We'll be doing that with semiconductors, with chips, and numerous other things, and that'll take place in the very near future." When asked about tariffs on electronics, including cell phones and tablets, he said he would talk to companies and that there must be a certain flexibility. Electronics were exempted from what Trump calls reciprocal tariffs, according to a government notice published on Friday. But Trump posted a message on social media on Sunday denying that there will be any exemptions. He indicated that electronics would be subject to different lev, or I presume, yes, so there we are. Just more shit. Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate that profoundly. That pretty much says it all. Okay. No need to look at that shit emoji jumping up and down. That's unappetizing. Levies. Subject to different levies. Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate your finishing that for us, or clarifying that. Okay. Now, where was I? So, yeah, go on.
Before I finally finish, is like, why, like, what is,
how does he keep going back and forth? It's like what is that stupid seesaw? It's like a seesaw of doom.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? So he said, we're going to do tariffs with the semiconductors. And then on social media, he says he's denying that there will be any exemptions. I mean, this is like, can this even be considered double speak? What is this shit?
Thank you.
Is it?
Thank you. By the way, for several moments there, you sounded like you were talking from under a pillow. It sounded like somebody was suffocating you with a pillow for minutes there.
Yeah, that was me holding back my vomit.
Yeah.
Like, it's like there's no point. Like, why even try and get into the mind of this madman? Just freaking. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. No, it's there's no getting into.
What is the tactical reason, if there is one, of saying one thing and then writing another contradictory statement?
Yeah. Thank you. It's.
Is there an answer?
I try my best to provide it, but in reality, we all come back to this extremely frustrating.
It's like he forgot what he said within 10, 20, like what, like less than a day, like 12 hours.
Yes. Yeah, it's well, how long can the Americans or the market take this? This is where we're going to find out just how much punishment the Americans are willing to take before they demand that he
The
step
people in the
down.
comments think we're going to be able to weather this. Like, there was some lady posting about strawberries, and it was like, these Canadian strawberries are $5. The American ones are $2. And it's like, yeah, that's when they're in season, you dumbass. Idiots. Like, they have no idea, no basics of anything.
No, none whatsoever. And
It's crazy.
it's beyond that. It's offensive.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. It's definitively appreciated and very much needed. Okay. Thank you, Brendan. Such being said, with everything that we've been dealing with, taking a look at the live stream, and we're holding well. So, at any rate, Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, in defiance of Japan's politically powerful and protected industries such as agriculture, pushed a renegotiated TPP2 through the Japanese parliament, just as he had the earlier TPP Act. And he left open a future American imperial return to the deal by deactivating, but not canceling, some 20 United States demanded pre-TPP provisions involving highly technical protections of patents and rights and terms for litigating investor disputes. In a speech to the parliament shortly before the revised TPP Pact was approved, Abe said that he personally would become the standard bearer in promoting multilateral trade in region, despite efforts by Trump to return the Japano-American relations, or Amero-Japanese relations, to the hostile bilateral disputes of the 1980s. By the way, we now have a Indian fugitive held in Belgium over $1.8 million. Arrested businessman Mehul Choksi is accused of being at the... What the fuck, Brendan? It's like a fugitive held in Belgium over a $18 billion bank scam. How did he pull this off? What happened here? It's whatever it is, he...
I don't know, but we got to ask him some questions. I have some questions.
Yeah, to use a pun, he's really making bank.
He's a 65-year-old accused of defrauding the Punjab National Bank in 2018. Yeah. He had other perpetrators, including his nephew. And also celebrity fugitive jewelry designer Nirav Modi. Mm-hmm. They were employees of the jewelry firm, so they probably were just scamming the loans or something. Okay. Largest bank scam in history, in Indian history. There you go.
Jesus Christ!
We gotta learn from them how to do this shit.
We really do. Yeah, that's but maybe the structure.
He was already worth $1.7 billion.
Of course,
so it's like he didn't need to scam another. Like he's trying.
Why do they do this? Why do they do this? Is it a game where whoever dies with the most wins? Is it like that's
I don't know, some kind of like genetic shit.
Yeah, it is. It is because my gang brother
can't stop being thieves.
Yeah, my gang brother Beaver was talking about that. Remember I told you I used to relay stories about how my gang brother Beaver used to have to manage the store for his dad. His dad owned this corner store in the ghetto, and how Beaver said that the Asian Indians would come in and buy the day-old, week-old sandwiches that his dad would put on sale. You know, they wouldn't get the fresh ones because they'd be more expensive. They couldn't
pay more for nothing.
So
crazy.
Yeah, and he said he would get sick watching them eat green meat. green meat sandwiches and shit. Yeah, give me that one, the old one, that's a few days
cheaper.
old. Yeah, cheaper. Yeah, oh my fucking God.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's a different world out there, man.
It really is, but it's like, but Beaver said his conclusion was that, you know, their culture was based on this concept of whoever dies with the most wins, and it's just like, you know, just collect as much as you possibly can, and that's the game of life. That's what it's all about. Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, we're in a fallen world, you know. It's just it's fractured.
Yes, thank you.
It's cheesy as hell. Like you already have 2 billion. You want to scam another 2 billion. It's just comical. That's why I was laughing.
Yeah, that's sick. That is literally sick.
But I mean, I guess you can't really say much because look at these American fucking losers. They're already the richest people on earth, and they need more money for what?
Well, do me a favor.
Trying to kill the rest of us?
Do me a favor, because all I'm doing is I'm working myself into a frenzy. So when I do start raving against the elites, just review it later when you wake up. You know, put it in the background and review it while you're at work or something, okay? And I look forward to a review of it.
Yeah, wonderful. All right.
And, in the meantime...
Now I'm actually leaving, because I'm going to shut down the
Understood.
Skype. Okay.
Understood. Well, we love you dearly. Thank you. Bye
blessings.
For now. Bye-bye. So that's our dear Brendan. And Jeffrey Schott of the Peterson Institute for International Economics said that the Japanese were the anchor, essentially, though they had support from Australia and New Zealand. Some longtime Japan observers, mindful that Tokyo has rarely taken any kind of global leadership role since World War II, are skeptical about how long the country's new enthusiasm for pushing the envelope on multilateral free trade will last or persist. To quote S. Goodman, I still ask myself if it's sustainable. This is a unique situation with a unique Japanese prime minister who, at that time he was referring to Abe Shinzo, who puts a premium on the Amero-Japanese alliance, ensuring that the United States and Japan are shaping the order in Asia and not China. It's not clear to me that a future prime minister is going to have that same strategic perspective and political courage. Another great ward provided by our dear friend Brendan. This is obviously from Asian India, where they use the swastika in their religious ceremonies. And it's going in the right direction, however, and meaning, of course, the direction that the NSDAP, or the National Socialist German Workers' Party, would have it positioned in, and therefore it renders it quite relevant to our needs. As a ward, the elder sign against the anti-gods. Again, if you're new to this, you might not understand that topic, but it's an occult siege of entropic agents that the world is, the world is suffering from, and is part of our mission in life to try our best to counter that. Anyhow, so these guys are wondering how long Japan could keep this up. Yet it's going to be hard for Japan to move in reverse. The opening of Japan has been a gradual process by which the once all-powerful ministry mandarins in Tokyo, who for decades sought to balance American imperial demands for open trade against the need for socially stabilizing measures like so-called lifetime employment, have found themselves outpaced and outflanked by globalized Japanese corporate giants like Toyota, Mitsubishi, and Sony. A generation ago, for example, Japan's formidable finance ministry squelched most attempts by Japanese banks and securities firms to compete globally, also slowing down asset securitization, which helped Japan somewhat in the 2008 financial crisis. Even Goodman observed that today the ministry's offshoot, the Financial Services Agency, is the most progressive regulator in the world, bar none. Underlying the TPP was a fundamental recognition that around the world, and especially in the manufacturing-intensive Pacific region, trade was no longer simply a country-to-country issue. Corporate supply chains are increasingly complex. The content of any given product now runs through many countries. While Trump derided the TPP, even his trade representative at the time, Robert Lighthizer, had acknowledged that the United States negotiators adapted many of its innovations, mainly those related to digital and intellectual property, patent protections, currency manipulation, labor standards, and environmental rules to create the USMCA, which was, of course, the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, Trump's own personal successor to NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, which, of course, was just a plagiarism thereof, with only the Japanese innovations factored in, otherwise to make it something, well, somewhat of an improvement of what NAFTA had been. So credit for that. So when it comes to what else comes to my mind to bring up about that, let me see. Here we are. If I remember here, okay, trying to bear in mind. Here we are. Going to check into something here about the old patterns of trade that matter to me. Okay, taking a look at this. Okay, this might be it. Okay, gotta search for something in particular, some quotes, so I don't misquote anybody, and that's always an issue to me. And if not, let's take a look here. Okay, so this should be something that will help me in terms of what I'm looking for, or maybe something that I've already checked into. So other than that, now that I'm alone, except we have our dear Aristides with us, but he's essentially asleep. We're going to talk about the tariffs again soon enough. Just trying to make certain that there's elements I don't forget about TPP here, so people understand why Japan had so much power, that it was able to force the United States into a second surrender. These are hard terms, and a lot of people have a hard time dealing with them, but you're going to have to. Because it's the only way that you can understand exactly what's going on in your world, which is what you're here for. Okay, so all that being said, I'm getting some incoming questions, and I'll do my best to answer them concerning the subjects that I've been broaching. Now, when it came to despite Trump's recalcitrance on free trade, which flies in the face of nearly every United States president's approach since 1952, Goodman and other experts that I've been citing on U.S.-Japan trade say Washington at least can claim some credit for its past role in pulling Japan into the world. That, of course, is that's like saying that, wow, that woman really attained a level of self-confidence, self-assertion after I attempted to rape her and she cut my balls off. But that's probably the best way to transition from that topic. All of this is happening as Tokyo is working to secure supply chains. Speed innovation by democratic countries in key technologies such as semiconductors, offering high-quality infrastructure assistance to developing nations, and otherwise contest Communist-Chinese influence. In response to Red China's rise, Japan has quietly begun its own resurgence as a great power. Yet, even as the Empire of Japan hopes for American revival, understand that it is also hedging against American retrenchment. Taiwan's position is changing in the context of growing economic ties to Japan, because in America's absence, Japan has taken the lead on Asian free trade. At a time when Japan is doing more than ever to uphold the post-war international system, it was an inexorable historical inevitability that Imperial Japan's greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere was finally achieved. Japan's leadership towards getting, on the 8th day in March of 2018, signatures on the final agreement of the CPTPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, also known as TPP2, was a big step toward Asian regionalization without the United States. By default, Japan's World War II ambition of Asian cultural and economic unity, free of Western powers, came to fruition. Yet Japan's core plan had always been for TPP and the Asian Pacific to include the United States until President Trump's withdrawal. Since the war, the Empire of Japan has, for the most part, conceived the ideal regional framework to be an Asia-Pacific fusion in partnership with these United States. Refusal to participate in initiatives excluding the United States, such as the EAEC or the EAEC, the East Asia Economic Caucus, has been paired with support for U.S. inclusive frameworks such as the APEC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and the EAS, the East Asia Summit, the guiding principle being to keep the United States in Asia. However, the inauguration of the TPP2 marked the creation of a new Japanese empire, led Pan-Asianism. The Japanese government was until the second Trump midterm, still hoping for a multilateral Asia-Pacific fusion order, including these United States, but Biden always refused to challenge mainland China as East Asia's major trading partner by joining. So it was one of the many factors of President Biden's mismanagement of what became most manifest in America's unceremonious and chaotic exit from Afghanistan. All of this based on his misplaced insistence that he was bound by the Trump misadministration's agreement to withdraw all American troops from that country by May of 2021. I've always pointed out that Biden never hesitated to countermand other Trump national security and foreign policy decisions, including returning to the Paris Climate Accords and seeking to restore the Iran nuclear deal, officially known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, and yet he insisted that he had to abide by the February 2020 agreement with the Taliban. Aside from that, his loss of Asia was manifest in his not reversing Trump's 2017 executive order issued on his first day in office to withdraw from the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the comprehensive trade agreement that included 11 countries, of them 7, Japan, Australia, Canada, Chile, Mexico, New Zealand, and Peru, being American treaty partners. The remaining 4, Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei, and Vietnam, all have had excellent relations with Washington until Trump's second midterm. Most notably, of course, the pact did not include Communist China on the Asian mainland. Now, the TPP was a signature Obama administration accomplishment, signaled that America's so-called pivot to Asia was as substantive as it was rhetorical, but in the end, it paved the way for the second greater Japanese empire. And that's fine. And that's all is well with the world, as far as I'm concerned. So such all having been articulated, this brings us to the point of the tariffs. and I'm obligated, having contextualized why Japan is so powerful, exactly what threat they presented to shut Trump down. And it brings us back to the fact that, as I earlier articulated, a global sell-off of treasury bonds could tank the United States of America. So, point, treasury bonds are IOUs the United States government issues to borrow money. Point, countries, banks, and investors buy them, lending cash to these United States. Point, the United States promises to pay back the loan with interest over time, ergo 10 years. So who owns them? Foreign countries hold $8.5 trillion United States dollars of American imperial debt as of 2025. Point, the big players comprise the new TRICOM, the Trilateral Commission, Redux, Dainippon Daikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan, at well over 1 trillion United States dollars plus. The European Union nations at 1.5 trillion United States dollars combined. And Canada at 350 US dollars. Well, 350 billion United States dollars, I mean to say. Yes, we're not talking real money until we get into billions. But note, as I said, with Japan, it's over $1 trillion and $1.5 trillion with the European Union. By the time I got to Canada, I wasn't even thinking about the trillions, but it's still quite substantial. They're the third largest holder of U.S. Treasury bonds. They buy bonds to park money safely and earn steady interest. So, how do they affect the United States? Well, the United States uses this borrowed cash to fund everything: military, Social Security, tax cuts. Cheap borrowing keeps the economy humming. The government spends more than it collects in taxes. This brings us to what happens in a coordinated sell-off. If countries like Dainippon, Greater Japan, the European Union, and Canada start selling bonds together, even slowly, first, we have a flood of bonds. Too many bonds hit the market at once. Prices drop. More supply than demand pushes bond prices down. Interest rates spike. When bond prices fall, yields, or interest rates, rise to attract buyers. Why does this hurt the United States? Borrowing gets expensive. Higher interest rates mean the United States pays more to borrow. And debt snowballs. The United States owes $34 trillion already. Pricier loans make it harder to manage. And the United States dollar consequently weakens. Selling bonds means dumping dollars, so the currency's value drops. This causes a depression, not a recession, but a Great Depression. Spending dries up. Government cuts back as borrowing costs soar. Fewer jobs, less aid. Businesses tank. Higher rates choke loans. Companies can't expand or hire. Imports cost more. A weaker dollar makes foreign goods like oil and technology pricier, jacking up inflation. And of course, the markets crash. Panic hits stocks and banks as confidence in American imperial debt fades. Then we have the domino effect. Jobs vanish, prices spike, savings erode, classic depression triggers. And you get a slow, coordinated sell-off, which isn't any bluff. It's a quiet gut punch that would take these United States years to recover from. And here's the kicker. Canada fronted the trigger man. The Empire of Japan provided the fully automatic firearm and all the ammunition, holding over $1 trillion in American imperial debt, signing on and starting to sell those U.S. Treasury bonds, which scared Trump shitless. Key European Union countries collectively sitting on another $1.5 trillion not in agreement. This was not any fucking bluff. It is the silent pact of the new Trilateral Commission, a coordinated maneuver to remind Trump that the free world doesn't just roll over when he swings his tariff bat. As their Caucasian frontman from the Great White North, Mark Carney, said, "Hurt us and we'll hurt you, right where it counts." The United States Treasury market is the backbone of the global economy. But foreign holders like Corpora Shogunal Japan, the European Union, and Canada keep it humming, financing everything from the American empire's military to its tax cuts. Start selling those bonds in unison, even gradually, and the yields spike. The almighty American dollar wobbles. Borrowing costs climb. Suddenly, Trump's beautiful bond market, he bragged about it just last transmission day, midweek of Yester Septimana, looks like a house of cards in a stiff breeze. That's the message Carney delivered in his call with Trump last week. No leaks on the exact words, but the outcome speaketh volumes. Trump didn't just pause the tariffs, he backpedaled hard. The People's Republic of China is still in the crosshairs. 125% duties are no joke. But Dai-Nippon, Greater Japan, the European Union, Grand Canada, they're off the hit list. For now at least. Why? Because the new Tricom's chosen spokesman, Carney's play, wasn't noise. It was power. Let's be real. Trump spent years calling Canada a freeloader. Remember his 2019 NATO jabs? All the while ignoring the inconvenient truth. Canada's $350 billion in American imperial debt isn't charity. It's a lifeline. The Empire of Japan's trillion plus? Same deal. The European Union stockpile? Ditto. These countries aren't just buying bonds to be nice. They're bankrolling the United States government. And when they threaten to pull the plug, even slowly, Washington listens. This was the determining factor in Trump's surrender. Not the public spats, not the retaliatory tariffs Canada slapped on American imperial automobiles, though those stung. It was the quiet, coordinated threat of a Treasury bond unwind that bent Trump's knee. Carney didn't need to shout. He didn't need to posture. He acted armed envoy of the free world. The Japanese commercial sphere, the European Union, and Canada in lockstep realignment against Trump's Zio-Rus-American synaxis, and show Trump the cliff's edge. The strategic brilliance of the samurai art of war doesn't get louder than that. Carney also issued Canadian Treasury bonds in United States dollars which was another brilliant way to strengthen Canada's position and financial reputation. Little triggers and strategies you get when the world's most respected economist is your prime minister. When Trump announced his tariff pause, it wasn't any victory lap. It was a concession. Carney moved markets for the Trilateral Commission of Europe, Japan, and Canada without firing a shot. He gave Canada a seat at the power table and proved that global respect isn't won with bluster. It's earned with maneuvers or chess moves that hit where it hurts. Trump talks tough. Carney plays chess. And right now, the board's his. Want the raw data? Check the United States Department of the Treasury's Major Foreign Holders of Treasury Securities report. Look at Canada's holdings, the Empire of Japan's, the European Union's. Then ask yourself, who's really holding all the cards? So these are the kinds of lessons I teach the Blood Boys in exchange for their e-core. Hopefully you take it as a lesson that, well, you can take with you to teach unto others. Oh, and will Canada's tariffs and countermeasures remain in place until after the election on April 28th? Indeed so. Yeah. Carney made sure to tell the world that despite Trump kissing their northern ring, they're not negotiating shit until after the election. He also said they're still moving away from their relationship with these United States for greener, saner pastures. That's Brooke Hagberg's PM, people. Her prime minister to be proud of. Now, let me take a look at what else comes to my mind about this, and see if I can identify something else that comes to mind before we dive further into the gentle night. And I think we're doing well, good as we can here. And let me see if I can find you a link to that particular report for your own edification, and that should help immensely. Okay, all right, I'll be on the lookout for that. And of course, I always miss it when we don't have a group of people who are with me just to act as backup for me to do these searches, and they can burn bandwidth while I do so. But then again, well, that's life. Okay, gonna look for the report here. U.S. Treasury Department, major holders of U.S. Treasuries. And, okay, let's take a look at this link here. And here we are, Japan above all else. Okay, so we're going to, put this in here to the, our link in the chat. And hopefully that will provide you the information that you need. I'll give you two links. So I think this one might be a better link. Okay. Okay. So we've got this U.S. Treasuries in billions of dollars. Okay, so here's some incoming links for you. I'll put them in the call as well. And then we'll go on for further into the rest of the night. Let's do this. Okay, that just brings me up the sigil. Put this into the link here. And I want to thank you all for your patience with me while I take care of these responsibilities. So, all such having been contended with, we'll go into the more angry parts of the night as I proceed to run on emotion. And that'll help me, well, basically my anger, my rage will fuel my speech from this point forward. Or at least it'll get more and more that way. We'll balance it out with logic, of course, but it's the anger, of course, that's very important. The rage is important for anyone in motivating their way through life. Okay, here we are. Further links for you. Okay, now that you have those resources, regardless of all the aforesaid, now the fear is that Trump's declarations of intent per territorial acquisition in both the cases of Canada and Groenland will help normalize such demands even if he doesn't follow through on them, further weakening the anti-conquest norm. Of course, that norm was already terminally weakened well before Trump ever came to office. When Russia took the Crimea in 2014, it was kicked out of the G8 and hit with a series of sanctions, but those consequences weren't nearly harsh enough, as losing membership in the G8 was largely symbolic and emptily so, as that given Russia's disinterest in maintaining ties to the West, while the sanctions didn't target the key oil and gas sectors of the Russian economy at all. Indeed, the misadministration of then-President Barack Obama was criticized for being too soft on the Russian Empire, often in excoriating terms, and rightly so. Sad to say, but the weak response by these United States and our European allies to the Crimea was, at best, the beginning of the end, and, at worst, the death knell of the norm against territorial acquisition. What it showed, and what the war in Ukraine has only served to underscore, is that while small states will be opposed and even consumed should they attempt to take its land, a major power can do so at a cost that may well be worth it. If the prohibition against forceful and coercive territorial acquisition is a core pillar of international law, then what does its erosion mean for that law? I spraketh yesteryear about the moderating effect of international law, whether by leading or lending, moral weight, to forces opposing illegal actions, or incentivizing avenues for demonstrating resolve that don't require taking costly illegal actions. And as I spraketh before, one must always think of the contrafactual. What would the behavior be without the law? In most cases, the answer is probably worse. And the difference between them is why international law matters. But the gap between what the behavior would be with and without the norm against territorial conquest is closing, and not for the better. Of course, adherence to the idea was always tenuous and partial. The history of international relations since 1945 through to 1952 to today is rife with attempts at territorial revision. Indeed, the desire to acquire territory was and remains a key driver of conflict. But even the facade of restraint generated by that norm seems to be waning. And it's a safe bet we'll all miss it when it's gone. Because whether or not Trump's tariffs risk tipping these United States into depression, Trump's vandalism has already ruined the American economic miracle. After the week we have just had in global financial markets, the week before this week, and this week as well, let me tell you, the last thing I feel is liberated. Still, the news that these United States will pause its so-called Liberation Day tariffs for 90 days for most countries has brought the world back from the brink of a major crisis. For now, President Donald Trump's backtracking means that most countries will face a 10% levy for most products during the pause. Previous plans had tariffs orders of magnitude higher for some countries. The tariff on Communist Chinese imports will stay at an eye-watering 145%. Combined with Red China's own 84% retaliatory tariff, import taxes at these levels amount to a de facto trade embargo between the world's 12 largest economies. Tariffs on neighboring Mexico and Canada will remain at 25%. The fact that financial markets are still gyrating wildly demonstrates that this is far from a good outcome. At best, it is merely a less severe outcome that goes far beyond any of the conceivable risk scenarios which financial markets had factored into prices at the start of Trump's second midterm. Instead of making these United States richer and more dynamic, as Trump asserts, this misguided lurch towards protectionism is an act of economic vandalism that risks tipping these United States, along with our neighbors and exposed emerging markets, into depression. Even if the reprieve provokes some concentrated investment and hiring as American imperial firms unplug from communist China on the Asian mainland and reroute supply chains to other markets, the main effect of the tariff pause will be widespread delays to global investment, production, and hiring. Against a backdrop of uncertain global trade and justified worries about an American depression, fearful consumers will turn precautionary, amplifying the direct tariff shock. American imperial businesses will have to decide over the coming weeks and months whether to try and pass on the enormous arbitrary costs coming from tariffs to consumers or take the hit themselves. The tariffs will undoubtedly make America poorer. The only uncertainties are how bad the hit will be and how the pain will be shared between business margins and household real incomes. The United States economy will not simply adjust to tariffs after a period of short-term pain. Tariffs are taxes that influence economic activity via distortions to the prices that would otherwise prevail in a free and competitive market. Just as taxes on tobacco reduce smoking and excessively high minimum wages or employment taxes create permanent unemployment, these eye-watering levies will hold back American imperial supply potential until they are removed. But beyond the near-term hit to economies and markets, Trump's fateful policy mistake has badly harmed America's reputation and standing in the world. For the longest time, the American imperial economy and its markets have been truly exceptional. Its uniquely liquid markets have offered a blend of consistent outsized returns at relatively low risk. And, more than other countries, its policymakers have got the big calls right when it really mattered. The surprise is not that an empire has elected a leader with such a poor grasp of economic fundamentals and such a penchant for recklessness. It is that the United States of America has done it at all. American exceptionalism stems from the fact that it has more consistently managed to avoid the kinds of economic policy errors which are par for the course elsewhere around the world. Policy errors almost always stem from a misunderstanding of basic economics, and on the issue of trade, Trump is dangerously ignorant. His claim that many countries apply protectionist measures on trade is not wrong, but then he gets the logic the wrong way around about what it means. Trade balances do not represent a profit or loss to an economy, which is why they have almost no relationship with its underlying health or the standard of living it can provide its citizens. The key benefit from trade does not come from exports, but from imports. And note the semantic link to the word importance. The overall level of trade, imports plus exports, matters much more than the trade balance. Note the contradiction between Trump's gripe and the evidence that almost all countries that are beating these United States, to use Trump's own language, have a lower standard of living. They are poor, partly because of their higher tariffs and other distortions which they impose on their domestic markets. In a room full of smokers, you are still better off by not smoking. That is how free trade works. So even if your trading partners are protectionist, you still benefit by not impeding imports with tariffs and non-tariff barriers. Tariffs, along with subsidies such as the export credits Trump is suggesting he may offer to American imperial firms being hurt by foreign tariffs, are terrible for companies in the long run because they weaken the drive to stay productive, profitable, and innovative. By protecting, in quotes, its own industries less than other countries with onerous tariffs, and by keeping the heavy hand of policymakers away from markets, the American empire has forced its domestic companies to remain competitive. By keeping trade barriers low, the United States has produced the largest, most profitable, and dynamic, and internationally optimized companies in the world, along with the highest standard of living for an empire of our size. This is an economic miracle. If America's big techno companies were to onshore their production, that would result in less efficient companies. Product quality would decline, and prices would rise. Americans would become poorer. This is why everybody has to get over the productivity fetish that I could never understand. Or rather, productivity or production. I don't mean productivity in the sense of being productive in a conceptual sense. I mean production fetish as in an industrial sense. Why people still maintain this is beyond me. It doesn't make any sense. And of course, let me see if I can reflect upon the American market's, shall I say, strange obsession with this, because it's not economically healthy. And we'll see if I ever get back to that. In the interim, I do want people to understand that Otherwise, we are, how would I put it? Where should I go next with this? I would dare say that when it comes to production in America, the United States, it's become something that I could go for hours into it, as a matter of fact. And maybe I should, but I probably shouldn't do so tonight. So just thinking aloud, we'll get back to production specifically. But I think this is far more important that we return to where this will ultimately take us tonight if I continue along what we started with tonight, getting back to the fact that productivity or not, the production fetish or not, Americans are becoming less able to earn a standard of living unless they inherit it. Now, as I've said, if we try to reshore American industry, I've just given you all of the reasons why that's not going to work. It's something that I do call the production fetish, and it is something that America needs to get over. It's a manufacturing fetishism. That would be a word for it, in which it's just destined to fail. People need to get over manufacturing fetishism. And how else can I present this? I would say that in 1810, 81% of the United States labor force worked in agriculture, 3% worked in manufacturing, and 16% worked in services. Now, by 1950, when America had effectively surrendered to the Japanese, opened their markets like a woman spreading her legs to be entered, the share of agriculture had fallen to 12%. The share of manufacturing had peaked at 24%, and the share of services had reached 64%. By 2020, the employment shares of these three sectors reached under 2%, 8%, and 91%, respectively. The evolution of these shares describes the employment pattern of modern economic growth. It is broadly what happens as countries become richer, whether they are big or small, or run trade surpluses or deficits. It is an iron economic law. Now, what drives this evolution? Well, in a book titled Behind the Curve, subtitled Can Manufacturing Still Provide Inclusive Growth? It's a question in the title. Robert Lawrence of Harvard's Kennedy School and the Peterson Institute for International Economics, acronymized as PIE, or PIIE, explains it in terms of a few numbers. The initial shares of employment in each of the three sectors, income elasticities of demand for their products, their elasticities of substitution, and relative rates of growth of productivity. The income elasticities measure the proportional increase in demand for a category of goods or services relative to income. Elasticities of substitution measure the impact of changes in price on demand. A crucial consequence of the simple model that emerges is spillovers. what happens to a sector also depends largely on what happens in the other sectors. This is one of the textbooks I've had the lads whom I tutor review at length. Now, the shift of jobs from agriculture to manufacturers, and far more so to services, is quite general. So make the following simple and empirically based assumptions. First, productivity grows fastest in agriculture, followed by manufacturing, and then services. Second, income elasticities of demand are below 1 for agriculture, but above 1 for manufacturers, and still higher for services. Third, elasticities of substitution are all below 1. This means that the proportion of income spent on a given broad category declines as it becomes relatively cheaper. Assume as well that economies have all started with similar proportions of workers in the 3 sectors to those of the United States in the early 19th century. And you conclude that the richer people are, and the richer that they get, the less they spend on manufacturers. What happens is the pattern seen in these United States and other contemporary high-income countries, except city-states, where food was partly imported from outside. Initially, trois positive forces, cheaper food and higher incomes, shift spending towards manufacturers and drive up the share of manufacturing in employment. But trois negative forces, the decline in prices of manufacturers relative to services, and the higher income elasticity of demand for the latter, do the reverse. Initially, the positive effects on manufacturing dominate because the agricultural revolution is so enormous. Yet there comes a time when agriculture is too small to provide a positive impulse to manufacturing. Then forces operating within manufacturing and the service sector dominate. Employment shares in manufacturing start to fall. In these United States, these have been falling for 7 decades. The idea that this process is reversible is ridiculous. Water flows downhill for good reason. In manufacturing, tasks are repetitive and must be done precisely in a controlled environment. This is perfect for robots. The overwhelming probability, then, is that in a few decades, nobody will work on a production line. In some ways, that is a pity, but the work was also dehumanizing. Surely, we can do better than hanker nostalgically for this inescapably vanishing past. In fact, rich Asian countries with long-standing trade surpluses in manufactures are seeing declining shares of jobs in that sector. Humans seek to blame someone for events beyond anybody's control. It is so much easier to blame the disappearance of American imperial manufacturing jobs on the Communist Chinese Empire than on domestic consumers and automation. The bilateral American imperial trade deficit in goods with Red China is only 1% of gross domestic product. The overall American imperial deficit in goods has been around 4% of gross domestic product since just after the 2008 financial crises. If that were eliminated, probably impossible given American imperial competitiveness in services and the macroeconomic forces causing American imperial trade deficits, it would indeed increase domestic output of goods, presumably at the expense of services. But the very most it is likely to do is to bring employment shares to the levels of a decade or two ago. So, eliminating the trade deficit in goods with the Communist Chinese Empire cannot transform the American imperial economy. In fact, as Lawrence shows in another paper for the PIE, the PIIE, is the United States undergoing a manufacturing renaissance that will boost the middle class? Well, even Biden's IRA, or Inflation Reduction Act, merely delivered a further steady decline in the manufacturing employment share of non-farm employment. Trump's tariffs will ergo, therefore, deliver no more than this. After all, rich Asian countries with trade surpluses in manufactures also have falling shares of jobs in that sector. This is not to argue that there are no important issues in production and trade in manufactures. Some manufactures are indeed vital to national security. The ability to produce some manufactures may also generate important externalities for our economy. Even so, the idea that these are manifestly more important than in other sectors, software for example, is nonsense. Equally, as the structure of the economy shifts, people need help in developing new skills. The absence of a market in the creation of human capital is a market failure that justifies intervention. Again, remember, Biden's industrial subsidies have not reversed the declining share of manufacturing in United States employment. Fetishing manufacturing cannot restore the old labor force. Worse, the Trump tariffs will not only fail to achieve that goal, but will cause further malign side effects. Not least, they will create a clash between the effects of the tariffs, the intended expulsion of millions of illegal immigrants, and the planned tax cuts. The consequences for political and economic stability, well, that will take an entire transmission to articulate. Instead, as a historian, let's fall back on historical experience. In America, its abandonment of free trade and the multilateral global order thus marks a risky regression. A regression for these United States, which has turned protectionist to a comparable extent twice before, in 1828 and 1930. Both experiments failed catastrophically, and better-minded administrations duly reversed the measures. In all likelihood, that will be the eventual result this time around. But for now, at least, the decades-long trend of these United States using its economic might to promote global trade and open markets, and in doing so helping to lift billions of people out of grinding poverty, is over. And makest no mistake, the return of inheritocracy is a genuine tragedy. Children are told, work hard and you will succeed. In preceding decades, this advice served the talented and the diligent well. Many have made their own fortunes and live comfortably regardless of how much money they inherited. Now, however, the importance of hereditary wealth is rising around the rich world, and that is a problem. People in advanced economies stand to inherit around $6 trillion this year, about 10% of gross domestic product, up from around 5% on average in a selection of rich countries during the middle of the 20th century. As a share of output, annual inheritance flows have doubled in France since the 1960s, that decade into which I was delivered into this vale of tears from my mother's womb. And nearly trebled in the new Germany since the 1970s. Whether a young person can afford to buy a house and live in relative comfort is determined by inherited wealth, increasingly more so than it is by their own success at work. This shift has alarming economic and social consequences because it imperils not just the meritocratic ideal, but capitalism itself. The most striking thing about the inheritocracy, however, is that it is not just about the uber wealthy. The typical heir is someone inheriting a normal house, or the proceeds from its sale, not a super yacht or a country pile. And housing wealth has rocketed in recent decades, especially in apex cities like London, New York, and Paris. Those who were fortunate enough to buy property before the long boom have made lots of money, passing on a windfall to their heirs. As a consequence, bankers and corporate lawyers now fight bidding wars over houses from the estates of deceased taxi drivers. As housing has become ever more unaffordable in places like New York and London, so a 90th percentile income has become too small to pay for a 90th percentile life. You must have significant capital as well, if not from your parents' estate, then from the bank of mom and dad. If you consider this as a whole, the growing importance of inheritance starts to become clear. In Great Britain, 1 in 6 of those born in the 1960s, that decade into which I emerged from my mother's loins, is projected to receive an inheritance that exceeds 10 years of average annual earnings for that generation. For those born in the 1980s, the ratio rises to 1 in 3. The inequality of what people inherit, meanwhile, is startling. A fifth of 35 to 45-year-olds are expected to inherit less than £10,000 or $13,000, whereas a quarter are expected to inherit more than £280,000. So inheritance, not work, has become the main route to middle-class home ownership. The cost of housing is rising so much faster than wages that buyers increasingly rely on family wealth. In many of the world's largest and most expensive cities, young people find themselves in a strange predicament. Although their educational credentials and employment prospects put them in the middle class category, many have virtually no chance of ever making it onto the property ladder. For almost 4 decades, property prices have increased at a much faster rate than wages. Although this trend has hardly gone unnoticed, what has received less recognition is how it has fundamentally reshaped both class and inequality in Western societies. Societies have long been used to thinking about class in terms of employment, with the job you do and the amount you earn reflecting what class bracket you belong to. This idea is firmly rooted in a Weltanschauung, a worldview that emerged during the middle of the 20th century. But today, it's property ownership, not employment, that shapes somebody's life chances. And that is feudalism. Until the early 20th century, waged labor was largely thought a mark of social marginalization. Those who had to work in order to earn their way in the world, rather than live off the wealth of their assets, were often considered second-class citizens. The distinctive achievement of Keynesian policies in the post-war period was transforming wage labor into a card for membership of the middle class. This shift was especially clear when it came to professional jobs, but social mobility also extended to working class jobs that guaranteed lifelong employment and steady wage increases. The possibility that getting a waged job would allow you to buy into the property market was central to this vision of an expanding middle class, especially in these United States and the United Kingdom, where the spread of property ownership was concrete evidence that ordinary people could acquire a stake in the social order. This model worked on the basis of steady annual wage rises. But during the 1970s, growing union power and high wages began to threaten corporate profits. The industrial standoff that ensued resulted in high levels of consumer price inflation. This posed a direct threat to asset values and triggered broader economic turbulence, conditions that proved fertile for a right-wing offensive against organized labor, led by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher on either side of the Atlantic. This right-wing political vision centered not just on crushing organized labor, but on democratizing capital so that all citizens could enjoy the benefits of asset ownership. It was in the area of housing that the idea of democratized capitalism found more lasting traction, in part because it could build on the Keynesian legacy. Key to this vision was the liberalization of financial markets and the growing availability of mortgage credit. If this served to push up property prices much faster than before, for a time, most eyes were precisely on the democratic nature of the wealth effect, how capital gains allowed ordinary people to financially benefit from property ownership. But property inflation benefits the already propertied and works to exclude aspiring middle-class households from the housing market. In many OECD, or Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries, home ownership rates show a particular pattern over the period from 1980 through to 2020, an upward trend followed by a downward trend. In this way, Property inflation over time eroded the distinctive achievement of the Keynesian era, the possibility of building a home on the basis of a wage alone. In many large cities, it is now virtually impossible to break into the property market if you earn an average or even above average salary. In a city such as Sydney, Australia, where house prices have approximately doubled over the past decade, the idea that setting aside an amount of money each month could allow you to save your way to home ownership appears not just futile, but ridiculous. In the wake of these shifts, a new hierarchy of property-based classes has emerged. At the top of this hierarchy are those who own property. First, a small group of investors who generate income from diversified property portfolios. Second, a substantial layer of people who no longer have any mortgage debt on their own home and own several investment properties, some outright and others through a mortgage. And third, those who have large mortgages on their homes and who may experience significant financial stress, but are nonetheless able to build up wealth over time. At the bottom of this hierarchy are those who don't own assets. I and Brendan Zągit are in that class of classless untouchables. Renters, including well-paid professionals who are paying off the mortgages of their landlords, and homeless people. Thus, we're in the same caste as those upon the streets. Bren Zągit and I. At a time when many ordinary homes appreciate by more each year than what the average employee can ever expect to earn, employment by itself is less and less able to serve as a route to middle-class status. In that sense, we are seeing a return to the days when wage labor was a condition of social marginality, condemning people to a life of day-to-day survival and excluding them from building up any stake in society at all. The millennial generation is the first to experience this reality with full force. Members of that generation may have played by all the rules, yet by their late 20s still find themselves without any real prospect of achieving a middle-class existence. But of course, it makes little sense to frame the problem in terms of baby boomers versus millennials, because property gets passed on from one generation to the next. For millennials from a wealthy family, all of these problems are likely to melt away. There is no generational solidarity in the term millennials. On the contrary, the fault lines that are now becoming highly visible between millennials who stand to inherit assets and those who don't has been produced by 4 decades of property inflation. Inheritance is becoming an increasingly important determinant of life chances. Not choices, but chances. Over time, access to middle-class status will become more and more closely bound up with what you stand to inherit, not what job you do. It is in just this context that some of the world's wealthiest investors, specifically Silicon Valley's wealthiest, want to build their own new city 60 miles northeast of the city and county of San Francisco, outside of the Golden Gated Embarcadero of the Barbary Coast. They have already invested $800 million in this secretive urban project, while recently revealed plans remain vague. The purpose of a secretive land development project encompassing tens of thousands of acres northeast of San Francisco has been uncovered. A new high techno-city proposal backed by some of the world's wealthiest people. Both the New York Times and Bloomberg report that investors include prominent venture capitalists, LinkedIn's co-founder, as well as the originators of the e-payment company Stripe. All of the investors have recently contributed to the over $800 million plans of Flannery Associates, a low-profile company founded by a 36-year-old former Goldman Sachs trader whose motives previously remained mysterious for years. Now, let me take a look into the studio here and decide whether I'll go on for the rest of the night compared to, well, we've turned in almost 8 hours of work. I mean, it's been 7.5 hours. Damn, I think I've earned my pay. It's time to emphasize the fact that we can start off with this on Wednesday, which will be here before we fucking know it, and dive deep into my ravings against the elites at that time. So that's probably the best place to start off with. Let's call it a night, and I'll need your support this month more than ever. And so things are going to get bad this month. I had to spend a lot of money on supplements, resupply, putting my money where my body is, because that's the best way for me to absorb nutrients when I don't have access to blood, is through supplements. My body processes them better than it does food, which is simply a filler. And with that, I've broken myself, but I had to, in good cause, to keep me supplied for several more months without having to do so again. That's the necessity of life. So, with that in mind, I'll need your help to make rent. Spread the word, make certain that we scare up more investors into Douglas Dietrich, sponsors, and ultimately, I'll find a number of them, we can hope, so that the world will become aware of what I have to offer as my service to the world, which is effective administration of a society that actually works. That brings justice unto all. All right, my love for all who have supported myself, either fiscally or morally, and my request that this is guerrilla warfare. You've got to spread the word. Let people know that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well, living in San Francisco, or subsisting in San Francisco, that he needs sponsors in order to help the world, well, at the level that my biological father did, in terms of really making things work again. How about forget this Make America Great Again? How about Make America Work Again? Or MAWA. And Aristides has put in the link. Oh my God, are you still awake? Jesus Christ, Aristides, I feel so bad for you. Are you okay? I mean, most of the time he retracted the message. You're so cute. Okay. What was it? Was it repetitive or something? Anyhow, I hope you're doing okay. I'm surprised you're awake again. He says, please contribute. Thank you so much. Appreciate that profoundly. You're the man. Aristides is indeed the man, and this would be impossible without him or his efforts. And we comparatively speaking, we were pretty intense in terms of what we were educating people in tonight, and will get more intense yet. This was a real deep dive into the dynamics of the economics of your world. Again, hopefully it's a lesson that you've taken home a lot of lessons from, and you'll pass them on to others or help others to listen. If you want, Aristides, you can say good morning to everybody before I shut down the live stream. Would you like to, or would you rather just remain silent? It's up to you. But you're invited to say good morning. Yeah, we'll see if we hear from Aristides. If not, I'll end the stream in a matter of moments. So we'll give him a few minutes here, see if he rallies. I wouldn't blame him if he doesn't feel like talking. It's
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'm out of it. I just kind of woke up. But yeah, please donate or contribute to Douglas and help him continue to do what he is doing here. And you obviously like it because you're here. So
bless you. Well, we love you dearly, Aristides. You're the man. Thank you so much for that. That was beautiful. And blessed be. Have a blessed day. And we'll be speaking again soon enough. Stay safe and be well. And with that, we'll end the live stream. Okay. Let's do that. I'm almost reluctant to do that, but we may as well, because I was working myself up psychologically towards doing some shouting. We might as well do that when it counts. All right, let's end stream now. And okay, now